Across the early records of the classical world, stretching back roughly 5 centuries before the rise of Christianity, there are repeated mentions of a powerful and enigmatic people who lived beyond the familiar boundaries of the Mediterranean civilizations. These people appeared at times as allies, at other times as formidable enemies, and they seem to hold a commanding presence in the largely unknown regions of Central Europe. Greek writers referred to them by different names, sometimes calling them Hyperboreans, but more commonly identifying them as Celts. One of the earliest references appears around 500 BC, and over time, more detailed observations began to emerge. Later, historians described them as living far to the west, beyond the known limits of the ancient world, even associating them with regions as distant as the Iberian Peninsula and the sources of great rivers like the Danube. Philosophers and scholars noted their warlike nature, their boldness, and their influence. Some accounts portrayed them as honourable and just, while others emphasised their fierce and unpredictable character. They were seen as both culturally connected to the Greeks in certain ways and, at the same time, deeply foreign in their customs. Their reputation grew especially after dramatic events such as their invasions into southern lands, including the famous sack of Rome and their incursions into Greece. Yet, despite their importance, their story is not preserved through their own writings. Unlike the civilizations of Greece or Rome, they left behind no written histories, no grand monuments that could clearly tell their story. What remains are fragments, scattered references in foreign texts, a handful of coins, intricately designed metalwork, and place names that have survived in altered forms across Europe. From these pieces, historians have had to reconstruct their past, much like assembling a creature from scattered bones. Even so, these fragments reveal the outline of a civilization that once dominated vast regions. It is important to understand that this world was not shaped by a single, uniform population. The group identified as the true Celts appears to have been a distinct, tall, fair-haired people who emerged somewhere near the upper regions of the Danube. From there, they expanded outward, not only through warfare but also through gradual settlement and influence. They did not completely replace the earlier populations they encountered. Instead, they imposed their language, customs, and social structures upon them, while also absorbing elements of the local cultures they encountered. Over time, this blending created complex societies, where Celtic identity existed alongside older traditions. These Celtic groups often formed a ruling class within the territories they controlled. They stood at the forefront of resistance when foreign powers attempted to invade. However, their strength had limits. They were brave and formidable in battle, but internal divisions and lack of unity weakened their ability to withstand sustained external pressure. Over generations, they were gradually diminished, not only through conflict and displacement, but also through assimilation with the populations they had once ruled. This blending of peoples helps explain why later populations identified as Celtic show both similarities and differences when compared to the ancient descriptions. Looking further back, the height of Celtic power can be glimpsed in the centuries before they fully entered recorded history. During this period, they were a dominant force across much of Central Europe. Their movements and campaigns influenced the balance of power in the south. They expanded into the Iberian Peninsula, challenged established powers in northern Italy, and pushed into regions inhabited by other groups, reshaping the political landscape as they advanced. Their presence is still echoed in the names of cities and regions that trace their origins back to this time. Interestingly, these expansions often took place alongside cooperation with the Greek world. During this era, there appears to have been a period of mutual interest and alliance. Trade routes were secured, especially those connecting the Mediterranean to the resources of the north, such as tin and silver. This cooperation helped weaken rival powers that had previously dominated these routes. In this way, the influence of these northern warriors extended far beyond their own territories, indirectly shaping the economic and political systems of southern Europe. As larger conflicts began to unfold across the ancient world, these northern groups continued to play a role. During the rise of powerful kingdoms in the Balkans and beyond, they were both a threat and an ally, depending on the circumstances. Their presence along key regions such as the Danube made them an unavoidable factor in the strategies of expanding states. Agreements were sometimes made to secure peace, ensuring that attention could be focused elsewhere. One striking example of their character survives in an account of a meeting between their envoys and a great king preparing for a massive campaign. The visitors were described as imposing figures, confident and direct in their speech. When asked what they feared most, their answer reflected both pride and a unique worldview. They claimed to fear nothing except the possibility of the sky collapsing upon them. Yet they also expressed respect for strength and valued alliances with powerful leaders. This mixture of boldness and courtesy left a strong impression, revealing a culture that combined fierce independence with an understanding of diplomacy. Their power eventually brought them into direct conflict with the rising forces of Italy. At the peak of their strength, they pushed southward, crossing natural barriers and challenging established civilizations. Their advance was not chaotic, but disciplined. Accounts describe their movement as focused and purposeful, avoiding unnecessary destruction as they advanced toward their objective. When confrontation finally came, it was swift and decisive. A major battle ended in a crushing defeat for their opponents, opening the path to one of the most dramatic moments in early European history. Within days, they entered the heart of a great city. For a time, they held it, leaving a mark that would not be forgotten. The memory of this event lingered for generations, shaping the identity and fears of those who experienced it. Eventually, an agreement was reached, and they withdrew, but the impact of their victory remained deeply embedded in historical memory. For a period after this, a fragile peace settled between these northern warriors and their former enemies. However, this balance would not last. New alliances and shifting loyalties eventually led to renewed conflict, and with it came the gradual decline of their dominance. As their power faded, other groups rose to take their place, and the once great force that had shaped so much of early Europe became part of a more complex and evolving historical landscape. Even so, their legacy did not disappear. It remained woven into the cultures, languages, and traditions of the regions they had once influenced. Through fragments of evidence and the observations of others, the story of these people continues to emerge. An incomplete but powerful reminder of a civilization that once stood at the centre of Europe's early history. Across Europe, the old Celtic presence can still be traced in the names of places that survived long after Celtic political power had faded. One of the clearest examples is the element dunum, a word connected with a fortified place, a stronghold, or a defended hill. Its descendants remain visible in many later names, especially in the Gaelic world. But its older spread was far wider. It appeared in ancient Gaul, in Alpine regions, across parts of the Low Countries, in Britain, in Iberia, in the lands east of the Danube, and deep into Central Europe. Sometimes the original form survived clearly, and sometimes it was translated or reshaped by later peoples. But the pattern remained unmistakable. The same is true of other Celtic naming elements, including terms for plains, settlements, and defended heights. Together, these names form a map of an older Europe, one in which Celtic speech and Celtic power once stretched across enormous distances. Even where the language later disappeared, the geography continued to preserve its memory. The land itself became a witness. This broad distribution of place names suggests more than scattered migration. It points to a large zone of influence held together by language, prestige, and shared cultural forms. The Celtic world was not confined to a single province or narrow homeland. It extended across a vast arc of Europe and left behind a pattern so consistent that it cannot be dismissed as chance. The repeated appearance of the same naming elements in regions later occupied by very different people shows that the Celts were once present there in strength. These names also reveal something else. Despite the great distances involved, the communities that carried them belonged to a recognisably connected cultural sphere. Their dialects may have varied, their tribes may have been politically separate, but they spoke related forms of speech and moved within a common tradition. Long after armies vanished and dynasties collapsed, these names endured as quiet signs of an earlier order. Archaeology tells a similar story. In the 19th century, an extraordinary cemetery was uncovered at Hallstatt, near Salzburg, opening a new window onto the early Celtic world. The discoveries pointed to a society that was not primitive in any simple sense, but one that possessed wealth, technical skill, and access to long-distance trade. Objects from far away had found their way there. Amber arrived from the Baltic. Crafted goods showed links with the Eastern Mediterranean. Materials such as ivory and gold were used to decorate weapons and personal objects. Swords were not only practical instruments of war, but works of art designed to impress as much as to kill. The finds suggest a people whose elites valued display, craftsmanship, and contact with distant regions. Hallstatt revealed the material confidence of an early Celtic aristocratic culture. From that foundation, a later artistic phase emerged, known through the finds at La Tène near Lake Neuchâtel. There, a more fully developed Celtic style appears, one that represents a high point in continental Celtic art. This art did not grow out of isolation. Celtic craftsmen borrowed ideas from neighbouring cultures, especially from the Greek world. But what they borrowed was transformed so completely that the end result became unmistakably their own. A decorative pattern that may once have begun as a natural plant form could be broken apart, turned, stretched, and recombined until it became something flowing, abstract, and restless. The Celtic imagination seems to have preferred movement over stillness, rhythm over strict symmetry, and suggestion over direct imitation. Rather than reproducing nature, it turned natural shapes into ornament. Curves, spirals, swelling lines, and compressed bursts of energy gave life to metal, wood, and stone. The result was an art of extraordinary motion and refinement. This style could be applied to almost anything. Weapons, shields, horse equipment, brooches, drinking vessels, mirrors, domestic tools, and ceremonial objects all became surfaces for elaborate design. The ornament was not an afterthought. It was part of the object's identity. A sword was made not only to be carried in battle, but also to project nobility, tradition, and prestige. The same eye for pattern shaped the objects of daily life. Even without surviving textiles in large number, it is easy to imagine that woven fabrics, dyed garments, and embroidered materials also carried this instinct for visual richness. Celtic art was never interested in realistic representation in the same way as Greek or Roman art. Its power lay elsewhere. It created tension, elegance, mystery, and motion through abstract design. It made surfaces seem alive. One especially important contribution of the Celtic world was the development of enamel decoration in metalwork. This technique, which later classical observers regarded as unusual and impressive, seems to have reached a particularly high level among Celtic craftsmen. Bright colour fused onto heated metal allowed decoration to become even more striking. In Britain especially, the craft appears to have developed into something highly accomplished before Roman influence fully reshaped local culture. excavated workshops on the continent show that the method was practiced there as well. But the finest surviving examples suggest that the art was pushed further in the islands. This is one of those moments where the Celtic world was not merely adapting foreign influences, but setting a standard of its own. The brilliance of enamel, combined with the flowing geometry of Celtic design, produced an effect that must have been dazzling in the ancient world. The artistic record from Ireland fits naturally into this broader pattern. The decorative tradition visible in Irish goldwork, bronze objects, and enamel pieces carries the same energy found on the continent, though expressed in local ways. The continuity is striking. It suggests that across the broad world once known as Celtic, there existed not only related speech and related social forms, but also a recognizable visual language. This did not mean absolute uniformity. Regional differences certainly existed, yet the same habits of mind seem to reappear from one end of the Celtic world to another. Delight in intricate design, pleasure in curving and interlocking forms, and an instinct for transforming borrowed motifs into something entirely new. Everything points toward a shared civilization spread over a huge space, held together not by a single state, but by related peoples who carried similar habits of art, war, belief, and language. At the same time, the Celtic world was never the only force in Northern Europe. Another population was present there, one that would in time grow into the major rival and eventual successor to Celtic power. These were the Germanic peoples. Early Greek writers barely noticed them, and for a long period the lands later regarded as Germanic were described instead as occupied by Celtic tribes. When Germanic groups finally emerge clearly in history, they appear first as destructive invaders descending toward the south. This late appearance has led some historians to suggest that they had long lived under Celtic dominance, without enjoying independent political standing. In that view, they were present but subordinate, overshadowed by the stronger and more visible Celtic ruling powers. Language offers one clue to this old relationship. A number of terms connected with law, kingship, office, war, property, and social order passed from Celtic into early Germanic speech. These words concern the structure of authority and public life, which suggests that the borrowing did not happen casually. It points to a situation in which one society possessed the institutions and prestige that another adopted. The evidence implies a long period during which Celtic elites exercised power over communities that were not originally Celtic. In such conditions, language connected with rule and hierarchy naturally travelled downward. But there were limits to this influence. The Germans did not adopt the Celtic language itself, nor did they fully absorb Celtic religion. On those deeper foundations of identity, they remained distinct. That distinction mattered. Religion and speech preserved a sense of separateness that political subordination could not erase. Funeral customs reveal the divide especially clearly. In the Celtic world, burial seems often to have been preferred for the honoured dead, while burning was associated in some cases with punishment, disgrace, or sacrificial violence. Among Germanic groups, by contrast, cremation held a respected place and could be used for the dead of high status. Such contrasts were not trivial. Burial rites belong to the deepest layer of collective imagination. They reflect ideas about the body, the soul, the ancestors, and the proper relation between the living and the dead. A people can borrow titles, military terms, and even political habits from its rulers, while still preserving its own inner world. That appears to be what happened here. Then came the collapse. Sometime around the early 3rd century before Christ, Celtic power lost its cohesion. The old unity, whatever its exact form had been, seems to have broken apart under pressure from within and from without. The result was not a single defeat, but a violent scattering. Celtic tribes began to move in multiple directions, surging south, east, and west. Some crossed into the Balkans and pushed as far as Greece, where their attack on Delphi shocked the Mediterranean world and badly damaged their former reputation among Greek observers. Others renewed their struggle with Rome, but no longer from a position of collective strength. Some were crushed in battle. Some drifted into Asia Minor and established the state later known as Galatia, where a Celtic language remained alive for centuries. Others entered foreign service as mercenaries, including in the armies of Carthage. Across Europe, Celtic groups fought enemies, rivals, and at times one another in a confused age of migration and dislocation. When the chaos settled, the once vast Celtic sphere had shrunk dramatically. Gaul and the British Isles remained the principal Western lands in which Celtic law, leadership, and culture still held wide authority. Elsewhere, the old power had receded. Yet even these surviving regions would not remain independent forever. By the beginning of the Christian era, Gaul had fallen under Roman rule, and Britain followed in large part soon after. Roman administration, military control, urban development, and cultural prestige gradually transformed both lands. Local traditions did not disappear overnight, but the political independence that might have sustained a larger Celtic future was gone. Romanization advanced, unevenly but steadily. Only Ireland stood apart from this process. Rome never conquered it, and not even a large-scale invasion was carried out there. For that reason, Ireland occupies a unique position in the history of the Celtic world. It preserved, longer than anywhere else, a native Celtic order, unbroken by direct Roman rule. Its institutions, its social structures, its artistic traditions, and above all its language survived across the divide between antiquity and the medieval world. In Ireland, the ancient Celtic inheritance did not vanish into the empire. It continued in living form and passed into written memory. That makes Ireland invaluable for understanding the mental world of the Celts, because there, more than anywhere else, old traditions remained active deep into historical times. Descriptions written by Greek and Roman observers suggest that the Celtic peoples had a character so distinctive that it was recognized again and again by outsiders. Much of what those writers said belongs to the common language used about so-called barbarian peoples. Yet beyond the usual stereotypes, a more specific portrait begins to emerge. The Celts appear as brave, energetic, eager for combat, and deeply sensitive to honour. They also appear as excitable, passionate, quick to enthusiasm, and vulnerable to sudden discouragement. There is a recurring sense that they were vivid in feeling and expressive in speech. They loved force, brilliance, and dramatic display. They could be generous and open, but also impulsive and unstable in judgment. Ancient observers often describe them in a way that makes them seem intensely alive, as if everything in their society was heightened. Roman accounts of Gaul especially emphasize these traits. The people are shown as hungry for news, eager to question travellers and merchants, always ready to gather rumours and interpret events. They are portrayed as impressionable, but also intellectually quick, capable of learning rapidly from what they observed. Their talent for adapting new techniques impressed even their enemies. In warfare, they were dangerous enough to command serious respect. Roman writers who had every reason to look down on them still admitted their courage. A famous episode from the siege of a Gallic town captures this quality in stark form. As a Roman siege structure burned, one defender after another stepped forward onto a threatened section of wall to continue the same desperate task, even as each man was struck down in turn. The position was not abandoned until the Romans finally overcame the defence by force. It is a small scene, but it reveals a great deal about the tenacity that could exist beneath the reputation for rashness. Other ancient observers add further detail. Gaul is described as fertile, well cultivated, and densely inhabited. The land was not wild in the sense imagined by southern writers, who associated all northern peoples with emptiness and disorder. It supported large communities, agricultural production, and important settlements. The women were said to be strong, fertile, and active in family life. The men are depicted as tall, fair, argumentative, easily angered, but also generous and often unsuspecting. Education spread more widely than outsiders might have expected. Greek learning and writing had influence in some regions, especially through contact with Mediterranean colonies and trade centres. Public instruction existed in places. Large timber houses, carefully thatched and built with curved beams and woven walls, stood within towns and villages that could be substantial in scale. Defensive walls built from stone and timber impressed Roman commanders who had to attack them. At the same time, Celtic society appears sharply divided. Nobles, warriors, priests, and educated elites stood above a mass of ordinary people kept in subordination. This division may reflect both social hierarchy and the older blending of conquering groups with earlier populations. The aristocratic culture of the Celts was highly visible. Warriors loved rich ornament, decorated equipment, and visual splendour. Weapons and horse gear were crafted not only for use but for prestige. Clothing could be brightly coloured and adorned. Gold had immense attraction. The surrender of Vercingetorix after the fall of Alesia shows this sensibility in dramatic form. Rather than submit in plain humility, he approached in full splendour, mounted and armed magnificently, before laying down his weapons. To Roman eyes, such theatrical self-presentation may have seemed excessive. To a Celtic audience, it would have expressed dignity, rank, and heroic style to the very end. Yet the admiration such scenes inspire must be balanced with harder truths. Celtic warfare could be brutal, and the taking and display of heads, recorded by several sources and echoed in later insular tradition, points to a fierce, heroic culture in which violence was ritualized as well as practiced. Domestic life could also be rough by Mediterranean standards. Some writers describe simple sleeping arrangements, sparse household comfort, and women labouring heavily. Other accounts note a fondness for fighting in dramatic fashion, even stripping naked for battle apart from jewellery and weapons. Such acts were meant to terrify the enemy and elevate personal bravery, but they also exposed a weakness. More than one ancient observer concluded that Celtic fighters could be driven too strongly by passion, pride, and sudden impulse, often at the expense of discipline and long-term calculation. Still, the Celtic world was not lacking in refinement. Goldwork, poetic culture, and sacred custom all held high status. Sanctuaries could contain large offerings left untouched, a sign that reverence still restrained greed in certain settings. Poets and bards enjoyed honour. Speech itself seems to have been cultivated in a distinctive way. Some writers note that educated Gauls preferred compact, elusive, even enigmatic forms of expression. Their language could be sharp, indirect, and rich in implication rather than expansive explanation. This feature is especially striking because it matches what later survives in insular Celtic tradition, where poetry and narrative often rely on compressed meaning, suggestive phrasing, and verbal force rather than straightforward exposition. The druids stood at the centre of this world as mediator, judge, teacher, and guardian of sacred knowledge. No public or private act of importance seems to have been wholly outside his authority. This brings into view the deeper weakness of Celtic civilization. In many respects, it was vigorous, attractive, inventive, and rich in talent. Yet it did not produce the kind of durable political structure that allowed either the classical Mediterranean states or the rising Germanic peoples to dominate history. In the Greek and Roman world, the central binding force was the idea of the civic community, the state as a sacred public order greater than any single family or individual. Among the Germanic peoples, a different force was especially strong: personal loyalty to a leader, a lord, or a ruling house. That loyalty could be fierce, enduring, and capable of sustaining large political formations over time. The Celts knew both patriotism and personal devotion, but neither became their primary organising principle in the same way. Instead, the commanding force within Celtic public life appears to have been religious authority, concentrated in a priestly class. The druids, so far as the sources allow the picture to be drawn, stood above kings and nobles in matters both public and private. Their judgments carried immense weight because disobedience meant exclusion, not just from ritual, but from society itself. Such power could unify a people for a time, but it also imposed limits. Where sacred authority overshadows secular rule, political development often becomes unstable. Independent civic institutions struggle to grow. Criticism, adaptation, and the creation of durable public systems are hampered whenever priestly sanctions dominate every sphere. In that sense, the strength of Druidic authority may also have been one of the causes of Celtic political fragility. An episode from early medieval Ireland offers a revealing example of this tension. Long after paganism had formally receded, the older pattern of clerical power, overriding secular authority, still shaped events. A high king seeking to enforce justice against a protected criminal found himself opposed not merely by a local faction, but by the united force of ecclesiastical condemnation. The conflict was not presented simply as a legal dispute. It became a struggle over who truly held moral power in the land. The king understood that without an effective centre of authority, there could be no stable national order. Yet the spiritual curse pronounced against his royal seat carried such weight in public imagination that the centre itself was abandoned. Whether told with legend or without it, the meaning is clear. Secular government could be paralysed when confronted by a sanctified religious power that claimed superiority over it. This pattern helps explain why the Celtic peoples, despite brilliance in art, courage in war, and persistence in culture, failed to create lasting political forms on the scale achieved elsewhere. Yet it would be entirely wrong to conclude that their role in European history was minor. Their contribution was immense, though different from that of Rome or the Germanic kingdoms. Ireland in particular became, for several centuries after the fall of Roman order in the West, a sanctuary of learning and a transmitter of literary and intellectual culture. Celtic poetic forms likely influenced the later development of European verse more deeply than is often recognised. Celtic legend nourished the imaginations of writers far beyond the old Celtic lands. Even where the Celt did not found enduring empires or monumental states, he gave Europe something harder to measure but impossible to ignore. The Celtic gift lay above all in imagination, sensitivity, and spiritual intensity. This was not a civilization of cold system building or rigid institutional thought. It responded vividly to life in its immediate and emotional fullness. Its strengths were lyrical rather than architectural. It could produce beauty of ornament, power of speech, memorable myth, an intense human presence. It was less successful at constructing permanent frameworks of rule. Yet that very quality gave it a lasting place in the inner history of Europe. Again and again, the Celtic spirit appears as a protest against whatever has become mechanical, sterile, or spiritually empty. It resists domination when domination turns lifeless. It rebels against forms that have forgotten purpose. It insists that beneath institutions, laws, and political structures, human life remains something vivid, fragile, and inwardly free. That is why the Celtic legacy endured even where Celtic states did not. It survived in language, story, music, decorative instinct, and a special moral temperament. It survived in a refusal to let life be reduced entirely to utility. The Celt did not always excel at the long patience required to build durable systems, but he preserved something equally necessary: the conviction that civilization without soul is not enough. In the long shaping of Europe, that insistence mattered. It still matters. Among all the Celtic-speaking lands, Ireland holds a special place because it preserved so many visible traces of an older native civilization. Its laws, heroic traditions, social customs, and literary memory carried forward elements of a world that had vanished elsewhere under foreign rule or cultural transformation. Yet one essential part of that ancient inheritance did not survive intact. The old religion disappeared so thoroughly that almost none of its original doctrines can be recovered directly. The conversion of Ireland did not produce a detailed written debate between the defenders of the old sacred order and the champions of the new faith. Later, literature preserved myths, supernatural beings, wonders, and ritual echoes. But it did not preserve a clear theological system. By the time Irish tradition was written down, much of what had once been sacred had already been recast as story. That silence is striking. The earliest Christian voices from Ireland tell almost nothing about the beliefs they replaced. Missionary writing speaks passionately about conversion, danger, and spiritual struggle, but offers almost no careful explanation of the ancient creed it overcame. Later, medieval narrative is full of marvels, enchanted places, otherworldly figures, and traces of forgotten divine personalities. Yet these figures no longer appear as objects of living worship. They move through the literature as heroes, queens, magicians, shapeshifters, and beings of beauty or menace. But they do so in a world where their original sacred status has faded. The spiritual structure behind them has been emptied out, leaving image, wonder, and memory behind. This makes the reconstruction of Celtic religion far more difficult than the reconstruction of Celtic law, art, or social life. And yet it would be a mistake to imagine that the ancient religion of the Celtic world was weak or undefined. Classical writers make it clear that among the Gauls, there existed a highly developed sacred system with an organised priestly class, and they also point to the British Isles as one of its central authorities. In that sense, the islands stood at the heart of the religious life of the Celtic world. But the religion of those peoples was never a single simple thing that can be reduced to one institution or one priesthood. The formal cult, directed by the druids, existed alongside a much older body of beliefs, rites, fears, and local observance that reached back beyond the druids themselves. That older layer was not erased by later official systems. It survived beneath them, shaped them, and outlived them. Even long after the old order was overthrown, many of its habits of mind continued to linger among the people. To understand this deeper layer, it is necessary to look far beyond the historical Celts and toward the earlier peoples of Western Europe. Long before the arrival of Celtic-speaking elites, the western edge of the continent was inhabited by communities whose memory is preserved less in written history than in stone. These are the builders of the great megalithic monuments, the makers of dolmens, cromlechs, chambered tombs, alignments, and burial mounds. Thousands of these structures remain scattered across France, the Atlantic coast, the British Isles, parts of Iberia, and other regions. Similar monuments appear across vast distances, extending southward and eastward into lands bordering the Mediterranean and beyond. Their spread suggests not a random scattering of builders, but a broad cultural zone linked by related beliefs and ritual practices. These structures were more than tombs in the narrow sense. A dolmen was essentially a stone chamber, built from massive uprights and roofed with huge slabs, often shaped like a house for the dead. A cromlech was a ring of standing stones, sometimes enclosing a burial space, sometimes marking a ritual centre. In many cases, the exposed stone forms seen today were once covered by earth or stone mounds, making them even more imposing in their original appearance. Some monument complexes included long rows of standing stones, laid out with deliberate alignment across the landscape. Others developed into large chambered mounds, where architecture became more elaborate but the underlying purpose remained tied to death, memory, ritual, and contact with unseen powers. These works belong to a world that invested enormous energy in the treatment of the dead and in the construction of sacred places. Their builders remain partly mysterious, but their monuments reveal much. They were not merely wandering primitives, leaving crude traces behind. The scale of the construction proves organisation, planning, and sustained collective labour. The burial chambers imply ritual specialists who understood the ordering of ceremony and controlled the work of communities. Grave finds show that these people knew agriculture, animal husbandry, and in some cases maritime movement. Their technology began in the polished Stone Age, but did not remain fixed there. Over time, the great burial mounds contain evidence of metalwork as well, first through imports and later through local use. Human remains found in these tombs vary greatly, which suggests that this megalithic culture was not the expression of one unchanged biological group over immense distances, but of a tradition that could absorb different populations while preserving a shared religious vocabulary. The pattern of these monuments has led many scholars to imagine a people or cultural current that moved from North Africa into Western Europe, crossing at the narrow passage near Gibraltar and spreading northward along the Atlantic and Western lands. Whether that route explains the entire phenomenon or not, the monuments undeniably connect the Western European coast with a much wider pre-classical world. The important point is not only where these builders came from, but what kind of religious imagination their monuments imply. The megalithic dead were usually buried rather than burned. The great tombs seem designed as dwellings, chambers of continued presence, places where the dead remained active within the life of the community. This suggests a religion in which the boundary between the living and the dead was neither absolute nor silent. The dead remained powerful, near, and capable of receiving attention. Later societies in the Celtic world were formed not by one people alone, but by successive layers. Alongside the megalithic inheritance, there were other arrivals, including communities that entered from Central Europe and settled across the river valleys, lake regions, and plains. These groups lived differently from the later military aristocracies that would dominate much of Celtic history. They appear as herders, farmers, craftsmen, and metalworkers, familiar with bronze and eventually with iron. Their habits suggest a quieter way of life, less built around conquest than gradual settlement. They often cremated their dead, rather than burying them whole. In some regions, huge fields of cremation burials have been uncovered, showing the strength and consistency of that custom. This alone marks a serious distinction in religion and social outlook from the older megalithic world. After them came the warrior elites, commonly identified with the most forceful expansion of Celtic power. These groups were not the patient settlers of the lowlands, but hard, martial peoples tied to mountain regions and frontier societies. Their social order was aristocratic, predatory, and built upon military dominance. They ruled subject populations, extracted tribute, fought for pay or glory, and left their mark across a broad swath of Europe. They were the raiders who sacked major cities, the mercenaries who served in foreign armies, the nobles whose courage and pride astonished Mediterranean observers. Their age was the age of iron. Unlike the cremating peoples before them, They often chose burial for their honoured dead and treated burning as something associated with disgrace. Their culture was warlike, hierarchical, and flamboyant, but it was also capable of generosity, poetry, music, and intellectual curiosity. In another setting, it might have produced one of the great progressive cultures of Europe. What emerged in the Celtic world, then, was not a single simple religious tradition, but a layered one. The myths, heroic tales, and artistic imagination that later survive may owe much to the gentler, imaginative cultures of the settled lowlands. But those stories were shaped for courts and noble audiences under the patronage of warrior elites, so they naturally took on the values of chivalry, pride, combat, and honour. At the same time, beneath both of these lay the much older religious mentality inherited from the megalithic world. This underlying stratum was probably more enduring than either the political power of the nobles or the formal doctrine of the druids. It was not a religion of carefully defined gods and written theology. It was something more ancient, diffuse, and persistent. The best word for it is magic. That term can easily be misunderstood if it is reduced to stage illusion, fantasy, or crude superstition. In the ancient world, magic was a serious way of understanding reality. It rested on the belief that nature itself was alive with hidden force. Power was not confined to distinct gods standing apart from the world. It moved within the world, through water, stones, trees, plants, the dead, the stars, and the body itself. This force was not always personified, and often it was less clearly defined than the gods of later organized religion. It was mysterious, pervasive, and difficult to control, but not entirely beyond human reach. If the right formulas, objects, rites, or specialists could be found, then some part of this hidden power might be directed, invoked, or negotiated with. The roots of such a system probably lay in the cult of the dead. Death returns the individual to the larger fabric of nature, but in doing so it also transforms the person into something more formidable. A living human being is limited, visible, and vulnerable. The dead, by contrast, belong to an unseen realm and may be imagined as possessing wider powers. Burial places thus become charged spaces. The dead are not simply remembered there, they are present there. The tomb is not just a container, but a threshold. From such a way of thinking, it is only a short step to the development of ritual specialists who know how to deal with hidden powers, and from there to the growth of a wider magical system involving plants, stones, symbols, movements, heavenly bodies, and sacred words. Healing was probably one of the earliest practical paths into this worldview. Certain plants could cure, calm, poison, stimulate, or alter consciousness. Minerals and natural substances could produce startling bodily effects. Once such properties were observed, it would be natural to imagine that every object in the world carried its own inner virtue or force. Some could heal, some could harm, some could protect, some could reveal. A special class of people would then emerge who knew how to handle these things, combining practical knowledge with ritual authority. Over time, medicine, religion, divination, and cosmic speculation could merge into one broad, sacred science. The stars might speak of fate, herbs might govern the body, stones might channel force, and speech itself might become an instrument of command. This is the mental world from which formal, magical systems grow. Ancient writers from the classical world recognized that such systems were widespread and powerful. They described magic as one of the most persuasive and durable forces in human life, because it drew together three irresistible human desires: the desire for health, the desire for contact with higher powers, and the desire to know the future. A practice that promises healing, sacred protection, and hidden knowledge will always exert enormous attraction. In the ancient imagination, this form of wisdom was often linked with priesthoods of the East. especially with traditions associated with Persia, Media, and older Mesopotamian cultures. Greek thinkers themselves were said to have travelled in search of such knowledge. But what matters here is that the British and Celtic world was regarded by some classical observers as one of the strongholds of this ancient magical religion, perhaps even as one of its most elaborate Western expressions. The megalithic monuments themselves preserve signs of this older mentality. Consider the strange care with which objects were placed inside certain tombs. In some chambers, no human remains are found at all, but instead there are ritual arrangements of symbolic objects, laid out with obvious intention. Rings of precious stone, polished axe heads, pendants of green jasper or white jade, and long series of carefully positioned items suggest that these places were not simple graves. They functioned as ceremonial spaces, perhaps cenotaphs, perhaps sites of rites connected with the dead, ancestral power, or a sacred mystery now lost. The axe in particular appears in many ancient contexts as a sign of authority or divine force. When such objects are arranged in geometric relation to the chamber itself, aligned with direction and symmetry, the conclusion becomes hard to avoid. These were settings for ritual action shaped by symbolic thought. Other clues are equally suggestive. In some great stone monuments, carved patterns appear that do not resemble animals, scenes, or ordinary ornament. Instead, they consist of repeated curves, spirals, waves, and concentric lines. Their meaning is uncertain, but some observers have noted a remarkable resemblance between certain of these patterns and the fine line structures found on the human fingertips and hands. If that resemblance is deliberate, then the carvings may point toward practices of divination or symbolic interpretations of the body. The hand has long been a symbol of force, blessing, identity, and destiny. In magical systems, it often acts as both emblem and instrument. Even if certainty is impossible, the connection between bodily markings and sacred design opens a fascinating possibility: that some of these carvings encoded not decoration alone, but ritual knowledge. Another recurring mystery is the small hole found bored through a stone in many ancient chambered monuments, from Western Europe to faraway lands in Asia. The feature appears too often to be accidental, yet its purpose remains debated. It may have served as an opening for offerings to the dead, as a route for the soul, as a ritual channel through which communication with the unseen was believed possible, or as a symbol of rebirth, entry, or sexual power. Holed stones outside tombs also appear widely in later folk practice, especially in rites connected with fertility, childbirth, and healing. Their persistence suggests that the symbolic force of the opening itself carried deep meaning. It represented passage, transmission, transformation, and access to powers not visible in ordinary life. Stone itself became sacred in this worldview. That may seem strange to modern thinking, because stones do not move, grow, or visibly act. Yet great isolated masses of stone carry their own kind of presence. They endure, they dominate, and they resemble in natural form the worked monoliths erected by human hands for ritual purpose. Rivers, wells, mountains, and trees all attracted reverence because they visibly suggested life, power, or mystery. Stones, however, seem to have been revered for another reason as well. They stood as fixed points where the unseen touched the earth. Their permanence made them ideal markers of sacred presence. Once such associations were formed, they could survive almost indefinitely. This endurance is one of the most remarkable features of the older sacred tradition. Even after formal religions changed, the cult of stones, wells, and trees repeatedly reappeared or continued beneath the surface. Ecclesiastical authorities across centuries condemned the veneration of springs, ancient stones, and sacred groves. Yet such denunciations themselves prove how widespread and durable the practices were. In many places, old sacred sites were not abandoned but absorbed. A Christian symbol might be placed beside an old stone. A local procession might take on new religious language while preserving an older root and purpose. Priests might reluctantly participate in rituals whose emotional force came from something much older than the religion they officially served. The forms changed, but the impulse remained. Holy wells provide an especially clear example. Water has always invited sacred treatment because it heals, nourishes, purifies, and emerges mysteriously from the ground. Long before churches blessed springs, communities treated certain waters as charged with curative or protective force. The later Christian dedication of wells did not erase that older belief. It often gave it a new name while leaving the essential practice intact. Pilgrimage to healing waters, offerings left at springs, and trust in local sacred landscapes all belong to an inheritance far deeper than any one historical creed. In that sense, the ancient magical religion did not vanish. It retreated, changed its clothing, and continued to live in custom. This background is essential for understanding the myths and legends later associated with the Celtic world. The stories are not merely entertainment, and they are not simply broken fragments of a lost priestly theology either. They are the literary descendants of a long fusion, the heroic values of warrior elites, the artistic and imaginative richness of settled Celtic communities, and beneath both, the older magical worldview of the megalithic past. That is why the stories are so often filled with enchanted mounds, dangerous wells, speaking heads, shape-shifting beings, gyasa, sacred trees and landscapes that seem alive with personality. These are not decorative inventions added at random. They are the surviving imaginative forms of a religion that once saw all nature as charged with hidden vitality. What makes the Celtic world so important is that it preserves one of the clearest entrances into this pre-classical inheritance. Through it, the modern observer can still glimpse a stratum of European consciousness older than Rome, older than classical philosophy in its mature form, and older than the written systems that later dominated the continent. The ancient Celtic world did not preserve its religion in doctrine, but it preserved its atmosphere, its symbols, and its imaginative residues. Through Ireland especially, fragments of that vanished sacred universe crossed from antiquity into recorded tradition. The gods lost their altars, but not their beauty. The rites faded, but not the places where they once breathed. The doctrines disappeared, yet the old world still speaks through stone, story, and the persistent human sense that the earth is never entirely silent. Another mysterious symbol appears again and again on stones linked to the megalithic world, and its meaning still remains uncertain. The design is simple, but striking. A shallow hollow is carved into the rock, then surrounded by one or more rings. From that centre, a line extends outward, sometimes joining another carved hollow, sometimes stopping just beyond the outermost circle. These markings are found in Ireland, Britain, Brittany, and even in parts of India. They are too widespread and too consistent to be random decoration. Wherever they appear, they seem to belong to the same old symbolic language, yet their message has never been fully decoded. One possible explanation is that these carvings are not ornaments at all, but diagrams. They may represent sacred burial sites, in symbolic form. The central hollow could stand for the actual resting place of the dead. The circles around it may echo the rings of stones, ditches, or embankments that often enclosed ancient tombs. The line leading outward may symbolize a passage into the grave, perhaps a subterranean entrance or ceremonial way. If that is true, then these images would be miniature maps of holy ground, signs marking a place as charged with ritual power. Even if certainty is impossible, the idea fits the evidence well. These carvings are so often found among sacred monuments that it is hard to believe they were meaningless. One of the most important examples of this sacred landscape is found in Ireland, at the Great Mound of New Grange on the River Boyne. This monument stands among a wider group of prehistoric structures that later Irish tradition remembered in two ways at once. They were seen as burial places of ancient kings, but also as dwelling places of the supernatural beings, later called the Sidhe, the hidden people of the mounds. That double memory is revealing. It suggests that these monuments were never understood simply as graves. They belong to a sacred world where the dead, the divine, and the land itself were deeply intertwined. Later stories about kings who refused burial there because of its older religious significance hint that the site remained associated with a powerful pagan past long after that past had faded. Although New Grange was opened and disturbed long ago, enough survives to show what sort of monument it once was. From the outside, it appears as a great grassy mound, broad and rounded, set within a ring of standing stones. Around it lies a ditch, an embankment, and within that outer zone rises the mass of the mound itself, built from countless stones. Hidden inside is the true heart of the monument. A long passage leads inward from an entrance marked by an elaborately carved stone. The passage runs deep into the mound until it opens into a tall central chamber with 3 recesses, each holding a great stone basin. No burial remains now survive there, but the entire structure makes clear that the site had a funerary purpose, even if it also served a larger sacred function. What gives New Grange its unique character is the carving. The stones are rough and unshaped, taken from the local landscape, but many of their inner faces bear engraved symbols. These carvings do not behave like ordinary ornament. They are not carefully arranged to fill the available space with balanced design. Instead, they seem placed wherever the need arose, as if their purpose was symbolic rather than decorative. Spirals dominate the repertoire. Some are single, some double, some triple. There are also lozenges, zigzags, and strange patterns that resemble flowing, natural forms. In one chamber appears a motif like a branch or leaf, drawn more naturally than the rest. Such images are difficult to dismiss as mere pattern. They suggest that these carvings formed part of a symbolic vocabulary, whose meaning was obvious to those who made them, but is no longer obvious to the modern eye. Among the most remarkable figures at New Grange is one that appears to represent a ship. The image is rough, but it seems to show a vessel carrying human figures, perhaps with a raised sail above them. Nearby there is also a small circle, which may be part of the same design. Similar carvings appear at other Irish sites, and close parallels have also been found in Brittany and Scandinavia. In those northern carvings, ships are often shown with a disc or circular emblem placed above them. In some cases, the circle is clearly marked as a solar sign. That repeated pairing matters. It suggests that these are not casual sketches of boats, but symbols carrying a much deeper religious meaning. This is where the evidence points beyond the ordinary world of burial ritual and toward a larger cosmology. The union of ship and solar symbol recalls a much older and wider sacred tradition. In ancient Egypt, one of the most powerful religious images was the solar bark, the vessel in which the sun god was believed to travel across the sky and through the underworld. In that tradition, the sun's boat was not merely a heavenly vehicle. It was also the means by which the blessed dead journeyed toward the next world. Sometimes the solar disk appeared above the vessel. Sometimes divine figures or the souls of the dead filled the craft. The symbolism was unmistakable. The boat represented passage, transition, and guidance from this world to another under the protection of a divine force associated with light. The resemblance between that image and the carvings found on megalithic monuments in Western and Northern Europe is difficult to ignore. In several Scandinavian examples, ships are shown beneath discs from which rays descend. In Irish monuments nearby to Newgrange, circles divided into quarters and other clear solar emblems appear alongside the same kind of symbolic ship. Once that parallel is noticed, the carvings begin to look less like isolated signs and more like fragments of a coherent doctrine. The ship may have represented the journey of the dead. The solar sign above it may have indicated the power guiding that journey. If so, then these ancient monuments preserve not just burial architecture, but visual evidence of a belief in an afterlife voyage under divine protection. That possibility becomes even more important when placed beside what classical writers later said about the Celts. Again and again, they describe Celtic belief in the survival of the soul as something unusually strong and unusually vivid. To Greek and Roman observers, this was one of the most striking features of the Celtic mind. The dead, in that worldview, were not shadowy remnants fading into a dim underworld. They remained in some meaningful sense themselves. They continued. Stories even circulated that Celts would lend money on the understanding that it could be repaid in the next world. This was not the language of vague survival. It reflected a confident belief that life continued in recognizable form beyond death. That concept is far closer to the outlook of Egypt than to the bleak afterlife imagined in much of the classical Mediterranean world. The idea of the dead travelling onward in a sacred vessel also receives support from another line of evidence. Some researchers have argued that the shape of certain dolmens was itself meant to evoke a ship. In places such as Minorca, tomb structures resembling overturned boats were even known by names associated with ships. Across Northern Europe, burials in actual vessels or ship-shaped enclosures are also known from later periods. If the tomb itself could symbolize a ship, and if ship carvings appear within monuments built for the dead, then the link between burial and voyage becomes even stronger. The grave was not simply a place of rest. It may have been imagined as the point of departure for a passage into another realm. Ship symbolism also appears in ancient Mesopotamia, where gods were associated with sacred vessels used in ceremony. That does not prove a direct line of transmission in every case, but it does show how old and widespread the connection between divine power and the image of the boat really was. Some symbols may have travelled with cultures, others may have been adapted and reimagined by different peoples. What matters is that the boat, once attached to ideas of passage, divinity, and the dead, became one of the most enduring sacred images in the ancient world. Another equally striking emblem is the carved footprint. This symbol appears in many different lands and traditions. In some places, it represents possession of the land. In others, it marks the visitation of a sacred being. In India, footprints became associated with holy figures. In Brittany and Scandinavia, they appear on ancient stones. In Ireland, they were later explained as the footprints of saints. Even in the New World, rituals survive in which divine presence is recognized through sacred footprints. The pattern is astonishing. It suggests that some of these signs belong to a very old symbolic language, one later religions reinterpreted, rather than erased. The footprint, like the ship, may have originally expressed a sacred act of arrival, ownership, or passage between worlds. The same may be true of the ankh-like symbols and other signs that appear on megalithic carvings and seem to echo forms better known from the ancient cultures of North Africa. Such similarities have encouraged the theory that the builders of Western Europe's megalithic monuments were linked, directly or indirectly, to peoples from the southern side of the Mediterranean. Language, symbolism, and burial custom have all been used to argue that the deep roots of this culture may lie closer to North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean than older scholars once imagined. A full historical reconstruction remains impossible, but the accumulation of parallels is too strong to dismiss easily. The religious imagination reflected in these monuments does not look isolated or accidental. It belongs to a larger world. When the focus turns back to the Celtic peoples, the implications become even more significant. The belief in immortality later attributed to the druids may not have originated with the Celtic warrior aristocracies at all. It may have been inherited from the older sacred culture already established in Western Europe before Celtic-speaking rulers came to dominate it. That would explain why strong traces of this otherworldly faith are found in lands associated with megalithic monuments, and why Druidism appears only where Celtic populations encountered those older sacred traditions. In regions where Celtic groups settled, but the megalithic background was absent, the Druidic system does not seem to have taken root in the same way. This points toward a broader conclusion. Druidism may have been less a purely Celtic invention than a fusion. The Celts brought language, aristocratic energy, military power, and a remarkable ability to absorb and transform the ideas of other peoples. The earlier inhabitants of Western Europe contributed something different. An ancient religious structure built around death, sacred landscapes, ritual symbolism, magical thinking, and a powerful priesthood. The result was a system in which the imaginative and emotional force of the Celts merged with a far older sacred world. That is why the Druids appear in ancient accounts not simply as priests, but as judges, teachers, keepers of memory, and masters of unseen power. Their authority rested on more than tribal custom. It rested on an inherited, sacred order already deeply rooted in the land. Traces of that order may even have survived the coming of Christianity in more direct ways than is usually admitted. In Ireland, the speed with which monastic institutions spread after conversion has often been remarked upon. Some scholars have suggested that the new religious communities may in part have absorbed the framework of older sacred schools and colleges, rather than creating everything from nothing. The training, hierarchy, learning, and social privileges associated with the Druids would have made such a transition easier than it might first appear. The theology changed, but the organizational habit remained. Sacred learning still gathered in protected communities. The spiritual elite still held enormous influence. The old reverence for ritual power did not vanish. It found new forms. That continuity is visible in early medieval Irish religious culture, which often remained full of miraculous acts, holy curses, prophetic signs, sacred places, and a worldview still deeply responsive to the supernatural force of nature. The forms had become Christian, but the atmosphere retained something older. The belief in the next world remained central. The power of priests over kings also remained strikingly strong. This balance of authority had existed before under the Druids, and it continued in new form under the Church. Political rulers might sit in splendor, but spiritual power could still stand above them. The most important point is that the religious development of the Celtic world cannot be understood by looking only at the historical Celts themselves. It reaches back into a prehistoric layer that shaped Western Europe long before classical writers began describing Gauls, Britons, or Irish. The megalithic builders were not a forgotten sideshow in the making of Europe. They may have supplied some of the deepest religious patterns later carried into Celtic civilization. Reverence for sacred landscapes, the power of symbols, the authority of a priestly class, and above all, the conviction that death was not an ending, but a passage into another form of life. The Druids were not remembered only as priests. To ancient observers, they also appeared as teachers, philosophers, and custodians of a serious intellectual tradition. Their schools were said to explore subjects that ranged far beyond ritual alone. Young nobles were instructed in the movements of the stars, the structure of the world, the size of the earth, the hidden order of nature, and the authority of divine powers. That brief description opens a fascinating window onto a lost world of learning. It suggests that the druids offered a complete vision of existence, one in which religion, philosophy, and early science were not separate fields but parts of one sacred system. Yet almost none of that teaching survives in direct form. The druids deliberately refused to write down their doctrines, even though they knew how to use letters for practical purposes. That decision was profoundly effective. It preserved secrecy, increased their authority, and ensured that their knowledge could not easily be challenged. But it also meant that when their order vanished, much of their teaching vanished with it. This silence is one of the greatest losses in the history of ancient Europe. A civilization may leave behind weapons, monuments, coins, and heroic tales, but once its most important ideas are guarded only by memory, everything depends on continuity. The Druids chose memory over text, initiation over publication, secrecy over public argument. The result was that their teaching remained powerful while their institutions endured, yet fragile once those institutions collapsed. No rival school could quote them accurately. No later writer could preserve their system in full. Their doctrine remained wrapped in prestige and mystery during life, then dissolved almost completely after death. That is why the fragments preserved by outsiders are so precious and also so frustrating. They show enough to reveal the scale of what has been lost, but not enough to reconstruct it. Set against this image of elevated teaching stands another aspect of ancient Celtic religion that deeply shocked Mediterranean observers: the practice of human sacrifice. Ancient writers describe scenes in which victims, often prisoners or condemned men, were enclosed in great wicker structures and burned alive as offerings to the gods. When such victims were not available, the implication is that others might be chosen. This was not unique to the Celtic world. Human sacrifice appears in many cultures at certain stages of development, especially where fear of divine power and priestly authority combine. Yet what is striking in the Celtic case is that such practices survived within societies that in other ways had reached a comparatively advanced level of thought, social organisation, and artistic expression. That contradiction is not without parallels. It can be seen elsewhere in history, where a sophisticated elite culture coexisted with brutal sacred customs maintained under the pressure of religious tradition. The persistence of such rites suggests not savagery in the simplest sense, but the immense strength of ritual systems, once they are placed under the guardianship of an unchecked sacred authority. A priestly class that controls access to the divine, interprets disaster, and claims power over fertility, victory, and the fate of the soul can preserve ancient forms long after other parts of society have changed. The same civilization that speculated about the stars might still sacrifice a human life in a moment of fear. The same people who produced intricate metalwork and cultivated poetic traditions might still believe that blood was needed to secure favour from invisible powers. This uneasy coexistence of refinement and horror belongs to many ancient cultures, and the Celtic world was no exception. Ireland, too, appears to have known such rites at some stage in its early past. Later, tradition preserves memory of a powerful idol associated with demands for children, fertility, and agricultural blessing. The language of the story carries grief and dread, suggesting that even those who repeated it in later ages regarded the custom with horror. Whether the details were preserved exactly or reshaped by Christian memory, the underlying point remains. The idea of offering human lives in exchange for prosperity was not unknown. In that sense, Ireland does not stand apart from the wider religious world of ancient Celtica. It reflects the same deep layer in which ritual fear communal need and priestly power could justify acts that later ages recoiled from. When this evidence is compared with what is known of Egypt, an interesting contrast appears. Egyptian religion was intensely focused on death, immortality, sacred order, and priestly ceremony. Yet large-scale human sacrifice seems to have played little role in its mature historical form. Even if isolated cases existed in remote antiquity, the monumental record presents no comparable picture of a civilization regularly sustaining itself through such rites. That difference matters because so many other elements of Celtic religious imagination appear to move closer to Egyptian or North African patterns than to those of classical Europe. The doctrine of the afterlife, the symbolism of the journey beyond death, the prominence of the priesthood, and the sacred treatment of the dead all point in that direction. Yet, on the question of sacrifice, the two traditions diverge sharply. That reminds us that cultural influence is never total. Ideas travel selectively, and what survives in one place may mutate drastically in another. The names and personalities of Celtic gods remain one of the most difficult parts of the whole subject. The older megalithic populations of Western Europe do not seem to have imagined divine beings in fully human form. Sacred power was present in rivers, springs, trees, stones, hills, and other features of the landscape. Divinity was felt rather than personified. The Celtic imagination, however, was much more inclined toward personal and active divine figures. Ancient observers describe gods whom they compared to those of the Roman world, though such comparisons are only rough approximations. The names that survive hint at a living pantheon, but one now badly broken by time, translation, and cultural blending. Inscriptions, place names, and scattered literary traces preserve fragments, but not a complete picture. Some divine names stand out more clearly than others. One is associated with being itself, another with tribal strength or martial protection, another with thunder and lightning. These figures may preserve a genuinely Indo-European layer in Celtic religion, one in which the gods were conceived as powerful beings, with distinct attributes, rather than as impersonal presences within nature. Alongside them existed a multitude of local and regional divinities, now little more than names. Under Roman rule, many were recast in Roman visual style and identified with Roman deities, which makes them harder to interpret. Yet even through these distortions, stranger forms still emerge. Triple-faced gods, antlered figures, serpents with ram heads, and other symbols that clearly belong to an older and more mysterious sacred world. Such images reveal that the religious landscape of Celtic Europe was never simple. It was layered, unstable, and filled with overlapping meanings. Ancient descriptions of the gods also suggest a hierarchy. One deity in particular was regarded as supreme, associated with knowledge, skill, roads, travel, trade, and perhaps guidance. When Mediterranean writers compared him to Mercury, they were translating more than identifying. The Celtic figure behind that label may have been not only a patron of arts and movement, but also a guide of souls, a mediator between worlds, a leader along visible and invisible paths. Another was linked with healing, another with craft, another with the sky, another with war. The names given by Roman observers do not reveal the native mythology in full, but they do show that Celtic religion, at least in its later historical form, had developed a recognizable order of divine functions. Most striking of all is the reference to a god of the underworld from whom the Gauls claimed descent. This is an extraordinary detail. It means that the people did not imagine themselves merely protected by a god of the dead, but in some sense sprung from him. They traced their origin to the realm beneath the earth, and that belief was reflected even in their reckoning of time, which was said to begin with night rather than day. Such a pattern suggests a world view in which darkness was not simply evil, and death was not merely negation. Night was a beginning, not only an ending. The underworld was not just a prison of shades, but a source. This alone sets Celtic ideas apart sharply from the more desolate afterlife imagery, familiar in much of Greek and Roman tradition. That difference becomes even clearer when the figure of the god of light is considered. In Ireland and Gaul alike, the traces of a bright divine figure appear in names associated with light, brilliance, and skill. In Irish tradition, this figure enters the scene with unmistakable splendour. His coming is compared to sunrise. He is linked with mastery, beauty, and force. Yet he is not sealed off from the darker side of existence. Through ancestry and myth, he is also connected to the powers of shadow and destruction. That complexity matters. In the Celtic world, the opposition between light and darkness was real, but it was not always absolute. Death and radiance, danger and blessing, underground power and solar force could intersect in ways that would feel unfamiliar in a more rigid dualism. This is why it is misleading to interpret Celtic religion simply through analogies with Greek or Roman ideas of the dead. The otherworld in Celtic thought was not imagined as a dreary kingdom of powerless shades. It was often a place of youth, beauty, abundance, and release. It belonged as much to light as to darkness. The sun could guide the dead there. Divine figures associated with brilliance and vitality were not excluded from it. Suffering and hostile powers certainly existed in myth, but death itself was not reduced to terror or diminution. The dead did not become thin echoes of their former selves, they passed into another mode of life. That conception aligns more closely with North African and Eastern Mediterranean patterns than with the bleak underworld imagery of Homeric tradition. From all of this, several distinct elements can be identified within ancient Celtic religious culture. First, there existed a dense layer of popular belief and magical practice, deeply local, often tied to sacred places and capable of including harsh rites, such as sacrifice. This layer belonged to the oldest stratum and was rooted in the sacred landscape itself. Second, there appears to have been a more reflective sacred doctrine centered on cosmic order, the soul, and perhaps the sun as a symbol of enduring divine power. Third, there was a worship of named divine personalities who governed war, healing, craft, storms, kingship, roads, and other powers of the world. Fourth, the druids seem to have maintained a body of speculative teaching about the universe, nature, and the gods that impressed even outside observers, though its contents are mostly lost. Finally, all of these were held together by a formidable priestly organization that controlled sacred authority, education, law, memory, and social prestige. These were not separate religions living side by side. They were interwoven aspects of one broad and complex sacred order. The same society could honour a local spring with popular rites, appeal to a named god for help in war, believe in the immortal destiny of the soul, and submit to a druidic elite that guarded advanced cosmological teaching. It is useful to separate these strands in analysis, but in lived reality, they would have reinforced one another. The druidic order gave coherence to the whole. It interpreted, supervised, and elevated the sacred world of the Celts, while also keeping control of knowledge and doctrine within privileged circles. As for origins, the most reasonable picture is one of fusion, rather than single invention. The ritual depth, the cult of sacred places, the priestly authority, and the great concern with death and the beyond probably belonged in large measure to the older, megalithic culture of Western Europe. The Celts brought something different: personified gods, intellectual restlessness, delight in learning, love of speculation, and the imaginative energy that turned inherited sacred matter into poetry, story, and vivid myth. the more local superstitions need not belong exclusively to either side. Such beliefs are part of the shared human tendency to fill the landscape with signs, powers, and prohibitions. But the broad structure of Druidism may well have been shaped before the full arrival of Celtic-speaking elites, and then transformed by them. That mixed origin also helps explain the character of modern Celtic populations. It is often said that the ancient Celts themselves, understood as a distinct physical type, have largely vanished. Centuries of war, migration, conquest, and intermarriage have altered the populations of the so-called Celtic lands beyond simple racial description. There is truth in that. The people who fought Rome in Gaul or resisted conquest in medieval Ireland were not unchanged descendants of one pure ancestral stock. Older populations remained beneath them, mixed with them, and outlasted them. Yet culture does not vanish simply because bloodlines blur. The descendants of those older Western peoples absorbed Celtic language, ideals, memory, and styles so deeply that the resulting civilization cannot be dismissed as merely post-Celtic or accidental. Race and culture are living forces, not fixed formulas. No people can be understood as if it were a chemical compound, whose elements can be permanently separated and measured once and for all. A population changes under pressure, through crossing, through faith, through institutions, through historical experience. New energies can emerge unexpectedly. A shift in religion or a creative union with another people can unlock possibilities that were previously hidden. That is why the question of who is or is not truly Celtic can never be answered by skull shape or hair colour alone. The more important reality lies in tradition, language, imagination, inherited habits of feeling, and the forms of life that a people continues to recognise as its own. For that reason, the regions of Europe often called the Celtic fringe should not be treated as empty survivals or museum pieces. Their historic development can only be understood properly if their own traditions are taken seriously on their own terms. Language matters. Literature matters. Myth matters. The old symbolic and poetic inheritance matters. These are not decorative remains at the edge of Europe, but living vessels of a distinctive historical temperament. Attempts to force such cultures into alien moulds usually fail because they ignore what still moves them most deeply. A people responds most fully to the traditions that still speak to its memory, even if those traditions are mixed, transformed, and modernized. But fidelity to that inheritance must never harden into narrow antiquarianism. The Celtic spirit, at its greatest, was never static. In the early medieval centuries, Irish scholars, monks, poets, and missionaries became some of the boldest intellectual travellers in Europe. They crossed seas, founded schools, carried learning into regions where little remained, and helped keep thought alive in a dark age. Their greatness did not come from freezing the past in place. It came from carrying a distinct tradition outward with daring, adaptability, and confidence. The true inheritance of that world is not a set of dead forms to be preserved untouched. It is a habit of imagination and courage, a readiness to learn, to create, and to move beyond familiar boundaries, without forgetting one's roots. That is why the old myths matter so much. More than laws or chronicles, they preserve the inward quality of the Celtic mind. In them, the older world is not described academically. It lives. Through story, supernatural encounter, place name memory, heroic action, and encounters with the otherworld, the deepest habits of thought and feeling survived long after the original religious system had faded. What remains is not a theology in formal terms, but something in many ways more revealing. A living, imaginative record. It is there, in tale and legend, that the true brilliance of the Celtic inheritance still appears most clearly. The oldest body of that literature begins not with the making of the cosmos, but with the settling of Ireland. That absence is itself remarkable. Every great imaginative civilization tends to produce a vision of origins, some account of how the world began, how order emerged from chaos, or how gods shaped the first age. The Celts almost certainly had such teachings, yet if the druids preserved them only within their own circles and forbade them to be written, then those teachings may have died with the order itself. What survives in Ireland is different. The narrators begin not with the universe, but with the island. Their concern is not the birth of all things, but the succession of peoples, powers, and destinies that shaped the land they knew. The world was taken for granted. Ireland was the true stage of memory. From that point onward, Irish legendary tradition unfolds as a series of cycles. The earliest of them tells of invasions and settlements, of mysterious peoples arriving, ruling, fighting, and vanishing. Later, cycles deal with heroic ages, warrior courts, hunting bands, and a wide scattering of tales that resist strict chronology. But in the oldest of all, the central concern is the arrival of successive races and the shaping of sacred history through conquest and replacement. Among these figures stand shadowy settlers, supernatural powers, divine peoples, and finally, the ancestors of the historical Irish themselves. The sequence begins in wonder and mist, and only gradually approaches anything like history. The first settlers are figures of immense antiquity, almost dreamlike in character. They arrive from the Western mystery beyond the ocean, from a direction associated in Irish imagination with the land of the dead and the everlasting. Their coming belongs to a world not yet fully formed. Ireland itself is different then. The landscape is incomplete. Lakes are fewer, rivers are fewer, plains scarcely exist. Geography is still in the process of becoming. Such details are not meant as sober description. They are signs that the story is reaching back into mythic time, when the country was still taking shape under the feet of those first arrivals. These earliest settlers soon encounter the powers that haunt the island before orderly human rule can be established. Those powers appear as monstrous adversaries, misshapen and violent beings later known as the Fomorians. They are not simply foreign invaders in the ordinary sense. They belong to the dark side of the world itself. Their deformity, cruelty, and persistence mark them as embodiments of chaos, destruction, and hostile force. The struggle against them is one of the oldest themes in Irish myth. The establishment of inhabitable order against powers that never wholly disappear. The first settlers may defeat them for a time, but they never erase them. The race of these first colonizers does not endure. They are struck by plague and perish almost altogether, leaving the island empty once more. Yet one survivor remains, and through him the memory of all that followed is carried forward. This is the strange and beautiful legend of Tuatha Mac Cairil, one of the most imaginative tales in early Irish tradition. He is presented as a witness to all the ages of Ireland, not because he lives through them in ordinary human form, but because he passes from shape to shape across immense stretches of time. Old, isolated, and broken by age after the destruction of his people, he falls asleep and wakes in a new body, renewed as a stag. Later, worn out again, he becomes a boar, then an eagle, then a salmon. At last, after being eaten, he is reborn once more as a man and retains the memory of all he has seen. Through him, the successive invasions of Ireland are narrated as a continuous sacred memory. The story is fantastical, but its meaning is clear. It expresses the haunting idea of persistence through transformation, the survival of consciousness across ages, and the uncanny continuity of the land itself even as peoples rise and disappear. It also reflects that Celtic fascination with metamorphosis and rebirth, which never quite becomes a formal doctrine of reincarnation, but hovers persistently around the imagination. In Tuatha, memory itself becomes immortal. He is the living witness of Ireland's deepest past, moving through animal forms tied to land, forest, sky, and water, as if the whole natural world were participating in the preservation of history. After the first race comes another, kin to the first, but likewise doomed. They too battle the Fomorians, and for a while they prevail. But once again pestilence and oppression fall upon them. The monstrous powers of the island recover strength, establishing tyranny and demanding tribute so terrible that the legend can only express it in terms of unbearable loss. At last, the people rise in revolt, strike at the stronghold of their oppressors, and are nearly annihilated. Only a handful survive. In some versions, they leave the island entirely. In others, their descendants return under new names. The pattern is already established: settlement, conflict, partial order, catastrophe, and disappearance. Then comes a new people, remembered as the Fir Bolg. In later attempts to rationalise the myth, they are given distant origins and laborious histories. But in the older imagination they carry a different atmosphere. They are less radiant, less terrible, less exalted than the divine or monstrous races around them. They occupy the land, rule it for a time, and form part of the chain of possession. But they do not dominate the mythic imagination in the same way. A tone of earthiness and subordination clings to them. They seem like a people of burden, persistence, and political limitation, important in the story but not at its spiritual centre. Then, at last, arrive the Tuatha Dé Danann, the most magnificent of all the early invaders, and the clearest surviving image of the old Irish gods, even when later tradition reduced them to fairy beings or hidden powers beneath the hills. Something of their original majesty remained. They are not presented merely as mortal conquerors. They come out of mystery, carrying treasures of knowledge and power. They are associated with brilliance, skill, poetry, wisdom, and supernatural mastery. In them, the Irish tradition most clearly preserves the memory of divine beings recast into heroic narrative. They are at once rulers, magicians, artisans, and embodiments of the light-filled side of existence. Their treasures reveal much about their character. One is a stone that confirms true kingship. Another is a sword that never fails. Another is a spear of irresistible force. Another is a cauldron that can feed all without ever being emptied. These are not random magical items. Together they symbolize sovereignty, victory, martial mastery, and inexhaustible abundance. They are the equipment of a divine aristocracy, a people whose rule is grounded, not only in power, but in legitimacy, skill, and supernatural provision. Their coming into Ireland marks the arrival of a higher order than what came before. When they first meet the people already occupying the island, the encounter is framed almost like a contrast between two ages of culture. The older inhabitants send out a warrior to inspect the strangers, and the divine newcomers do the same. Each examines the other's weapons. The difference is telling. The older race bears heavy, blunt spears. The new arrivals carry light, sharp, finely made ones. The symbolism is obvious. Force meets skill. Weight meets precision. Old strength meets a new and more refined power. It is not only a military contrast, but an intellectual one as well. The people of brilliance and craft are arriving to challenge a rougher order. Bress returned to his people with a proposal that seemed, at first glance, both practical and peaceful. He suggested that the two rival races divide Ireland between them and stand together against any future invader. It was a vision of balance rather than domination, of shared rule instead of endless conflict. The terms were discussed, weapons were exchanged as tokens of good faith, and each side withdrew to consider the offer. Yet beneath the surface, suspicion lingered. The Firbolg leaders were not convinced that their opponents were superior, nor were they willing to yield half the island without a test of strength. The decision was made. The question would not be settled by agreement, but by war. The armies met on the plain of Moytura, a landscape that would echo through legend as the site of one of Ireland's great mythic battles. The Firbolgs marched under their king, Eochaid mac Urc, while the opposing force was led by Nuada, a ruler of striking presence whose fate would become inseparable from the story itself. The clash that followed was not merely a struggle for land, it was a confrontation between two different orders of existence. Steel met skill, weight met precision, and the old inhabitants of the island faced a people whose power extended beyond ordinary warfare. During the battle, Nuada suffered a devastating wound. His arm was severed in the fighting, and in the world of early Irish kingship, such a loss carried more than physical consequence. A king had to be whole. A ruler marked by visible imperfection could not retain the throne. Yet the people he led were not bound by ordinary limits. Among them were craftsmen and healers whose abilities seemed to blur the line between art and magic. A new arm was fashioned for Nuada, made of shining silver, perfectly shaped and fully functional. Through this act, skill replaced loss, and creation answered destruction. Even so, the wound could not be ignored in matters of kingship. The battle itself ended in victory for the newcomers. The Firbolg king fell, and the power of his people was broken. Yet the outcome did not lead to total destruction. Instead, a settlement was reached. The defeated were allowed to retain a portion of the land, confined to one province, while the victors claimed the rest. This resolution suggests that beneath the myth, there may lie a distant memory of real conflict and accommodation between different groups. The story preserves both conquest and survival, a pattern common in ancient traditions where history and legend intertwine. Nuada, despite his victory, could not assume full authority because of his injury. The rule passed instead to another figure, Braze, whose origins were uncertain and whose character soon revealed itself to be deeply flawed. He possessed beauty and strength, but not the qualities required of a just ruler. Under his authority, the land suffered. External enemies were allowed to return and impose their will, while within the kingdom burdens grew heavier. Tribute was demanded, resources were drained, and the essential bond between king and people began to break. In Irish tradition, the measure of a ruler was not only power, but generosity. Hospitality was a sacred duty. A king was expected to provide freely to welcome poets, warriors, and guests with abundance. Bress failed in this most visible and symbolic responsibility. His court became a place of scarcity rather than honour. The turning point came when a poet arrived seeking welcome and was treated with cold neglect. His lodging was poor, his meal meagre, his dignity ignored. In response, he composed a short, cutting verse that exposed the king's failure before the entire community. In that culture, satire was no trivial matter. Words carried weight beyond their surface meaning. A poet's condemnation could spread like fire, shaping opinion, undermining authority, and even carrying a sense of supernatural consequence. The verse was repeated, remembered, and sharpened with every telling. Bress found himself stripped not by weapons, but by reputation. His authority collapsed under the force of public scorn, and he was forced to step down. The throne returned to Nuada, whose condition had been restored through extraordinary healing. Humiliated and driven by resentment, Bress sought out his mother and demanded to know the truth of his lineage. What he learned changed the direction of the story entirely. His father was not of his own people, but a king among their ancient enemies. Armed with this knowledge and a token that proved his identity, he set out across the sea to seek aid. There, he was received and supported, gathering strength to return and reclaim power by force. At the heart of the enemy host stood a figure of immense dread, Baler of the Evil Eye. His presence alone altered the balance of the battlefield. His power was concentrated in a single terrible eye whose gaze could destroy whatever it fell upon. Age had weakened him, and his eyelid had grown heavy, but the threat remained absolute. When the moment came, attendants would raise the lid, unleashing the destructive force beneath. Against such a weapon, ordinary resistance seemed useless. The land fell once more under oppression, and hope began to fade. Then, at the darkest moment, a new figure entered the story. Lugh appeared not as a wandering hero, but as a force destined to transform the conflict. His origins were complex, linking him to both sides of the struggle. Yet, his nature set him apart from all others. He embodied mastery, skill in every craft, knowledge in every discipline, strength in every form of action. When he approached the royal court, he was challenged at the gate and asked to declare his abilities. One by one, he named his talents, and each time he was told that such a skill was already present within the court. Finally, he posed a question that changed everything. Was there anyone within who possessed all these abilities at once? There was not. With that, he was admitted. Lugh was more than a warrior. He represented the idea of total capability, the union of intellect, craft, art, and power in a single being. His arrival marked a shift in the nature of the struggle. This was no longer a contest of strength alone. It had become a contest of knowledge, adaptability, and vision. The people who had once seemed invincible now found themselves facing an opponent who understood every aspect of existence. Before the final battle could be fought, Lu sought to secure certain objects of power, each tied to distant and dangerous realms. The quest to obtain them formed a story of its own, filled with challenge, betrayal, and endurance. Those tasked with retrieving these items faced impossible trials, travelling through unknown lands, confronting supernatural guardians, and risking their lives at every step. Their journey was marked by courage and suffering, and though they succeeded, their reward was not survival. The cost of their actions, tied to earlier crimes, could not be escaped. Even in victory, justice demanded a price. As preparations were completed, both sides gathered for the decisive confrontation. The plain where they met was filled with tension and expectation. The battle that followed was unlike any ordinary conflict. Weapons shattered and were remade almost instantly by skilled hands. Wounded warriors were restored to strength through extraordinary means. The clash of armies was accompanied by sounds that seemed to echo beyond the physical world, as if the struggle itself carried cosmic significance. At the height of the battle, Baler was brought forward. His presence alone began to turn the tide. Warriors fell before the destructive force of his gaze. The outcome seemed inevitable until Lu found his moment. Moving with precision and timing, he struck before the eye, could fully unleash its power. A single blow ended the threat that had dominated the battlefield. The fall of Baler marked the collapse of the opposing force. Without their champion, the enemy could not stand. The victory was complete. With the enemy defeated, Lu assumed leadership, and the story reached its symbolic conclusion. Light had overcome darkness, skill had triumphed over brute force, and knowledge had proven stronger than fear. Yet the narrative did not end in simplicity. It carried forward into stories of music, memory, and the lingering presence of the supernatural world within everyday life. One tale tells of a magical harp, taken by fleeing enemies and later reclaimed. When its true master called to it, the instrument returned, striking down those who stood in its path. In his hands it produced music of extraordinary power. It could bring sorrow, joy, or deep sleep, depending on the tune. Such stories reveal how art itself was seen as a force, not merely an expression. Music could shape emotion, alter reality, and influence the course of events. It was not separate from magic, but part of the same world of hidden influence. The figures associated with this era reflect a wide range of powers and personalities. Some embody strength and abundance, others love and beauty, others the sea and its mysteries. There are figures of brilliance and generosity, as well as those of chaos and destruction. One goddess appears as a force of conflict itself, shifting forms and influencing battles from within. Another is linked to fertility and the cycles of the land, her presence felt in seasonal rites that continued long after the original beliefs had faded. Across these stories runs a constant theme. The world is alive with unseen forces, and human experience is only part of a much larger reality. Objects may possess life, landscapes may hold memory, and the boundary between the natural and the supernatural is never entirely fixed. The past is not gone. It remains present, woven into the land, the stories, and the imagination of those who inherit them. After the Great Victory, the rulers of this divine race held Ireland for a time, until another people approached from beyond the horizon. These newcomers were different. They were not presented as gods or supernatural beings, but as fully human, though still connected to ancient and mysterious origins. Their story begins with a distant land and a moment of vision, when one of their leaders glimpsed Ireland across the sea and resolved to reach it. The journey that followed carried them into a land already occupied, and the meeting between the two peoples set the stage for another transformation. The divine rulers who had shaped the island would not vanish entirely, but their role would change. They would pass from open authority into hidden existence, becoming part of the unseen world beneath the surface of reality. In this way, the myth closes one great chapter and prepares the next. The age of gods gives way to the age of heroes and human kings. Yet the memory of what came before never disappears. It lingers in story, in place, and in the imagination, shaping the identity of the land long after the battles themselves have faded into legend. When Imogen, the poet and seer of the Milesians, stepped onto the shores of Ireland, he did not greet the land with ordinary words. Instead, he raised his voice in a chant that seemed to dissolve the boundaries between man and nature, between thought and existence itself. His voice carried across the wind and sea as he declared himself to be the force behind all things, the breath moving over the ocean, the surge of the waves, the whisper within the tide. He spoke as though he were not merely a man, but the spirit within every living and moving element. In his words, identity expanded beyond the human form. He became the strength of beasts, the sharpness of weapons, the brilliance of sunlight, and the quiet depth of lakes. He described himself as the knowledge within the craftsman, the wisdom behind speech, and the spark that ignites thought in the human mind. His chant was not a claim of personal power, but a statement of unity. The poet was not separate from the world, he was intertwined with it, a voice through which the hidden order of nature could speak. The meaning of this declaration lies in the ancient belief that knowledge and the world it describes cannot be divided. To understand something fully is to become part of it. In this sense, the poet was more than a storyteller. He was a bridge between the visible and the invisible, between human perception and the deeper reality that shaped existence. Through him, the rhythms of the natural world found expression in language, and thought itself became a form of creation. Imogen's connection to the land did not end with this chant. In other moments, he called directly upon Ireland itself, invoking its mountains, rivers, forests, and seas as if they were living forces capable of responding. The land was not silent or passive. It was active, fertile, and filled with presence. Each feature carried its own spirit, its own strength, and by naming them, Morrigan aligned himself with the power of the island. His words were not simply descriptive. They were acts of calling, of awakening, of drawing strength from the very ground beneath his feet. After the Milesians secured their landing, they advanced toward the heart of the island, where the rulers of the previous age awaited them. These rulers, belonging to a different order of existence, did not immediately choose battle. Instead, they asked for time to decide their course. The request was granted, and the responsibility for judgment fell upon Morrigan. In doing so, both sides accepted the authority of the poet, recognizing that wisdom must guide power. His decision was measured and deliberate. The newcomers would not seize victory through surprise or deception. They were required to withdraw from the land to give their opponents space, and then return openly. Only if they prevailed in a fair confrontation would their claim be justified. This judgment set the tone for what followed. It established a principle that strength alone was not enough. Legitimacy required balance, restraint, and respect for order. The Milesians obeyed. They returned to their ships and moved out across the sea, creating distance between themselves and the shore they had just reached. Yet as soon as they did so, the balance shifted. A storm rose suddenly, thick with mist and violent winds. The coastline vanished from sight, and the fleet was scattered across the waters. It was not an ordinary storm. Its nature was unnatural, shaped by unseen forces that sought to drive them away. To understand what they faced, a man climbed the mast of one of the ships to test the wind above. As the vessel swayed beneath him, he discovered that the storm did not reach the heights. Before he fell, he cried out that the air above was still. His words confirmed what many had begun to suspect. This was no natural force. It was a creation, an illusion meant to break their resolve. At that moment, Morrigan acted again. Standing against the chaos of wind and sea, he called upon the land itself. His voice rose in a second invocation, one that reached beyond the storm and touched the deeper essence of Ireland. As he spoke, the force of the tempest weakened. The winds fell, the mist lifted, and the path to the shore became clear once more. It was not strength that overcame the storm, but understanding. The power of the land responded to the one who knew how to speak its language. Yet even in this moment of clarity, danger remained. Among the Milesian leaders, one allowed anger and pride to take control. He spoke openly of destruction, of wiping out all who lived on the island. His words broke the fragile harmony that had been restored. Almost immediately, the storm returned with renewed force. Ships were lost, and lives were claimed by the sea. It was a harsh reminder that imbalance, even within victory, carried consequences. Only a portion of the fleet survived to reach land. Those who did arrived at the mouth of a great river, exhausted but determined. From there, the conflict could no longer be delayed. The final battle took place on open ground, where both sides met in full strength. It was a decisive struggle, marking the end of one age and the beginning of another. The rulers of the older order fell along with many of their people, and the newcomers claimed dominion over the island. But the story does not end with disappearance. The defeated did not vanish entirely. Instead, they withdrew from the visible world, drawing a veil around themselves that concealed their presence from human sight. The land became divided in a new way. One realm remained visible, governed by human rulers. The other existed beneath and within it, unseen yet ever present. Where ordinary eyes saw only hills and ancient mounds, another world endured. Within those places, hidden palaces stood, filled with light, music, and unending vitality. Those who had once ruled openly now lived in secrecy, untouched by time, sustained by sources that never diminished. Their existence continued alongside that of humankind, occasionally intersecting with it in moments of mystery or wonder. Over time, the perception of these beings changed. What had once been regarded as powerful and radiant figures gradually became something smaller in the imagination. They were no longer seen as rulers or divine presences, but as hidden folk glimpsed only in passing. Yet their essence remained the same. They were tied to the land, to its cycles, and to the unseen forces that shaped it. The deeper meaning of these events reflects a transformation in thought. The earlier figures represented the highest ideals of knowledge, skill, and creative power. Their victories symbolized the triumph of intellect and light over ignorance and oppression. But the arrival of the Milesians introduced a new perspective. They were human, yet guided by wisdom. Their story suggests a shift from a world ruled by symbolic forces to one shaped by human experience. This transition may reflect a later reinterpretation of older traditions. As new beliefs emerged, the figures of the past could not remain unchanged. They were not erased, but redefined. Their roles were altered to fit a different understanding of the world, one in which human history took precedence over mythic authority. Yet even in this transformation, there is a sense of respect. The older powers are not destroyed. They are given another place to exist. Stories that follow continue to explore this boundary between worlds. One of the most poignant tells of 4 children transformed into swans, condemned to wander across waters for centuries. Their journey carries them from calm lakes to harsh seas, through isolation and suffering. They retain their voices, their memory, and their connection to one another, enduring hardship with quiet resilience. As time passes, their world changes around them. The arrival of new beliefs reaches even the remote places where they dwell. They hear unfamiliar sounds, encounter new forms of life, and slowly become part of a different reality. When their long exile ends, they do not return to what they once were. Instead, they take on a human form marked by age and weariness, their long existence finally coming to a close. Their story blends sorrow with peace, reflecting both loss and transformation. Another tale speaks of a young woman raised among the hidden people, who gradually becomes separate from them. Her nature shifts, guided by a force they do not understand. She turns away from their ways, finding sustenance not in their endless feasts, but in something purer and more distant. When she loses the means to return to their world, she is left alone between 2 realities. Her journey leads her into a new life, one shaped by different beliefs and practices. Yet even as she moves forward, the past calls out to her. Voices from the unseen world reach her ears, filled with longing and sorrow. The connection is not broken, only transformed. In the end, she too passes from one state of being into another, her story reflecting the quiet merging of old and new. These narratives reveal a unique perspective on change. The past is not rejected or condemned. It is absorbed, reshaped, and carried forward in new forms. The world of myth and the world of human history do not stand apart. They overlap, influence one another, and together create a layered understanding of existence. As the Milesian rulers establish their authority, the stories shift toward human kings and their struggles. Conflicts arise not from cosmic forces, but from ambition, rivalry, and desire. Yet even here, the presence of the older world can still be felt. It lingers in strange encounters, in moments of unexplained beauty or danger, and in the sense that reality extends beyond what can be seen. From Etaine's line, there later emerged Connery Mór, a ruler remembered in Irish tradition as the highest image of royal glory, strength, generosity, and order. His reign was imagined as one of fullness and brilliance, the kind of kingship under which the land itself seemed to thrive. Yet his fall was said to have come through the revenge of the divine powers, who had never forgiven the destruction of their sacred places in an earlier age. The story of his death stands among the oldest and most severe in Irish legend. It is fierce, strange, and at times almost savage in spirit, but it also carries a scale of imagination that makes it one of the most powerful tales in the whole tradition. The earlier story of Etain and Medea serves as the distant beginning of that tragedy, laying out the hidden chain of events that would one day lead to Connery's doom. One of the most striking ideas revealed in Connery's story is the mysterious force known as the geese. This custom becomes one of the most important elements in Irish heroic storytelling, because the keeping or breaking of such obligations often decides the fate of kings and warriors. A geese was not simply a rule. It was a sacred personal restriction, a supernatural command, a taboo laid upon an individual life. To break it was to invite ruin. Every notable figure was believed to live under certain such conditions, some tied to honour and conduct, others to symbolic acts that seem odd or even irrational to modernise. Yet in the world of these legends they carried enormous weight. Sometimes such obligations reflected an ideal of noble behaviour. A warrior might be forbidden to refuse protection to a woman who sought his help, and in this way, personal duty became part of his heroic identity. In other cases, the prohibition was more mysterious. A man might be forbidden to hunt a certain creature, travel by a certain road, sleep in a certain kind of house, or allow a particular sequence of events to happen in his presence. Connery himself was forbidden to pursue birds, and he was also warned against allowing 3 Red Riders to go before him on the road. Another famous warrior could never refuse an invitation to a feast, and from that single obligation an entire tragedy could unfold. No clear explanation is given as to how these sacred restrictions were first assigned or by whom they were revealed, but the legends treat them as ancient truths, bound up with druidic knowledge and with the dangerous boundary between the human world and the unseen one. They seem to belong to a way of thinking in which the order of a life had to remain in harmony with powers beyond mortal sight. The story then returns to Connery himself and begins with the fate of his grandmother's line. Etain's daughter, the younger Etain, became the wife of Cormac, King of Ulster. Yet their marriage brought the king little joy, for she bore him no son, only a single daughter. Bitter over the lack of a male heir, he cast Etain aside and ordered that the infant child be taken away and abandoned. The servants sent to carry out the command brought the baby to the edge of a pit and prepared to throw her in. But as they were about to leave her there, the child smiled at them. That one moment broke their resolve. They could not abandon her. Instead, they secretly carried her away and placed her with a cowherd belonging to Etascal, king of Tara. There she was raised in hiding, cared for with tenderness, and taught the skills expected of a noble girl until she grew into a young woman of remarkable grace and accomplishment. Because of the way she had been saved and fostered, she came to be known by a name meaning the cowherd's foster child. To keep her secret safe, the people who raised her hid her in a wicker house with only an opening in the roof. But such concealment could not last forever. One day, a man from the household of King Etascal climbed up and looked inside. What he saw astonished him. There, before him, was a maiden of extraordinary beauty, more radiant than any girl in Ireland. He hurried back and told the king, who immediately ordered that she be brought out and presented to him. Etascal had no child of his own, and a prophecy had already told him that a woman of unknown descent would one day bear him a son. When he saw the hidden maiden, he believed at once that she was the woman foretold to him. But before she was taken to the king, another visitor came to her, one not of the ordinary world. Through the opening in the roof descended a great bird. When it reached the floor, its plumage fell away, and in place of the bird stood a beautiful supernatural youth. The maiden gave herself to him in love, and before he departed, he told her what would happen. She would indeed be taken to the king, he said, but the son she would bear would not truly belong to that mortal union. The child would be his, born from the people of the Otherworld, and his name would be Connery. He added one warning that would echo across the boy's whole life. The child must never hunt birds. So Connery was born, and as he grew, he showed the qualities expected of a great ruler. He became wise, noble in bearing, and generous in spirit. During his youth, he was fostered in the household of a lord named Disa, where he was raised alongside 3 other boys descended from that family. Their names were Furley, Fergar, and Ferrigan. They shared his upbringing, his training, and his daily life, and Connery loved them deeply. He instructed them in what he knew, treated them as brothers of the heart, and never forgot the bond of fosterage that joined them. In time, King Etaskel died, and the choosing of a new ruler had to take place. In that world, kingship did not pass automatically to the eldest son. The ideal was that the strongest and most capable man of the ruling line should be selected. The tale preserves a vivid account of how this choice was made through ritual and divination. A great bull was slaughtered, and the seer consumed its flesh and broth until he fell into a heavy sleep under the force of sacred chants. The figure seen in his dream would be recognized as the next king. In his sleep, the seer cried out that he saw a naked man moving toward Tara with a sling and a stone. At that same time, Connery was far from Tara, playing games on the plain with his 3 foster brothers. They separated, and Connery turned toward the coast. There, he saw before him a marvelous flock of birds, large, beautiful, and shining with strange colours. Captivated by them, he drove after them in his chariot. Yet no matter how he pursued, the birds always stayed just beyond his reach, landing only far enough ahead to draw him onward before rising again. At last, they led him to the seashore. There, he leapt down from his chariot, took out his sling, and prepared to strike them. In that moment, the birds changed. They became armed men carrying spears and swords, and they turned upon him. One among them, however, shielded him from the others and spoke with authority. He declared that he was Nemglan, king of the birds that belonged to Connery's father's kindred, and he reminded the young man of the prohibition laid upon him. He must never cast at birds, for these beings were not strangers, but his own kin. Connery answered that until that day he had not known the truth of his birth. Nemglan then told him what must happen next. He was to go that very night to Tara, where the ritual for choosing a king was taking place. There he would be recognized through the vision, seen by the diviner. The chosen man, Nemglan said, would be the one who came naked at the end of the night, carrying a sling and a stone. Connery obeyed. He stripped himself and travelled through the darkness toward Tara. At each road, men were waiting with royal garments, watching for the figure described in the prophecy. When they found him, they clothed him in kingly dress, led him into Tara, and there he was proclaimed High King of Ireland. Before his reign truly began, Nemglan revealed to him the sacred conditions that would govern his life. These were the Gyasa that would preserve him if honoured and destroy him if broken. He must not pass around Tara in one direction or around Brazier in the other. He must not hunt the dangerous beasts of Kurna. He must not leave Tara every 9th night. He must not sleep in a house where firelight could be seen from outside after sunset. 3 red riders must never go before him to the house of a man whose very name meant red. No theft or violent plunder was to stain his reign. After sunset, no solitary man or woman was to enter the place where he stayed. He was not to interfere in a quarrel between 2 of his own servants. Such were the boundaries of his kingship, and within them his rule flourished. Under Connery, the land prospered. His reign was remembered as a golden season of harmony, rich harvests, and peace among people. Foreign ships arrived in safety at the harbours. Forests yielded abundant food for swine. Rivers were full of fish. No man in Ireland, it was said, slew another during his rule. The voice of every person sounded sweet to his neighbour, like the music of strings. From spring until autumn, even the lightest wind failed to trouble the tail of a grazing cow. This was how tradition imagined the rule of a just and fortunate king, one whose personal integrity was reflected in the balance of the world around him. Yet the seeds of disaster already lay close at hand. Connery had ended raiding and outlaw violence throughout the land, but his 3 foster brothers were men of wild nature who took no pleasure in peace. They continued their lawless habits out of pride and stubbornness, until they were finally caught in the act. The people urged Connery to condemn them to death, but he could not bring himself to do it. Because of their foster brotherhood, he spared their lives. Instead, he drove them out of Ireland and ordered them to seek their plunder overseas if they could not live without robbery. Beyond Ireland, they encountered another exile, Ingcel the One-Eyed, son of a king of Britain. They joined him, and together they carried out a terrible attack on a stronghold where Ingcel's father, mother, and brothers were staying. All were destroyed in a single night. Having avenged himself through their help, Ingcel then demanded that they aid him in a raid upon Ireland. A great outlaw force gathered around him, including the sons of powerful rulers, and many hardened men who'd already been cast out from their own lands. Among them were Connery's 3 foster brothers. They sailed for Ireland and landed near the coast by Dublin. While this hostile force was moving toward him, Connery was being drawn step by step toward disaster by powers from the Otherworld. Through deception and illusion, the divine beings who sought vengeance led him into the breaking of his own sacred prohibitions. He first intervened in a dispute between 2 of his servants, while in Munster, already violating one of the rules laid upon him. Then, as he and his company journeyed back toward Tara, they saw what appeared to be fire and smoke rising all around the countryside. Believing that enemies were ravaging the land, they altered their route in haste, circling Tara and Bregia in the very directions forbidden to the king. But what they saw was not a real attack. It was a false vision created to entrap him, a supernatural trick meant to draw him deeper into fate. On the way, he also pursued the strange beasts of Cerna, and only afterward did he realize what he had done. Night was coming on, and Connery had to seek shelter. He remembered that he was not far from the great hostel of Daderga, a lord of Leinster to whom he had once shown generosity. He decided to ask for hospitality there. Daderga's hall stood near the area of modern Dublin, close to the road leading south, and it was known as a vast and imposing place with many doors. But as Connery and his retinue rode toward it, another ominous sign appeared before them. On the road ahead rode 3 horsemen, each dressed entirely in red and mounted on red horses. At once Connery remembered the warning that such men must never go before him to the House of Red. He sent a messenger to tell them to fall back and ride behind the king. The messenger drove hard, but however fast he urged his horse, he could not close the distance. The Red Riders remained always just beyond reach. He shouted to them to turn aside and follow behind, but one of them looked back and answered with dark mockery, telling him to expect great news from a hostel. Again and again the messenger rode after them, carrying promises of reward if only they would yield the road. At last, one of the riders uttered a grim and haunting chant. He spoke of exhausted horses from fairy mounds, of living men who were already as good as dead, of ravens being fed, crows gathering, sword edges wet with blood, broken shields after sunset, and slaughter drawing near. Then the 3 rode on, reached Daderga's hostel before Connery, tied their horses at the entrance, and went inside. The king understood the meaning at once. Every guise that guarded his life, he said, had closed upon him that night. From this point, the story widens into something immense and shadowed, as if the world itself were leaning toward catastrophe. Night had fallen. On the shore of Dublin Bay, Ingcel and his raiders waited in darkness, listening for signs of the king's movement. Hearing the approach of Connery's company, they sent a sharp-eyed scout to observe who was coming. He returned with word of the splendid and numerous host that surrounded the king at the hostel. Then, a great crashing sound broke through the night. Ingcel asked what it could be. Ferrigan answered that it was Mac Techt, the giant warrior striking steel on flint to kindle the fire for the king's feast. At that sound, the sons of Disa cried out in grief and dread, wishing that Connery were not inside the hostel that night. But Ingcel reminded them of the bond between them. He had once helped them destroy his own kin, and now they could not refuse him when he wished to strike Ireland's king. Soon the raiders saw the blaze of the fire shining through the chariot wheels drawn up around the hostel. Another of Connery's sacred conditions had now been broken, for he was not to sleep in a place whose firelight showed outward after sunset. The enemy then began to build a great cairn of stones, each man adding one stone to the heap. It would stand as a memorial of the battle, and later, each survivor would remove his stone so the number of the dead could be known. Inside the hostel, the king and his followers prepared for the night. Then, a lone woman came to the door and asked to be admitted. She was terrifying in appearance, with long dark limbs, rough grey clothing, hair hanging to her knees, and a face twisted into a dreadful shape. This was no ordinary wanderer. It was the Morrigan, the power of death and devastation, come in hideous form to stand at the entrance of the doomed king. Leaning against the doorpost, she looked in upon the hall with malice. Connery asked what she saw for them if she was indeed a woman of second sight. Her answer was chilling. Nothing of him, she said, would leave that place alive except what birds might carry away in their claws. She demanded entry. Connery answered that one of his gyasa forbade him from allowing a solitary man or woman into his dwelling after sunset. But the woman mocked the idea that a king could claim to have no room for a lone traveller, and she suggested that if he lacked the generosity to receive her, someone else might show it in his place. At last, Connery ordered that she be admitted, even though he knew he was breaking yet another sacred prohibition. In this way, the net around him was drawn tighter still. What follows is one of the most vivid sequences in the whole tradition. Ingcel goes to spy upon the hostel and, peering through the spaces between the chariot wheels, studies every warrior within. He describes to the sons of Disa the appearance of each noble, each champion and each fearsome figure gathered in Connery's company, while they in turn name them and foretell what slaughter each will bring in the coming battle. There is Cormac, son of Connor, kingly and fair. There are huge dark warriors from the Pictish lands. There is Connery's steward, so commanding in speech that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard when he began to settle a dispute. There is the mighty Mac Techt himself, stretched out in monstrous size, his knees like hills, his eyes like lakes, his nose like a mountain ridge, his sword flashing like water under sunlight. There too are Connery's three sons, beautiful and beloved, with golden hair and silken garments, gentle in manner yet fierce in heart. When Ferrigan hears them described, he cannot keep from weeping, and for a long while cannot continue speaking. There are grim hostages of monstrous appearance, warriors bearing terrible weapons, and champions whose shields and spears seem alive with battle fury. One hero carries a spear that must be soothed in herbs, when war threatens, lest it burst into violence before its master commands it. There are gigantic men from distant islands, wild and uncanny in form. There are also strange sights that seem not wholly of this world. Ominous female figures suspended above, soaked in blood and doom, like living signs of death itself. Whether they are truly there or visible only to the doomed imagination of the watcher hardly matters, for they deepen the unearthly atmosphere of the hall. The place is crowded with warriors, attendants, musicians, cupbearers, entertainers, and servants carrying food and drink. Darderga and his household move through the great chambers, dispensing hospitality. At the centre sits Connery himself, still youthful in appearance, with the fire of a king and the judgment of a wise elder. His cloak shifts in subtle colours like mist under spring light, and beside him lies a sword with a golden hilt, partly drawn from its sheath, casting out a brightness like a beam. He is described as the gentlest and most perfect ruler ever to sit in Ireland, a man whose natural mildness hides immense courage. But if his wrath is awakened and he stands in battle among the champions of Ireland and Alba, the destruction of his enemies will not be accomplished easily, while he remains alive within that hall. Even those preparing to attack him feel sorrow at the thought that such a reign must end. At last, the enemy closes in and surrounds the hostel. Connery hears the movement outside and asks what the sound may be. Connell of the Victories answers that warriors have come to the house. Connery replies that there are warriors inside ready to meet them. Connell answers grimly that every one of them will be needed before the night is over. One of Daisa's sons rushes first into the hall, but he is struck down immediately and his severed head is thrown back out again. Then the full assault begins. The attackers set the hostel on fire. Yet each time the flames rise, those within throw wine and every other liquid they can find upon them to beat the fire down. Connery and his followers make violent sallies from the hall, cutting down hundreds, and for a moment it seems they may even drive the raiders back. The king himself performs astonishing feats of battle. But the struggle is long, fierce and exhausting, and at last Connery is overcome by thirst. He can no longer fight unless he drinks. The raiders, guided by sorcery, have cut off the stream that flowed through the hostel, and all the drink within has been spent in quenching the flames. Connery, dying of thirst, turns to Macsect and asks for water. Macsect asks Connell whether he will guard the king while he seeks it. Connell tells him to go, for that duty belongs to him alone. Taking Connery's golden cup, Macsect bursts through the ring of enemies and races out into the night. One after another the remaining champions go forth as well, fighting with terrible courage. Some return wounded and faint. Others manage to break through the enemy line altogether. Connell, Censure and Dúftach remain beside the king until the end. But Macsect is gone too long. Before he can return, Connery dies of thirst. Then the last defenders fight their way free, shattered and bleeding. Meanwhile, Macsect has crossed Ireland in desperate search of water. Yet the unseen powers that have marked Connery for destruction seem to command the very elements against him. Wells fail him. Rivers hide from him. Lakes withdraw. Everywhere he turns, the sources of water vanish before his approach. Only at last does he come upon one lake that has not concealed itself in time, and there he fills the cup. With all speed he returns at dawn to the ruined hostel. There he finds the defenders dead or gone, and two raiders in the act of severing Connery's head. Macsect kills one of them on the spot and hurls a great stone after the other, striking him down as he tries to flee with the king's head. Then, lifting the severed head of his lord, Macsect pours the water into its mouth. In that moment, the dead head speaks, praising and thanking him for his loyalty. After this, spent and badly wounded, Macsect lies on the battlefield. A woman passes by and recoils in fear at the sight of him, but he calls her closer and asks her to look at the wound that troubles him. He says he cannot tell what small creature is tormenting him there, whether fly, gnat, or ant. The woman looks more closely and discovers that buried deep in the wound is a hairy wolf driven in up to the shoulders. She seizes it by the tail and drags it out, and in doing so it tears a great piece of flesh from him. She says bitterly that this indeed is some small biting thing from the ancient world. Mac Sect then seizes the beast and smashes it dead. The story closes in a hard and noble spirit. Conall of the Victories has escaped the slaughter and made his way to Teltin, where he finds his father Morrigan outside his stronghold. He comes battered and bloodied, with only part of his shield left, his sword still in hand, and the remains of his spears. His father looks at him and says that the wolves which hunted him must have been swift indeed. Conall answers that it was battle, not beasts, that had wounded him. Then his father asks the question that matters above all others: "Is your lord alive?" Conall answers that he is not. At once the old man declares that any warrior who leaves the field alive while his lord lies dead among enemies is a coward. But Conall answers not with excuses, only by showing his shield arm, pierced again and again by spear wounds, and his other arm, torn and mangled almost beyond recognition. The sinews alone still hold it to his body. His father sees then what kind of fight the son has endured. "That arm fought tonight," he says. Conall answers that it did, and that many drank death from it before the hostel. With that, the tale of Connery's fall reaches its end. A magnificent reign broken under the weight of supernatural vengeance, violated taboos, human loyalty and unrelenting fate. From there, the centre of attention in Irish heroic tradition moves northward to Ulster, to King Conor mac Nessa, to Cú Chulainn, and to the warrior world of Emain Macha. And with that shift begins another great stream of legend, one shaped by battle, prophecy, and doom. Among the oldest stories tied to Ulster is the tale that explains the mysterious weakness that was believed to seize its warriors at the worst possible moments. It tells of a prosperous farmer named Crunchu, who lived in a lonely place among the hills. One day, he returned to his stronghold and found there a young woman of extraordinary beauty, splendidly dressed, whom he had never seen before. Crunchu had once been married, but his wife was dead, leaving him with 4 sons. This stranger asked no questions and gave no explanation. She simply took up the work of the household as though she had always belonged there. She prepared the meal, tended the cattle, and carried out every duty of the mistress of the house. At night she lay beside Crunchu, and from then on she remained with him as his wife. They came to love each other deeply, and her name was Macha. One day, Crunchu prepared to attend a great gathering of the Ulstermen, where there would be racing, feasting, contests, music, and celebration. Macha begged him not to go, but he refused. Seeing that she could not stop him, she made one request at least. He must not speak of her before the assembled crowd, for she could remain with him only so long as she was not spoken of in public. Crunchu promised to obey and went on his way. At the gathering, the king's horses won race after race, and people cried out that no creature in Ireland could outrun them. Crunchu, carried away in a careless moment, declared that his wife at home was swifter still. The king, angered by the boast, ordered that the man be seized until his wife could be brought to prove the claim. Messengers were sent, and Macha was dragged before the assembly. She was heavily pregnant and pleaded for mercy, saying that her time was near. But the king insisted she must race. She begged for only a short delay until the child was born. No one would help her. The crowd, driven by cruel excitement, wanted the contest more than they cared for her pain. So Macha agreed to run, but before the race began, she warned them that because they had shown no pity, a greater shame would one day fall upon them. Then she ran against the king's horses and defeated them. But as she reached the end, she cried out in agony, and her labour came upon her at once. There, before the gathered crowd, she gave birth to twins. In the same instant, all the men watching were seized by pains like her own and were left helpless. Then Macha laid her curse upon the warriors of Ulster. From that day, Whenever their greatest hour of need came, they would be struck with weakness, like the suffering of childbirth. For days and nights at a time they would lose their strength. That affliction, she declared, would cling to the men of Ulster through many generations. So the legend explained the strange debility that later crippled the province's warriors at the moment when they were most needed. The most famous time this weakness fell upon Ulster was during the Great Cattle Raid led by Queen Medb of Connacht, the central epic of early Irish story. But before that conflict can be understood, the tale turns back to the history of the kings and heroes who stood behind it. Fachna, a powerful king of Ulster, had a wife named Nessa, and by her he had a son called Conor. When Fachna died, however, the throne passed not to the boy but to Fergus, son of Roy, who was Conor's kinsman and one of the greatest men in Ulster. Fergus loved Nessa and wanted to marry her, but she agreed only on one condition. Her son Conor must be allowed to rule for a single year so that his descendants could forever claim to spring from a king. Fergus accepted. Yet during that year, Conor proved so wise, so capable, and so fortunate in judgment that the people wished him to remain king after the term ended. Nessa had foreseen this outcome, and Fergus, who preferred feasting and hunting to the burdens of rule, did not resist it. Thus, Conor remained king, while Fergus continued as a great and honoured lord at his court. In Conor's day, the warrior company later remembered as the Red Branch stood at the height of its fame. These were the great heroes of Ulster, bound together through kinship, alliance, and military brotherhood. Their ancestry was said to reach partly into the supernatural world, linking the line of Ulster's champions to beings from the Otherworld itself. Out of this heroic society emerged the greatest warrior of all, Cú Chulainn. His birth came about during the reign of Conor through a marvel. Dectera, daughter of the druid Cathbad, disappeared one day along with 50 maidens from the royal court, and for 3 years no one could discover where they had gone. Then one summer, a strange flock of birds descended upon the fields around Imain Macha and began to destroy the crops and fruit. Conor and his nobles went out with slings to drive them off, but the birds merely flew farther on, drawing the company after them until they came near the mound of a supernatural lord by the river Boyne. Night fell, and while they sought shelter, one of the company found not just a hut, but a splendid dwelling by the river. Inside he saw a radiant young man with a beautiful woman and 50 maidens beside him. The maidens were Dectera and her lost companions, and the shining youth was one of the great beings of the Otherworld. When the king sent for Dectera, she delayed, claiming illness, and the night passed. By morning, however, a newborn boy lay among the Ulstermen in the hut. He was Dectera's gift to her people, and the child was taken home and raised under the name Setanta. Land in the region of Merthem was later granted as his inheritance, and in time he would make his dwelling in the north, near Dundalk. A druid prophesied great things over him, declaring that his fame would live in the mouths of kings, warriors, sages, and charioteers, and that he would avenge wrongs, stand at the fords in battle, and settle the disputes of Ulster through his strength. When Setanta was still a boy, he went to the court of Conor to be trained with the sons of kings and nobles. It was there that he earned the name by which the world would remember him. One evening, Conor and his companions rode to the stronghold of a wealthy smith named Cú Chulainn, where they had been invited to feast. Setanta was meant to come with them, but he lingered behind to finish a game and promised to follow later. At Cú Chulainn's house, the gates were shut and a great hound was released outside to guard the place through the night. In the noise and celebration, the company forgot that the boy was still on his way. Then suddenly the hall was shaken by the savage barking of the hound as it attacked an approaching stranger. The sounds of struggle followed. The guests rushed to the gate and found Setanta standing there alive. with the enormous watchdog dead at his feet. The beast had sprung at him, and the boy had seized it and dashed out its life against the gateposts. The men rejoiced at the display of courage, but their host stood grieving for the loyal animal that had protected his home so faithfully. Setanta at once offered to make amends. If a pup of the dead hound could be given to him, he would raise it to serve exactly as its father had done. Until then, he himself would guard the house with shield and spear. The company praised the generosity of the promise, and from that moment the boy was called Cú Chulainn, the Hound of Culann. When he was older and nearing the age at which he could take up the weapons of a man, he happened one day to pass a place where Cathbad the druid was instructing his pupils in divination. One of them asked what sort of deed that particular day was favourable for. Cathbad answered, after casting his insight into the unseen, that any youth who took up arms on that day would become the most famous warrior in Ireland, though his life would be short. Cú Chulainn heard the words and said nothing. He went straight to Connor and asked for weapons. The king granted them, but each spear given to the boy snapped in his hand, and each chariot broke under him, until at last Connor's own weapons and war chariot were brought. These Cú Chulainn could not break, and so he kept them. It was understood that the choice had been sealed. By then he had grown into such beauty and force of character that many women desired him, and the men of Ulster urged him to find a wife. None pleased him until he saw Emer, daughter of Forgol, lord of Luska, and resolved that she alone should be his. He went to her father's stronghold with his charioteer, Laeg. As he approached, Emma was outside with the daughters of her household, teaching them embroidery, for in skill, speech, wisdom, beauty and purity she surpassed all other women. One of her companions was sent to the rampart to see who approached, and she returned describing a magnificent warrior in a chariot drawn by fierce horses, one grey and one black, breathing like creatures of fire, with a noble dark-faced hero beneath a crimson cloak and a gleaming shield. Emma went out to meet him, and he pressed his love upon her. She warned him of her father's cunning and of the champions who guarded her from marriage against his will. She then pointed to her elder sister and said she could not marry before the older daughter was wed. Cú Chulainn answered that it was not the sister he desired. In their exchange she challenged him, making it clear that only a man proven through true deeds could hope to win her. So Cú Chulainn returned from her presence with his resolve hardened, knowing that if he wanted Emer, he must first become greater still in arms and reputation. He therefore set out to seek the warrior woman, Scathach, in the distant land of shadows, for she was famed as the greatest teacher of combat in the world. His road to her was long and dangerous, across wild country, dark woods, and perilous ground. At last, he came to a deadly plain where no one could cross without sinking into the bog or clay. As he stood wondering how to proceed, a radiant youth appeared and gave him a wheel, telling him to roll it before him. As it moved forward, it blazed with light and hardened the path across the treacherous land so that Cú Chulainn passed safely after it. Beyond that danger, he came to the Bridge of Leaps, which led to Scathach's land. There, he found many young warriors from Ireland who had already come to study under her, among them his close companion Ferdiad. The bridge was narrow, high, and terrible, spanning a gulf of boiling waters filled with monstrous creatures. No one had yet crossed it, because when a person stepped on one end, the bridge reared up and threw him back. Cú Chulainn tried 3 times and failed, while the others mocked his impatience. But on the 4th attempt he landed on the middle of the bridge and with another leap reached the far side. Thus he came before Scathach's fortress, and she accepted him as her student. For a year and a day he remained with her and learned every art of war she could teach. At last she entrusted him with the use of the dreadful spear called the Gai Bolga, a weapon so terrible that she had judged none before him worthy to wield it. Ferdiad trained beside him there, and the two became dear friends and equals in courage and skill, swearing before they parted that they would stand by each other as long as they lived. While Cú Chulainn was in that land, Scathach went to war against another warrior queen, Aif, whose power was so great that even Scathach feared her. Hoping to keep Cú Chulainn from danger before his training was complete, Scathach mixed a sleeping draught into his drink. It would have held an ordinary man for a full day, but Cú Chulainn shook it off in a single hour. Realizing the army had already marched, he armed himself and followed their track until he came up with them. Scathach sighed when she saw him, for she knew he could no longer be held back. In the battle, Cú Chulainn and the sons of Scathach wrought terrible slaughter among Aife's warriors. At last, Aife challenged Scathach herself to single combat, but Cú Chulainn demanded the right to face her instead. Before the duel, he asked Scathach what Aife valued most, and she answered that her greatest treasures were her horses, her chariot, and her charioteer. When the two champions met, every feat of arms they knew was tested, neither yielding to the other, until at last Aife shattered Cú Chulainn's sword down to the hilt. In that instant he cried out that her chariot and horses had fallen into a ravine. She glanced back for only a moment, and that moment was enough. Cú Chulainn seized her, lifted her bodily and carried her to Scathach's camp. There, he held a knife to her throat until she promised peace and gave hostages to guarantee it. Afterward, hostility gave way to passion, and Cú Chulainn and Aife became lovers. Before he left that country, Cú Chulainn gave Aife a golden ring. If she bore him a son, he said, she was to send the boy to Ireland when he had grown enough for the ring to fit his finger, but the child must come under strict commands. He was not to reveal his name, never to turn aside for any man, and never to refuse a challenge. The son was to be called Connla. Years later, when Connor and the lords of Ulster were gathered by the sea, they saw a small bronze boat approaching over the water. In it stood a young boy rowing with golden oars. Beside him lay a heap of stones, and as he came he used them in a sling to strike seabirds from the air so skillfully that he brought them down alive. The men watching were astonished at his feats. Connor, seeing him draw near, declared that if this was the strength of a child from that unknown land, then the grown men of his people would be enough to crush armies. When the boy came ashore, a messenger was sent to turn him away. He refused. Another champion went against him and was struck down by the power of the boy's sling. Others followed, and some were bound, some beaten, some slain, but none could drive him back. Still, he would not reveal who he was. At last, Connor ordered that Cú Chulainn himself be summoned from Dundalk. When the message reached him, Emma begged him not to go. She feared that this strange and brilliant boy could only be the son born to Aif. But Cú Chulainn answered that even if it were his own child, he would still fight him for the honour of Ulster. So he mounted his chariot and went to the shore. There he found the boy performing marvellous displays with his weapons. He praised the youth and asked his name and origin. The boy refused to answer. Cú Chulainn told him that then he must die. The boy accepted the challenge, and they fought. At first they crossed swords, and the boy proved so skillful that he neatly cut a lock of hair from Cú Chulainn's head. Then they closed in wrestling, but the youth planted himself so firmly upon a rock that Cú Chulainn could not move him, and in the struggle the boy's feet sank so deep into the stone that they left the marks for which the shore afterward became famous. At last, the fight drove them into the sea, where Cú Chulainn found himself hard-pressed. Then he remembered the deadly weapon Scathach had taught him to use. He drove the Guy Bolga into the boy, and its terrible force tore him apart within. The youth cried out that this was a skill Scathach had never taught him, and that he was mortally wounded. Then Cú Chulainn noticed the ring upon his finger. In that instant, he understood the truth. He lifted the boy in his arms and carried him ashore before Connor and the men of Ulster. There he declared that this was his son. The dying boy confirmed it. He said that had he lived only a few more years among them, he would have helped Ulster conquer all lands around them, even to the borders of the great world beyond. But since that future had been denied, he asked only to see the famous warriors before he died. One by one they came to him. He kissed them, took farewell of his father, and passed from life. The men of Ulster buried him with sorrow and raised his stone over the grave. Connla was the only son Cú Chulainn ever had, and he was slain by his own father. The story has endured because it binds together some of the deepest themes in heroic tradition: pride, loyalty, fate, hidden identity, and the cost of honour when it is held above all else. In this version, the father senses, however dimly, who the boy may be, yet still goes forward into combat because his loyalty to Ulster and to his king outweighs even the instinct of blood. That fierce devotion is one of the clearest marks of Cú Chulainn's character, and it gives the story its tragic power. After a full year and a day spent mastering the arts of war under Scathach, Cú Chulainn came back to Ireland burning to prove himself. Training had sharpened him, but training alone could not satisfy him. He wanted battle, fame, and the right to claim Emma as his wife. So he ordered his chariot made ready and rode out toward the borderlands, where Ulster and Connaught were divided not by peace, but by a long habit of violence. Along those marches, raids, reprisals, and sudden killings were almost a way of life, and for a young warrior hungry for renown, there could be no better place to test his strength. His first halt was at the White Cairn, high in the Mourne Mountains. From there, he looked out over Ulster spread below him in the sunlight, and he asked his charioteer to name every stronghold, plain, hill, and settlement visible in the distance. Then he turned his gaze southward over Bregia, and again the charioteer pointed out the great sights of the land: Tara, Telltown, the sacred place by the Boyne, and the fortress of the sons of Nectan. At the mention of that household, Cú Chulainn fixed on them at once. He had heard of those men before. Their name carried a dark reputation, for it was said that they had already killed more men of Ulster than the living men of Ulster could now number. When the charioteer confirmed that these were indeed the same men, Cú Chulainn immediately ordered him to drive there. The charioteer did so reluctantly, for he knew his master's temper and could already sense where the day was leading. Before the fortress, on a stretch of open green, stood a pillar stone fitted with a bronze collar marked with writing. Cú Chulainn read the inscription and learned that any warrior old enough to bear arms who entered that field was bound by honour not to leave without challenging one of the men of the fortress to single combat. Cú Chulainn answered the challenge in his own way. He wrapped his arms around the stone, rocked it back and forth until he tore it from the earth, then hurled it with its bronze collar into the nearby river. The charioteer could only stare and tell him plainly that he was rushing toward a violent death, and would not have long to wait for it. One of the sons of Nectan soon came out to meet the intruder. This was Foyle, who looked at Cú Chulainn and saw only a youth, hardly worth the trouble of full anger. But Cú Chulainn told him to fetch his weapons, because he did not kill unarmed men, messengers, or drivers. Foyle went back inside to arm himself. The charioteer then warned Cú Chulainn that this man could not be cut down by any blade, for he was protected by magic against sword point and spear edge. Cú Chulainn did not argue. He simply placed a hardened iron ball in his sling, and when Foyle returned, he cast it with such force that it smashed through the man's skull and killed him at once. Then he took Foyle's head and fastened it to his chariot. Other sons of Nectan came out after that, and he met them in turn, cutting some down with the sword, others with the spear, until the place was left shattered. At last, he set fire to the stronghold itself and drove away in triumph while the fortress burned behind him. As he went, the wildness of the day only grew. A flock of swans crossed his path, and he brought down 16 of them, alive with his sling, and tied them to the chariot. Later, he came upon a herd of deer. His horses could not overtake them, so he leaped down and chased them on foot until he caught 2 great stags and bound them with ropes to his car. By the time he turned for Emain Macha, his chariot had become a rolling display of violence and strange mastery over the wild. It carried living birds, tethered deer, and the bloody heads of enemies. Back at the royal seat, one of King Connor's scouts ran in with urgent news. A lone chariot, he said, was coming fast across the plain. White birds wheeled about it, wild stags were tied to it. Around its frame hung the bleeding heads of dead men. Connor went out to look and understood at once what had happened. Cú Chulainn had entered the terrible battle rage, the state in which he no longer moved like an ordinary man, and death spread outward from him in every direction. Connor knew that if nothing were done, the youth would strike down friend and stranger alike. So he ordered the women of Emain to go out before the chariot, cast off their garments, and stand naked in its path. When Cú Chulainn saw them, shame broke through the fury. He bent his head down against the rim of the chariot, and in that instant Connor's men rushed in and seized him. To cool the rage, they plunged him into a great vat of cold water that had already been prepared. But the heat of his fury was so intense that the water boiled around him, and the vat burst apart. They brought another, and then another, until at last the violence in him ebbed away, and his own natural shape returned. Only then did they clothe him in fresh garments and lead him into the king's hall for the feast. The very next day he went to the stronghold of Forgall, Emma's father. This time he did not arrive as a polite suitor. He came like a warrior who had decided to take by strength what cunning men would never give freely. With the leap he had learned overseas, he sprang over the walls of the fortress itself. Forgall's champions rushed him, but Cú Chulainn struck only 3 blows, and with each blow 8 men fell. Forgall tried to escape by leaping from the rampart, but he fell lifeless in the attempt. Cú Chulainn then seized Emma, her foster sister, and rich loads of silver and gold, and forced his way back out. Outside the fortress a new force gathered, led by Forgall's sister, and there again Cú Chulainn's war fury rose. He cut through that resistance so savagely that the ford nearby ran red, and the trampled ground became a mire of blood. At every crossing from that place to the Boyne, men fell before him in heaps. This was the kind of husband Emma had said she would accept, not a graceful courtier, but a man who had proved himself in danger and battle. So he brought her back to Emain Macha and made her his wife. And once she had come to him, they remained together until the end of his life. Not long afterward, a lord of Ulster named Bricrew, a man famous for delighting in quarrels, prepared a feast and invited Connor and the greatest heroes of the Red Branch. Bricrew took pleasure in poisoning friendships and setting proud men against each other, and at this gathering he stirred up a fierce dispute over who deserved to be called the foremost champion in all Ireland. In the end, the contest narrowed to 3 names: Cú Chulainn, Conall of the Victories, and Loghaire, the Triumphant. To settle the matter, a terrible being was summoned from a deep lake, a supernatural figure called the Fearsome One. He proposed a test. Any of the 3 might cut off his head that day, but the same man would then have to return on the following day and submit his own neck to the same blow. Conall and Loghaire drew back from the challenge, but Cú Chulainn accepted it. After speaking words of power over his sword, he struck and severed the creature's head. Yet the being did not die. It rose, took up its own bleeding head in one hand and its axe in the other, and disappeared back into the water. The next day, it returned whole and unharmed, to claim what had been promised. Cú Chulainn was afraid, but he did not retreat. He laid his neck upon the block and waited. The creature mocked him and told him to stretch farther. Cú Chulainn obeyed. Then the axe rose and swung 3 times over him. At last it crashed down, but only the blunt end struck the block. The champion was spared. The being declared him the boldest man in Ireland and the rightful champion of the land. After that, attention shifts to another story, one in which Cú Chulainn is not the central actor, but whose consequences would shape the future of Ulster. Among the nobles there was a man named Phelim, son of Dal. On one occasion he gave a great feast for King Conor, and with the king came Cathbad the druid, Fergus, son of Roish, and many heroes of the Red Branch. While the feast was in progress, a message came from the women's quarters. Phelim's wife had just given birth to a daughter. The company drank to the child's health, and Conor asked Cathbad to look into her future. The druid studied the signs and was deeply troubled by what he saw. At last, he declared that the child would grow into the most beautiful woman in Ireland, and would one day be the wife of a king. But because of her, death and ruin would come upon Ulster. The warriors, alarmed by such a prophecy, wanted the infant killed at once. Conor forbade it. He decided instead that he would prevent the danger by controlling it. The girl would never become the bride of some foreign ruler. When she was grown, she would belong to him. He took the child away and entrusted her to his nurse, Levarcam. The child was named Deirdre. Conor ordered that she be raised in complete isolation, in a stronghold hidden in the woods, where no young man would ever see her and she would never see one. There she lived under guard, with only her nurse, Cathbad, and occasionally Conor himself visiting. The king was already aging, but he continued to watch over her future as if she was something he had stored away for later possession. One winter day, when the time for that marriage was drawing near, Deirdre and Levarcam stood looking out over the snow from the rampart of the fortress. Everything was white and still. Nearby, a servant had slaughtered a calf for food, and its blood stained the snow. Then a raven flew down and began to drink from the blood. The sight struck Deirdre with sudden force, and she cried out that the man she could love would have hair black as the raven, cheeks red as blood, and skin white as snow. Levarcam answered that such a man did indeed exist in Conor's household. His name was Naoise, son of Usna. From that moment, Deirdre's fate turned. She begged the nurse to arrange a meeting, and because Levarcam loved her and did not want to see her handed over to an old king, she finally agreed. Deirdre pleaded with Naoise to take her away from Conor. At first he resisted, but her beauty and desperation overcame him, and he swore to stand by her. One night he came secretly with his 2 brothers, Ardan and Ainle, and together they fled with Deirdre and Levarcam. They escaped from Ulster and crossed to Scotland, where Naoise entered the service of the King of the Picts. Even there they found no safety. The ruler who sheltered them also saw Deirdre and wanted her for himself. Again, the brothers escaped, and at last they withdrew into the lonely wilds of Glen Etive, where they lived by hunting and fishing far from the world. Years passed in this hidden life. Conor did nothing openly, but he never forgot them, and through spies he kept himself informed of everything that happened. When enough time had gone by, he judged that life in exile must have worn them down. Then he made his move. He sent Fergus, the closest friend of Naoise, to invite the exiles home and promise them full pardon. Fergus went gladly, and Naoise received him with joy. Deirdre alone felt dread and warned that evil lay beneath the offer. Naoise reproached her for her suspicion and reminded her that Fergus himself was guaranteeing their safety. No king in Ireland, he said, would dare violate the protection of Fergus. At last, they agreed to return. When they landed in Ireland, they were met by a lord named Barak, who lived nearby and invited Fergus to a feast that very night. Fergus refused at first, saying he must first deliver Deirdre and the sons of Usna safely to Emain Macha. But Barach pressed him, and here Fergus's own sacred obligation trapped him. He was bound never to refuse a feast when invited. Deirdre begged him not to leave them, but Fergus yielded. He handed responsibility for the party to his two sons, Ilan the Fair and Bwini the Red, and remained behind. The travellers reached Emain Macha and were lodged in the house of the Red Branch, but Connor did not receive them. After the evening meal, as he sat in silence drinking heavily, he sent for Levarkam and questioned her. He asked how the sons of Usna were. She replied that they were well and that no king could wish for 3 better champions in his service. He then asked about Deirdre. Trying to protect her, the nurse lied and said the years of hardship had worn away her beauty. Connor dismissed her and continued drinking. Later, he sent a servant named Trendorn to spy on the house where the exiles were staying. Trendorn could not get in, so he climbed a ladder and looked through a high window. Inside, he saw Noise and his brothers with the sons of Fergus, some cleaning their weapons, others preparing for sleep. At the centre sat Noise, playing chess with a woman so beautiful that the spy could scarcely turn away from her. While he stared, someone inside saw his face at the window. Noise looked up, snatched a chess piece from the board and hurled it with such force that it struck out the man's eye. Trendorn stumbled back to Connor bleeding and declared that he had indeed seen Deirdre, and that she was the fairest woman on earth. That was enough. Connor rose and sent guards to seize the sons of Usna, using the injury to his messenger as the excuse. The guards went first against Bwini, son of Fergus, but he and his men drove them back at sword point. All the while, Noise and Deirdre calmly continued their game of chess, because Noise believed that as long as they were under the protection of Fergus's house, no one would dare violate that safeguard. Connor then bribed Bwini with lands and wealth, buying his betrayal. Ilan took up the defence in his brother's place, but Connor's own sons killed him. Only then did Noise and his brothers seize their weapons and fight. They cut through many of the attackers, but Connor feared they might still escape and become enemies more dangerous than before. He called upon Cathbad to bind them with druidic power. The druid raised an enchantment so that slime seemed to gather around their feet and hold them fast. They could not move free. Noise lifted Deirdre onto his shoulder as if they were sinking where they stood. Then the king's men overcame them, bound them, and dragged them before Connor. Connor ordered one man after another to kill them, but no one wanted the shame of such a deed. At last, Eogan, son of Durthacht, Prince of Fernmag, stepped forward. Taking Noise's own sword, he struck once and cut off the heads of all 3 brothers. So they died. Later tradition said that trees grew from her grave and from the grave of Noise, and that when they had grown tall, their branches met high above a church roof and intertwined so tightly that no one could separate them. It was the final image of a love that violence had killed, but not broken. When Fergus returned to Emain and learned what had happened, he was overwhelmed by rage. He found the sons of Usna dead, one of his own sons murdered, and the other disgraced by betrayal. He cursed Connor openly and swore vengeance. Then he left Ulster and went west to Connaught, where he entered the service of Ailill and Medb. Though Ailill was king there, Medb was the real power. She ruled according to her own will, took the lovers and husbands she pleased, and cast them off when it suited her. She was described as fierce, tall, commanding, with pale features and great yellow hair like ripe grain. When Fergus came to her court at Rathcrogan, she welcomed him not only as a warrior, but as a lover, and together they began to shape plans for striking at Ulster. Around that time, Medb possessed a famous white-horned bull known as Finn Benach. One day, she and Ailill began measuring their wealth against each other, comparing treasure to treasure. Ailill mocked her because that great bull, though counted among her possessions, had refused to remain under the authority of a woman and had joined his herds instead. Medb was humiliated by the slight. She asked her steward whether any bull in Ireland existed that could match Finn Benach. He answered that there was one, the brown bull of Cooley, owned by a man named Dare, and that no beast in the land could compare with it. From that moment, Medb could not rest. All her wealth seemed poor to her unless she also possessed that bull. The problem was that the brown bull stood in Ulster, and the people there knew exactly what they had. Medb understood that it would not be given up without resistance, so the desire for the animal became the spark for something larger. Fergus wanted revenge on Connor. Medb wanted the glory of war as well as the prize itself. Ailill, as often, followed where Medb led. Together they chose to make an expedition against Ulster under the claim of taking the bull. At first, Medb attempted diplomacy. She sent envoys to Dare, offering a rich bargain if he would lend her the brown bull for a year. She promised cattle in return, the safe return of the bull itself afterward, lands if he wished to settle in Connaught, a magnificent chariot, and her friendship besides. Dare was initially pleased by the offer and inclined to agree. But then he heard the envoys talking carelessly among themselves. They boasted that if the bull were not given willingly, it would be taken by force anyway. When this reached Dare, he sent back not agreement, but defiance. At that, Medb declared that since the bull would not be gained by fair means, it would now be won by foul. She sent messengers in every direction and summoned the hosts of Connaught to war. The gathering that answered her call was immense. The 7 sons of Ailill and Medb came with their followings. Other powerful leaders arrived with hundreds upon hundreds of armed men. Ferdia came too, yellow-haired and formidable, leading his fur-bolg warriors, men who loved both battle and heavy drinking. Medb's allies also joined her, including forces from Leinster, whose fighting skill was considered so dangerous that they were deliberately scattered among the other companies to keep them from acting as a single power. There too came Cormac, son of Connor, Fergus himself, and other Ulster exiles who had turned against Connor after the treachery done to Deirdre and the sons of Usna. Before Medb marched, she sent spies into Ulster to see what resistance was being prepared. They returned with astonishing news, and it delighted her. The strange curse that sometimes fell on the men of Ulster had descended on the whole province. Connor lay groaning in pain at Emain. His son was helpless in his island fortress. Great warriors throughout the land lay writhing like the sick, unable to lift spear or sword. The strength of Ulster, at least for the moment, had collapsed. Even so, Medb wanted to know her own fate in the coming campaign. She went to her druid and demanded a reading. He answered in a way both dark and uncertain. Whether others came back safely or failed to return at all, he said, Medb herself would come back. On the road afterward, she saw a strange young woman standing before her chariot. The girl had long yellow hair, wore green, and was weaving on a loom with a golden shuttle. When Medb asked who she was, the young woman answered that she was Fedelm, a prophetess from the fairy mound at Crogan, and that she was weaving together the 4 provinces of Ireland for the raid into Ulster. Medb then asked how she saw the host. Fedelm answered only that she saw them all crimson, red with blood. Medb protested that the warriors of Ulster were all stricken and unable to fight. But Fedelm repeated the same answer. Then she described a small young warrior with a hero's light upon his brow, modest in appearance but like a dragon in battle, one who would heap the slain thickly around the invading army. Medb understood that this could be no one but Cú Chulainn. The next morning, the army marched, with Fergus leading them toward the southern approaches to Ulster. As they neared the frontier, he warned them to keep watch. Cú Chulainn of Muirthemne guarded those ways, and he was not a man to be taken lightly. At that time, Cú Chulainn and his father Sualtam were near the border themselves. Cú Chulainn, already suspecting the approach of a great army because Fergus had secretly warned him, sent Sualtam northward to Imain Macha to urge the men of Ulster to recover and come out at last. Cú Chulainn himself remained behind. He had another errand first, and before going to meet a woman he was expected to visit, he stepped into the forest and fashioned a sign for the invaders. Standing on one leg and using only one hand and one eye, he cut an oak sapling and twisted it into a ring. Then he carved a message upon it and set it around a standing stone at Ardcullen. The message declared that the host of Medb was under a binding challenge and could not pass that place until one of them, under the same conditions, had done the same feat. Only Fergus was exempted by name. Then Cú Chulainn left the sign there and went on his way. When Medb's army arrived and found the ring, they brought it to Fergus to read. No one among them could repeat the feat under the required conditions, and so the entire host was forced to halt. They spent the night in the woods under heavy snow and great discomfort. In the morning, with the weather cleared and the sun shining over the white plain, they decided the restriction had held them only for that single night and marched onward into Ulster. Cú Chulainn followed their trail and judged from the tracks left behind that the host numbered 54,000 men. Then he moved around them, came before them again, and struck. He found 2 chariots carrying scouts, sent ahead by Medb. He killed both men and their drivers. Then, cutting a forked pole from the wood with a single blow, he planted it deep in a river ford and impaled a severed bloody head on each prong. When the army arrived and saw it, fear spread through the ranks. Fergus declared that they were once again bound by a challenge and could not cross until one of them pulled out the pole exactly as it had been driven in, using only the fingertips of one hand. Fergus himself undertook the feat. Chariot after chariot broke under the strain as he struggled with it, but in the end he tore it free. Since evening had come by then, the army halted again. Every such trick was part of Cú Chulainn's larger purpose, to slow the invasion until Ulster's warriors recovered. As the campaign dragged on, stories of Cú Chulainn's earlier deeds were told in Medb's camp, especially by Fergus, who explained to the Queen that the warrior harassing them was none other than the boy once known as Setanta, his own former pupil. Those old tales now seemed far less like stories and far more like warnings. Soon another strange encounter revealed a different side of Cú Chulainn. Hearing the sound of timber being cut, he went into a wood and found there the charioteer of one of Medb's sons chopping holly poles to repair damaged chariots. The man complained that their cars had suffered badly while chasing that troublesome deer, Cú Chulainn. The hero, slight and almost unimpressive in his ordinary shape, offered to help. He asked whether the driver wanted the poles cut or trimmed. The man told him to trim them. Cú Chulainn took the poles, drew them through his toes and fingers against the grain, and smoothed them so perfectly that they looked as if a master craftsman had worked them. The driver stared in amazement. He said that such labour could not be the proper work of the man before him, and asked who he truly was. Cú Chulainn answered plainly. The driver panicked, believing himself already dead. But Cú Chulainn told him he did not kill unarmed men, drivers, or messengers. Instead, he told him to run and warn his master Orlam that Cú Chulainn was coming. The driver ran, but Cú Chulainn ran faster, reached Orlam first, and cut off his head. For one brief moment, Medb's army saw their enemy at a distance, holding the fresh trophy aloft before vanishing again. It was their first clear glimpse of the man who'd been destroying them from every side. After that, the campaign broke into a series of scattered clashes. Medb's host spread through Brescia and Merthemne, burning and plundering, but they could not press deeper into Ulster, because Cú Chulainn was always there, haunting them, never still, striking by twos and threes or vanishing into the landscape before anyone could close with him. Even Medb herself was not safe. At one point, unseen sling stones killed a squirrel and a pet bird as they sat upon her shoulders, simply to show her that no place near the front was beyond his reach. As his rage mounted, he began attacking not just small groups, but whole companies. Hundreds fell before him. In those moments, he entered the terrifying transformation for which he was famous, the battle distortion that made him seem less a man than some monstrous force taking human form. Every part of him trembled violently. His limbs seemed to twist out of their proper order. One eye drove deep into his skull, while the other bulged outward in a ghastly way. Foam poured from his mouth. The beating of his heart sounded like an animal roaring in fury. A fierce light blazed above his head, and his hair rose and tangled like red thorn branches. From the crown of his scalp, a dark jet seemed to shoot upward and spread outward like a stormy shroud. The image presented by the tradition is not realistic in any simple sense. It is the language of myth, trying to describe superhuman battle frenzy. Such was the terror of that sight that, on one occasion, 100 of Medb's warriors were said to have fallen dead from fear alone. Seeing that the army could not endure this much longer, Medb tried another method. She opened negotiations and offered him wealth and reward if he would abandon Ulster. She spoke with him across a ravine, studying him closely and finding him smaller and younger looking than she had expected. But nothing moved him. He would not betray his land. The killings continued. Men were afraid even to go out in groups for plunder. At night, sling stones flew into the camp and smashed skulls in the dark. Finally, through Fergus's mediation, an agreement was reached. Cú Chulainn would stop harrying the army everywhere if they in turn sent only one champion at a time against him. Each day he would meet that warrior in single combat at a ford on the river, while the army was allowed to move during the fight but must halt again once it ended. Medb accepted the bargain. Losing one man a day, she decided, was better than losing 100. Several champions then went out against him one by one, and Cú Chulainn defeated them all. Medb even persuaded Fergus to stand against him, but neither man would truly fight the other. Instead, they arranged a symbolic encounter in which Cú Chulainn gave ground, while Fergus promised that when the time came, he would repay the gesture. During one of these duels, while Cú Chulainn was occupied with a formidable opponent, Medb sent part of her army on a sudden raid deep into Ulster. They plundered and ravaged the land, and at last found the Brown Bull, which had earlier hidden itself in a remote glen after receiving warning from the Morrigan. Medb's men drove it off in triumph, passing Cú Chulainn on their return. He killed the leader of the escort, but he could not recover the animal. This failure was remembered as one of the deepest humiliations ever suffered by him during the campaign. The raid should, in theory, have ended there, since the prize had been secured. But by now, the expedition had grown beyond the bull itself. The armies of the southern provinces had gathered under Medb, and Cú Chulainn still stood almost alone against them. Medb also ceased to honour the agreement fully, sending groups of warriors against him rather than keeping strictly to one champion at a time. It was during this stage that the Morrigan came to him in another form. She appeared as a beautiful young woman, wrapped in a many-coloured cloak, and said she was a king's daughter who had fallen in love with him because of his fame. She offered him her love. Cú Chulainn, worn out and angry, rejected her harshly. He said he had no desire for women while battle was upon him. She answered that things would go badly for him in his contests with men, and that she herself would be there against him. Then she vanished, and in her place there remained only a crow on a branch. Cú Chulainn understood then that he had been speaking to the Morrigan. Soon after, a warrior named Loch came out to challenge him. Because Cú Chulainn still looked so young, he darkened his chin with berry juice, so that his enemy would not refuse to fight him as a mere boy. They met in the ford. During the combat, the Morrigan attacked Cú Chulainn repeatedly in changing forms, first as a white heifer with red ears, then as an eel twisting around his legs in the water, and then as a grey wolf. Each time he struck back and wounded her, but in the distraction he himself was wounded by Loch. At last, his battle frenzy overcame all restraint. He used the Guy Bolger and killed his opponent outright. Loch, dying, asked only that he be allowed to fall forward on Cú Chulainn's side of the ford rather than backward toward the men of Ireland. Cú Chulainn granted that warrior's request. Yet once the fight was over, an immense weariness came upon him. He had been fighting without rest for too long. He was wounded, exhausted, and had scarcely slept since the invasion began, except in brief moments, leaning on his spear. So he sent his charioteer Leg north to see whether the men of Ulster could at last be stirred to help him. As evening fell, Cú Chulainn lay by a grave mound in gloom, staring at the fires of Medb's enormous camp and the glitter of its countless spears. Then he saw a tall and splendid warrior walking straight through the enemy host, passing among them as if invisible. No one seemed to notice him. He wore shining clothing, carried a dark shield edged with silver, and bore 2 spears. Coming to Cú Chulainn, he spoke gently of his suffering, his sleeplessness, and his wounds, and told him to sleep for 3 days beside the mound. During that time, he said, he himself would hold the ford. Cú Chulainn sank into a deep, enchanted sleep, and while he lay there, the stranger treated his wounds with healing power so that when he awoke, he was restored. He knew then that the visitor had been Lugh, his divine father, who had come from the Otherworld to help him in his darkest hour. Yet even while Cú Chulainn rested, Ulster still failed to rise. In Emain Masha there was, however, a company of young boys, 150 of them, sons of the nobles of the province, who were being raised in arms. Because they were not yet grown men, Masha's curse did not fall on them. When they heard how desperately Cú Chulainn was holding the land alone, they armed themselves and marched out under the young Prince Folaman, vowing to uphold the honour of Ulster. Folaman swore that he would not return without the diadem of Ailill. They charged Medb's host 3 times, and each time cut down far more than their own number, but in the end they were overwhelmed. Not one returned alive. When Cú Chulainn awoke and heard what had happened, the grief and fury in him rose beyond all limit. He leaped into his chariot and drove madly around Medb's camp. The vehicle tore the ground into deep trenches. The blades on its wheels shredded the packed ranks and flung broken bodies into heaps. As he roared in rage, the demons, wild creatures, and dark powers of Ireland seemed to answer him, and panic spread through the army. In that uproar, men killed one another in confusion, others died of terror, and many more were cut down directly by Cú Chulainn himself. This slaughter became known as the Great Carnage of Merthemne. Scores of princes died there, along with horses, women, hounds, and countless others. Some traditions even say that Lugh fought beside his son in that devastation. After that, Medb's side chose a more dreadful opponent still. They sent against Cú Chulainn the clan Calatin. Calatin was a sorcerer, and he and his 27 sons fought almost like a single creature, moving in unnatural unity. All of them were poisonous, so that even a slight wound from one of their weapons could prove fatal days later. When this unnatural band attacked, a spear came from every hand at once. Cú Chulainn caught them all on his shield. But when he tried to clear the shield, the entire group rushed him, dragged him down, and forced his face into the gravel of the ford. In that desperate moment, he cried out. One of the Ulster exiles in Medb's host, unable to endure the sight, drew his sword and cut off the many hands that were grinding Cú Chulainn into the stones. Rising again, Cú Chulainn hacked the clan Calatin to pieces so thoroughly that none survived to accuse the man who had helped him. At last, only one truly worthy opponent remained on Medb's side, aside from Fergus. That was Ferdia, son of Darman, once Cú Chulainn's companion in training under Scathach, and his dear friend in youth. Because of that bond, Ferdia had refused until now to go against him. Medb pleaded, offered gifts, and even promised him her daughter Findabair in marriage, but he still resisted. Only when she threatened him with lasting shame, with poets and satirists mocking his name throughout Ireland, did he finally give way. In sorrow and anger, he agreed to face Cú Chulainn at the ford. Those around him understood at once the meaning of it. If the two friends met there, one would not leave alive. Before dawn, Ferdia drove to the ford and lay down on the cushions of his chariot to sleep until Cú Chulainn arrived. When daylight had fully come, his driver heard the thunder of another war chariot approaching and woke him. The two men faced each other across the water. Cú Chulainn spoke first. "It should never have been you," he said. They had fought together, trained together, slept side by side, shared every hardship, every lesson, every feast. Ferdia answered with equal sadness, but without retreat. Whatever their old friendship had been, it would not save him now. His hand, he said, would wound Cú Chulainn before the day was done. They agreed to begin with light weapons, the small darts they had both learned from Scathach. Across the ford those missiles flew all morning like a swarm of bees, but neither man could break through the other's defence. Then they took up heavier spears, and at last, blood began to flow from both. By sunset, they called a halt. They threw their weapons to their charioteers, embraced each other, and kissed 3 times before parting for the night. Their horses grazed in the same paddock. Their drivers sat by the same fire. Each hero sent the other food, drink, and healing herbs for his wounds. On the second day they returned, and because Ferdia had chosen the weapons on the first day, he gave that right now to Cú Chulainn. Cú Chulainn chose broad, heavy spears for close combat, and they fought from their chariots until evening. Drivers and horses were worn to exhaustion, and both warriors were torn by deep wounds. Again they stopped at nightfall, embraced, exchanged gifts, and rested in peace. But by the third day, something had changed. Ferdia came out with a darker, harder look. Cú Chulainn accused him of selling their friendship for the promise of a woman. For Medb had offered Findabair not only to Ferdia, but to any man who could win the ford. Ferdia answered that he had come because to refuse the summons would stain his honour. This time they fought with swords, and they cut great chunks of flesh from shoulders and thighs, yet still neither could master the other. When night fell again, they parted in sorrow, but the tenderness of the earlier evenings was gone. No gifts passed between them now. Their drivers and horses rested apart. Friendship had given way to grim necessity. On the 4th day, Ferdia prepared for a final decision. He armed himself with special care, wearing layer upon layer of protection. Beneath his outer war gear he placed strong coverings over his body, and over his belly he fastened a great flat stone, fearing above all the deadly Gai Bolga, which he suspected Cú Chulainn would use before the end. His helmet was rich and gleaming, his shield broad and heavy with bronze bosses, and in full armour he stood waiting at the ford, performing brilliant feats with his weapons as he passed the time, tossing them and catching them like a juggler. Watching him, Cú Chulainn turned to Laeg and told him that if he began to falter, the charioteer must mock him, shame him, and drive him back into courage. If he fought well, Laeg was to praise him and keep his spirit high, because he would need every scrap of strength that day. When the two champions met again, Cú Chulainn asked what weapons they should use. Ferdia answered that the choice was his. Cú Chulainn said then that all weapons and all methods were permitted. That answer troubled Ferdia, because he knew it meant the limits were gone. The fight began with spears, and neither gained advantage before noon. Then Cú Chulainn drew his sword and tried repeatedly to strike over the rim of Ferdia's shield. But Ferdia, huge and immensely strong, threw him back each time. 3 times Cú Chulainn leapt high, trying to bring his blade down from above, and 3 times Ferdia caught him on the shield and hurled him away into the ford like a child. From the bank, Laeg shouted insults at his master, telling him he was being tossed aside like foam in a river, crushed like grain beneath a millstone, and that he had no right to call himself a warrior if this was all he could do. At last, the breaking point came. Cú Chulainn's fury rose beyond control, and his body seemed to expand with it, swelling in size until he towered over Ferdia. A fierce radiance burned around his head, the unmistakable sign of his battle state. The 2 warriors closed together at once, locked in a brutal struggle, grappling, twisting, and trampling across the ford. Their clash felt almost unnatural, as if something beyond human strength had taken hold of them. The very air seemed to tremble with the force of their blows. The sound of their weapons rang out so violently that it felt as though unseen forces were crying out from the edges of their blades. Even the river itself seemed to recoil, the waters pulling back so that for a brief moment they fought on exposed ground where the current had been. In that chaos, Ferdia found his chance. For a single instant, Cú Chulainn's guard faltered. Ferdia struck without hesitation. His blade cut deep, biting into flesh with terrible force. Blood poured from the wound, spreading quickly until the river ran red around them. Pressing forward, Ferdia attacked again and again, driving Cú Chulainn back, cutting and thrusting with relentless strength. The pressure became too great. Cú Chulainn could not hold him off much longer. In that desperate moment, he shouted to Laeg to give him the Gai Bolga. The name of that weapon changed everything. Ferdia understood at once what was coming. He lowered his shield, trying to protect himself from below, knowing how the weapon was used. But Cú Chulainn moved faster. First, he drove a spear over the rim of the shield, forcing it through Ferdia's defences and striking into his chest. Ferdia raised the shield again, but the moment had already passed. With a movement both swift and deadly, Cú Chulainn seized the Gai Bolga with his foot and launched it upward from beneath. The weapon tore through the iron protection, shattered the heavy stone guarding Ferdia's body, and drove deep inside him. Its barbs spread within him, filling every part of his body with destruction. Ferdia knew instantly that the fight was over. He spoke with what strength remained, acknowledging that the blow had ended his life. There was no anger left in him now, only the weight of what had happened. Cú Chulainn caught him as he fell and carried him across the ford, refusing to let him die on the side of his enemies. He laid him down gently on the far bank, honouring him even in death. As the life left Ferdia, Cú Chulainn's strength failed him as well. The exhaustion of days of battle, the wounds he had suffered, and the weight of killing his closest companion all came upon him at once. He began to collapse. Laeg cried out urgently, warning him that the army would not respect the rules any longer now that Ferdia was gone. But Cú Chulainn, overcome with grief, could not answer with action. He spoke only of what had been lost. Then he fell into a deep faint, like death itself. While he lay there, Medb's army surged forward with renewed energy. The death of Ferdia had broken the balance, and no more single combat would hold them back. With shouting and the clash of weapons, they crossed into Ulster in full force. Before leaving the ford, however, they did not abandon Ferdia without honour. His body was buried where he had fallen. A mound was raised over him, and a stone was set in place to mark his name and lineage. Even in war, respect for a fallen champion remained. Meanwhile, men from Ulster came quietly to recover Cú Chulainn. They carried him away to Muirthemne, where his wounds were washed and treated. Healing herbs, prepared by those who knew ancient remedies, were placed into the waters to restore him. Still, he remained weak and unresponsive for many days, caught between exhaustion and recovery. Far from the battlefield, his father Sualtam tried again to rouse Ulster. Riding the grey of Macha, he travelled across the land, shouting warnings to anyone who would listen. He spoke of men being slaughtered, women taken, and cattle driven away. Yet the people he met seemed slow to understand, as if their minds were clouded. At last he reached Emain Macha, where the king and the nobles remained. Standing before them, he cried out the same warning, declaring that Cú Chulainn alone was holding back the invasion. But his words were not received with urgency. The druids spoke of punishment for disturbing the king, while others simply acknowledged the truth without action. Frustrated and furious, Sualtam turned to leave. In that moment, a sudden movement of his horse caused him to strike against the edge of his shield. The blow cut his head from his body. Even then, the warning did not end. His severed head continued to speak, repeating the same urgent message. At last, the meaning broke through. The king began to understand. The spell that had weighed on Ulster started to lift. With renewed clarity, Conor rose and swore an oath to restore what had been lost. Orders were given. Messengers were sent across the land, calling every warrior to arms. This time, the response was immediate. Men gathered from every direction, preparing for war. Weapons were sharpened, armour fastened, chariots made ready. Two great forces formed, one led by the king himself, the other moving along the path taken by the invaders. When they struck, they did so with full strength, cutting down those who had been carrying off captives and reclaiming what had been taken. Medb's army began to withdraw, but the Ulster forces pressed after them. The two sides finally came together again, preparing for a final confrontation. Scouts were sent to observe the advancing Ulster warriors. At first, the sight was confusing. The land seemed filled with animals fleeing the forests. Then, a strange mist appeared, rising across the plains. From within it came the sounds of movement, the rumble of chariots, the clash of weapons, and the fierce energy of an army moving toward battle. It was not an illusion. It was the full power of Ulster returning. When the battle began, it was violent and decisive. Fergus cut through ranks of men with sweeping blows, while Medb herself charged into the fighting repeatedly. The clash spread across the plain, and no side held back. Cú Chulainn, recovering from his weakness, heard the sound of battle and rose again. Strength returned to him suddenly. He armed himself and entered the fight once more. When he met Fergus, he called upon him to honour the earlier agreement between them. Fergus, bound by his word, withdrew, and with him went many of the allied forces. This left Medb's army greatly reduced. By the time the fighting ended, the outcome was clear. The army of Connaught broke and fled. Cú Chulainn pursued them but spared Medb when he caught up to her, allowing her to escape across the river. The conflict did not end there. The two great bulls, the cause of the war, finally met. Their fight was as fierce as any battle fought by men. The brown bull overcame its rival, scattering its remains across the land. But even in victory, it did not survive long. Wounded and driven by rage, it collapsed and died, bringing the struggle to its true end. Peace followed, though it came at great cost. Both sides had suffered deeply. The story of the conflict remained, carried forward not only as a tale of war, but as something larger, a reflection of power, loss, and the cost of pride. Later stories speak of Cú Chulainn's final days, when enemies gathered once more against him. Through deception, illusion, and the breaking of sacred taboos, his strength was slowly taken from him. Signs of his fate appeared one by one, warnings he could not escape. In the end, he faced his enemies alone. Even wounded, he fought with the same relentless force that had defined his life. But fate had already turned. His weapons failed him one by one, and those closest to him fell. At last, mortally wounded, he made his way to a standing stone. There, he bound himself upright so that he would not fall in death. He remained standing, facing his enemies even as life left him. No one dared approach him while the strength still lingered in his body. Only when a bird settled upon his shoulder did they understand that he was gone. Even then, the fear of him remained. His death marked the end of something greater than a single life. With him, the age of Ulster's greatest heroes passed. The stories that followed belonged to another time, shaped by different struggles and different ideals. But the memory of Cú Chulainn endured, not just as a warrior, but as a figure who stood at the edge between human strength and something far beyond it. The story of Queen Maeve's death survives in old Irish tradition, retold across generations with vivid detail. After the warrior Fergus MacRoich was killed by Ailill while bathing in a lake beside Maeve, and Ailill himself later fell to Conall, the Queen withdrew from the world of conflict. She settled on a quiet island in Lough Ree, a place of solitude where she followed a daily ritual. Each morning at dawn, she would enter the water and bathe in a pool near the landing shore, far from the noise of court and battle. But even in isolation, enemies watched. A man named Forby, the son of Conor MacNessa, learned of her habit. He carefully studied the distance between the pool and the mainland, then returned home to train. Recreating the same distance, he practiced endlessly with a sling, aiming at a fixed target until his accuracy became flawless. Day after day, he refined his skill until he could strike with certainty at that exact range. When the moment came, he returned to the shores of the lake and waited. As Maeve stepped into the water, unaware of danger, he released his shot. The stone flew clean and true, striking her in the centre of the forehead. The Queen fell where she stood, her long reign brought to a sudden end. It was said that she had ruled Connaught for 88 years, a figure both feared and admired. In her, the poets of the Gaelic world found a powerful image of womanhood, not gentle or passive, but fierce, commanding, and alive with energy. Such figures appear often in early Irish tradition, where women could fight, rule, and stand beside men as equals, even entering battlefields until such practices faded centuries later. Another tale from the same cycle turns from tragedy to something far more unusual. It tells of Fergus MacLetty and his encounter with the mysterious Wee Folk, a race of small magical beings who lived in a hidden world known as Fé Linn. Their society mirrored that of humans, but on a much smaller scale, and their lives were filled with strange enchantments. Their king, Ubdan, once boasted proudly of his power during a feast. Emboldened by wine, he spoke of his warriors and their strength. Yet his bard, Aisirt, had heard stories of a distant land called Ulster, where men were so large and powerful that one of them could destroy an entire army of the Wee Folk. When Aisirt hinted at this, the king reacted with anger and had him imprisoned. Only when the bard agreed to prove his claim by travelling to that distant land was he set free. Aisirt journeyed to Ulster and arrived at the court of Fergus. There, he amazed everyone, not for his size, but for his wit, intelligence, and dignity. Despite his small stature, he was treated with respect and generosity. After his visit, he returned home with proof of what he had seen, even bringing with him a dwarf from Fergus's court, who seemed like a giant to the Wee Folk. Convinced at last, Ubdan agreed to see the truth for himself. Bound by a code of honour he could not ignore, he set out with his wife, Bebo, travelling across the sea on a magical steed. By night, they reached the palace of Fergus. Quietly, they slipped inside, hoping only to taste the king's porridge and leave unnoticed. But as Yubdan leaned over the pot, he lost his balance and fell in. Trapped in the thick porridge, he could not escape. At dawn, the servants discovered him, along with his grieving wife. They were brought before Fergus, who was astonished, but not unkind. He treated them well, though he refused to let them go. What followed was a series of strange and often humorous events, as the small visitors struggled in a world far too large for them. Eventually, the wee folk themselves intervened. They brought chaos to the land, spoiling crops, draining milk from cattle, and fouling water sources, in an effort to force Fergus to release their king. When even this failed, they offered magical gifts. Among them was a pair of enchanted water shoes, which allowed the wearer to walk freely beneath the surface of lakes and rivers. Fergus accepted these in exchange for Yubdan's freedom. But such gifts rarely come without consequence. Fergus soon used the shoes to explore the waters of Ireland. One day, deep within a lake, he encountered a monstrous creature known as the Muadris. The sight of it filled him with such terror that his face became twisted and disfigured. Ashamed, those around him hid all mirrors so he would not discover the truth. But eventually, the truth reached him through a servant's harsh words. Realizing what had happened, Fergus resolved to confront the creature. Armed and determined, he entered the water once more. For a full day and night, nothing was seen, though the lake churned and darkened. Then, at sunrise, Fergus emerged again, holding the head of the beast. His face was restored, his strength intact, but his victory came at a cost. With only a few final words, he sank beneath the water and did not return. These stories form part of a larger tradition, where landscape and legend are deeply connected. Across Ireland, place names still preserve echoes of these tales, linking real locations with myth and memory. Hills, rivers, and ancient ruins carry the names of heroes and tragedies, keeping the past alive in the very shape of the land. Beyond these tales lies another great body of legend, centred on a different kind of hero. The stories of Finn mac Cumhail and the Fianna belong to a later age. One filled less with raw heroism and more with adventure, beauty, and reflection. In these stories, the world feels softer, more romantic, and often more distant from reality. Finn himself was said to be born into hardship, raised in secrecy after his father was killed. As he grew, he became known not only for his strength, but for his wisdom. This wisdom came from a magical source, the salmon of knowledge, a creature that granted all understanding to whoever tasted it. By chance, Finn gained this gift, and from that moment on, he carried within him a deeper awareness of the world. His rise to leadership came when he proved himself against a supernatural threat at Tara. Facing a creature that could enchant men with music and fire, he overcame it through courage and discipline. With that victory, he claimed his place as leader of the Fianna, a band of warriors devoted to protecting the land. Under his command, the Fianna reached their height. Among them were figures both noble and flawed, warriors of great skill, and others known more for their wit or mischief than their strength. Some stories are filled with humour, others with betrayal and tragedy. But together, they paint a picture of a world where honour, loyalty and fate were always intertwined. And in the end, like all such tales, they remind us that even the greatest heroes cannot escape the passage of time. Cialta, son of Ronan, was one of the most respected men in Finn's household. He served as a steward, but that role alone did not define him. He was also a powerful warrior and, just as importantly, a master of speech, a man known for telling stories and reciting poems with rare grace and authority. Alongside him stood Oisin, the son of Finn, remembered above all as the greatest poet among the Gaels, a figure whose life and voice would become inseparable from the memory of the Fianna. Among all the fighters of Finn's company, none was more feared in battle than Oscar, the son of Oisin. He entered war with a violence that set him apart even among heroes. In his very first battle he struck down 3 kings, and such was the force of his fury that he accidentally killed his own companion and fellow student, Linna, in the chaos of combat. Oscar's nature in the old stories is hard and unbending. He is not described as a man torn by hesitation or inward conflict, but as a warrior shaped entirely for battle, as sharp and direct as the blade he carried. His wife was the beautiful Aideen, and when Oscar fell at the Battle of Gowra, grief destroyed her. Oisin buried her on Ben Edar, the height now called Howth, and over her grave he raised the great stone monument that later generations still pointed to with wonder. Another of Finn's men was Gina, son of Luga. He was of noble blood through both parents, for his mother was one of Finn's own warrior daughters, and his father was a close kinsman of that same line. He had been raised by a woman called Fair Main, who was famous for bringing many young warriors of the Fianna to maturity. When Gina came of age and stood before Finn to swear loyalty, Finn accepted him and gave him command of a band of fighters. Yet the young captain proved disappointing. He was lazy, vain, and selfish. He boasted constantly of his own skill with weapons, but neglected the discipline of his men. He did not train them properly in hunting or in the hard life expected of the Fianna. He mistreated his hounds, bullied his servants, and carried himself with arrogance instead of honour. At last, his followers came before Finn at Loch Lena in Killarney, and laid their complaint openly before him. They told Finn to choose whether he wanted them all or Gina, son of Luga, alone. Finn summoned the young man and questioned him, but Gina could not answer well or defend his conduct. Then Finn instructed him in the true code expected of a noble warrior and a leader of men. He told him that in the household of a great lord he must be calm and disciplined, but in a narrow pass where danger pressed close, he must be fierce. He warned him never to beat a hound without cause, and never to accuse a wife before knowing the truth. He said that in battle there was no honour in engaging a fool, for a fool brought no glory. A man of reputation was not to be slandered, and senseless brawling was beneath a noble warrior. Madness and wickedness were to be avoided, not challenged for pride's sake. Finn also taught that gentleness was not weakness. Most of a man's kindness, he said, should be shown to women, to small children, and to poets. Common people were not to be treated harshly. Empty boasts were shameful, especially when a man could not stand behind his words. Loyalty mattered above reward. A warrior must never abandon the lord he had pledged himself to serve, whether for gold or for any other gain the world could offer. Nor should he insult a leader through abuse of that leader's followers, for such behaviour did not belong to a man of honourable blood. He warned against carrying tales, speaking falsely, talking too much, or judging others recklessly. A good man should not provoke needless hostility. He should avoid drunkenness, avoid mocking the old, and avoid troubling those of low station simply because they were weaker. Food should be shared generously, never hoarded. No familiar companion should suffer from a man's stinginess. A warrior should not thrust himself upon a chief in an unwelcome way, nor behave so badly that the chief had cause to speak against him. He should keep hold of his equipment, remain firm in battle until the clash of weapons had fully ended, and always be quicker to give than to refuse. Above all, he was told to follow after gentleness. According to the old tradition, Gina listened. He abandoned his worst faults and became one of Finn's finest men. That was the kind of teaching Finn gave not only to one young captain, but to all who served him. Under his guidance, the best of them grew to resemble him in courage, courtesy, generosity, and self-command. They cared more for the honour of their companions than for their own. Each believed that no man living could rival Finn in noble qualities. He was remembered as a lord of immense generosity, a man who gave away gold as lightly as leaves, falling in a forest, and silver as freely as foam on the sea. Another detail often repeated about him reveals much about his character. If he later quarrelled with a man to whom he had once given gifts, he never used those gifts against him and never threw old generosity back in the other man's face. Oisin once described the things Finn loved most. He loved the roar of battle and the joy of feasting. He loved the cry of his hounds in rough glens, the singing of birds in lonely places, the grinding of shingle beneath the hulls of warboats being dragged to the sea, the whistle of dawn wind among spear shafts, and the music of his musicians. This was the world Finn belonged to: hunting, warfare, fellowship, music, and the harsh beauty of the land itself. Membership in the Fianna was never given lightly. In the age of Finn, no man could join unless he passed a series of severe tests, proving both strength and refinement. He had to know the 12 books of poetry and be able to compose verse in the proper forms and measures of learned Gaelic tradition. Physical prowess alone was not enough. Then came the harsher trials. He would be buried in the earth up to his waist, given only a shield and a hazel stick, and required to defend himself against 9 warriors hurling spears. If he received a wound, he was rejected. After that, his hair would be braided, and he would be chased through the forest by members of the Fianna. If he was caught, he failed. If a single braid came loose, he failed. If a dry stick snapped under his foot, he failed. He had to be able to leap over a branch set level with his forehead, duck beneath another set level with his knee while running at full speed, and pull a thorn from his foot without slowing down. One final rule made clear the independence expected of such a man. He must take no dowry with a wife. There was also a long tradition that Cialta survived into a much later age and lived to meet Saint Patrick. According to the story, Patrick baptized him into the Christian faith, and Cialta in turn recounted many tales of Finn and the Fianna, which Patrick's scribes wrote down. On one occasion, Patrick asked him how the Fianna had become so mighty and so renowned that all Ireland still sang of them. Cialta's answer was simple and direct. Truth was in their hearts, he said, and strength was in their hands. What they promised, they fulfilled. Another tale belongs to Cialta's later years, after he had already accepted the new faith. One day, he was in Laney in Connaught, where the people of a fairy mound called Duma were suffering yearly attacks from sea raiders. They called on Cialta for help. Through his courage and skill, the attackers were defeated and driven away. But Cialta himself was badly wounded in the struggle. He then asked Owen, a seer among the fairy people, to foretell how much longer he had to live, for by then he was already very old. Owen answered that he still had 17 years before he would fall by the pool of Tara, and that his death would bring sorrow to the royal household. Cialta replied that this was the same fate his lord Finn had once foretold for him. Then he asked what reward he would receive for saving them from such danger. The fairy people offered him something astonishing: youth restored. By their arts, they said, they could make him young again, with all the strength and agility of his prime. Cialta refused at once. He would not, he said, take on a form shaped by sorcery, nor accept any body other than the one given to him by the true and glorious God who had made him. The fairy people praised his answer as worthy of a true hero. Instead of changing him, they healed his wounds and cured every bodily ailment he carried. He blessed them and went on his way. One day, Finn and his hunters were returning to the stronghold on the hill of Allen after the chase when a beautiful fawn sprang across their path. Instantly, the hounds and men raced after it. The animal fled in the direction of Finn's own home, and before long all the pursuers had fallen behind, except Finn and his two famous hounds, Bran and Sceolan. These were no ordinary animals. Their mother had once been Tyrinn, sister of Finn's mother Myrna. Through enchantment she had been transformed into a hound by a woman of the fairy race who desired Tyrinn's husband. In that altered form she bore Bran and Sceolan. They were the finest hounds in Ireland, and Finn loved them deeply. It was said he wept only twice in all his life, and one of those times was for Bran. As the chase continued down a valley slope, Finn saw the fawn suddenly stop and lie down. Bran and Sceolan did not attack. Instead, they played around her and licked her face and limbs. Realizing there was more here than an ordinary hunt, Finn ordered that no one should harm her, and the fawn followed them peacefully, back to Alan, still moving among the hounds as if she belonged with them. That night, Finn awoke and saw by his bed the most beautiful woman he had ever looked upon. She told him her name was Saba and that she had been the fawn. Because she had refused the love of a dark druid from the fairy people, he had transformed her into that shape through magic, and she had endured it for 3 years. A slave of the druid, feeling pity for her, had once revealed that if she could reach Finn's great stronghold at Alan, no enchantment would hold her there, and her true form would return. She had feared being torn apart by hounds or struck by hunters, and so she allowed herself to be overtaken only by Finn and the 2 hounds who still retained something of human nature and would not hurt her. Finn promised she had nothing to fear. Among the Fianna, he said, both they and their guests were free, and no one in his house would use force against her. Saba stayed, and Finn made her his wife. His love for her was so deep that battle and hunting lost their charm for him. For months he scarcely left her side. She loved him with equal depth, and their happiness was described as almost beyond mortal measure. But peace did not last. Word arrived that Northmen had appeared in Dublin Bay, and Finn called his warriors to arms. He told Saba that the people of Ireland gave the Fianna tribute and hospitality in return for protection against foreign attack, and it would be shameful to accept that duty and then fail to fulfill it. He remembered an old saying of Gol MacMorna, spoken when the Fianna once faced great danger. A man lives on after his life, but not after his honour. For 7 days Finn was absent, and he drove the invaders from the shores of Ireland. On the 8th day he returned to Alan, but at once saw unease in the faces of his men and of the women of the household. Saba was not there to greet him on the rampart. He demanded to know what had happened. They told him that while he was away they had seen what looked like Finn himself approaching the gate, with Bran and Sceolan running at his heels. They believed they heard too the hunting call of the Fianna carried on the wind. Saba rushed out in joy before anyone could stop her, but when she came near the figure, she suddenly halted and gave a cry of horror. The false likeness struck her with a hazel wand, and instantly she became a deer. Strange hounds appeared and drove her away, always turning her back whenever she tried to return to the safety of the stronghold. The people of Alan seized weapons and ran after them, but by the time they reached the place, there was nothing to see. Only the sound of fleeing feet and baying hounds echoed from different directions until at last all grew silent. They had done everything they could. Saba was gone. Finn struck his breast but said nothing. He withdrew to his chamber and remained unseen for the rest of that day and the next. When he emerged, he returned to the duties of leadership, but his grief never truly left him. For 7 years he searched for Saba through remote glens, dark forests, caves, and wild places across Ireland, taking no hounds with him but Bran and Sceolan. At last he gave up hope and returned to hunting. Then one day, while following the chase on Ben Bulben in Sligo, Finn heard the music of the hounds change to angry snarling and fighting cries. he and his companions ran forward and found beneath a great tree a naked boy with long hair. The hounds were trying to seize him, but Bran and Cú stood over him and fought the others off. The boy was tall, beautifully formed, and utterly fearless. Surrounded by warriors and raging dogs, he met every eye without flinching. The Fianna drove the pack away and brought him back with them. Finn became strangely silent and studied the boy's face again and again. In time, the boy learned to speak clearly, and his story emerged. He had known no father and no mother except a gentle hind with whom he had lived in a green and hidden valley enclosed by steep cliffs and deep chasms. In summer, they lived on fruits and natural abundance. In winter, food was always somehow left for him in a cave. Sometimes a tall dark man came there and spoke to his mother, sometimes softly, sometimes with anger and threats, but she always shrank from him in fear. At last, there came a day when the man pleaded with every tone he had, then grew furious when she would still not submit. Finally, he struck her with a hazel wand. This time, she followed him, still looking back toward her son and crying in distress. The boy tried to run after her, but found himself unable to move. He collapsed in anguish, lost consciousness, and later awoke alone on the mountainside of Ben Bulben. The hidden valley was gone, and he never found it again. Not long after, the hunting dogs discovered him. Finn named him Oisín, meaning little fawn. He grew into a famous warrior, but his greater fame came from the songs and stories he made. In later ages, whenever people repeated tales of the Fianna, they would say that thus sang the bard Oisín, son of Finn. Another great turning point in Oisín's life came on a misty summer morning near Loch Lena. Finn, Oisín, and many companions were hunting along the lake shore when they saw a woman approaching on a snow-white horse. She was magnificently dressed like a queen, with a gold crown on her head and a dark silk mantle set with shining ornaments that trailed behind her. The horse itself was richly adorned. As she came closer, she addressed Finn by name and said she had come from a very distant land. Her name was Niam of the golden hair, daughter of the king of the land of youth, and she had come because of her love for Oisín. Then she turned to Oisín and asked whether he would go with her to her father's country. He answered without hesitation that he would follow her to the end of the world. The spell of her presence had already transformed his heart. Earthly things no longer mattered to him beside the chance of winning her love. Niam then spoke of the country across the sea to which she invited him. As she described it, a strange stillness fell over everything. Horses ceased to move, hounds fell silent, and even the wind did not stir the trees. Later, no one could remember her words exactly, yet what remained in memory was the vision of an eternal land of beauty and abundance. In that place, fruit hung always on the trees, flowers never faded, forests dripped with wild honey, and stores of wine and mead never ran dry. No one there knew sickness, pain, age, or death. Music never ceased, hunting never wearied, feasting never became dull, and wealth beyond human imagination filled the halls. Oisín was promised fairy horses, hounds swifter than the wind, followers in war, maidens to sing him to sleep, a crown upon his brow, a magical sword at his side, rule over the land of youth, and the love of Niam herself. When her words ended, the Fianna saw Oisín mount the white horse and take her in his arms. In the next instant she turned the horse and flashed away through the forest like a shaft of light crossing the earth beneath broken clouds. The Fianna never saw Oisín again in the world of ordinary men. The white horse ran lightly across the sea. Soon the coasts and woods of Ireland faded from view. Then the riders entered a golden haze, so thick with brightness that Oisín could no longer tell whether land or water lay beneath them. Strange sights appeared now and then in the mist. Towers, palace gates, fleeting figures. Once he saw a doe pursued by a white hound with one red ear. Later, he glimpsed a maiden on a brown horse holding a golden apple, followed closely by a young warrior on a white steed with a purple cloak and a gold-hilted sword. Oisin wanted to ask who these figures were, but Niam forbade him to question or even acknowledge anything they passed, until they reached the land of youth. There, he lived through wonders and adventures of many kinds. Among them was the rescue of a princess, held by a monstrous foe. Yet eventually, even endless delight lost some of its power over him. What seemed to Oisin only 3 weeks in that land was in truth something far stranger. At last, he longed to see Ireland again, to look once more on his old companions and his father's world. He promised Niam he would return after a visit. She gave him the white horse that had first borne him away, but warned him with absolute seriousness that once he reached Ireland, he must never dismount and never let his foot touch the earth. If he did, he would never again return to the land of youth. Oisin crossed the magical sea and came once more to the western coast of Ireland. At once he rode toward the hill of Allen, expecting to find the old stronghold alive with memory and movement. Yet as he travelled, he saw no sign of the Fianna's hunting parties. The people he passed looked strangely small and diminished to him, as though the whole world had somehow changed. At last, he emerged into the clearing where the hill and its great enclosure should have stood. Instead of the proud stronghold with its white-walled dwellings and its towering hall, he found only grassy mounds, tangled weeds, thorn bushes, and cattle grazing over ruins. Horror fell over him. He believed some enchantment must be clouding his sight. Stretching out his arms, he cried the names of Finn and Oscar, but no answer came. Then he called for Bran and Skeolan, straining to hear the least sound from the vanished world he knew, but only the wind sighed through the bushes. In terror, he rode away, determined to cross all Ireland if need be, until he found some end to the illusion. Near the eastern sea, in a place called the Valley of the Thrushes, he saw a group of men in a hillside field, struggling to move a great boulder from their land while an overseer directed them. He rode toward them, meaning to ask where Finn and the Fianna could be found. When the workers saw him, they stopped in amazement. To them, he seemed hardly human, but like a being out of legend or heaven itself. He was taller and stronger than any man they knew, with brilliant eyes, a noble face, and shining hair beneath his helmet. Looking down on their worn bodies and the stone they could barely shift, Oisin felt pity. The ordinary people of Ireland, he thought, had never looked so frail when he last knew them. So he leaned from the saddle to help. With one immense effort, he lifted the boulder and sent it rolling down the hill. The men shouted in wonder, but their admiration instantly turned to fear. As Oisin strained, the girth of the saddle snapped. He fell headlong to the ground. In that same instant, the white horse vanished like mist, and the figure that rose from the earth was no splendid young warrior, but a man crushed by impossible age. He was white-bearded, bent, withered, weak, and trembling. His fine garments had become rough and poor. His sword was gone, replaced by a plain wooden staff like that of a wandering beggar. The men returned cautiously when they saw that the disaster had not struck them. They found the old man lying with his face in his arms. Lifting him gently, they asked who he was and what had happened. Oisin looked around with dim eyes and said that he was Oisin's son of Finn, and begged them to tell him where Finn now lived, for the stronghold at Allen had become a wasteland, and from one end of Ireland to the other, he had neither seen nor heard his people. The overseer asked which Finn he meant, since many men bore that name. Oisin answered that he meant Finn, son of Cumhal, leader of the Fianna of Ireland. At this, the man and his companions looked at each other in astonishment. The overseer told him that he had lost his wits. Finn, son of Cumhal, and all his generation, he said, had been dead for 300 years. Oscar had fallen at Gowra. Finn himself had died at another battle. The songs of Oisin, whose end was unknown, were now performed by harpers at the feasts of great men. But Ireland had changed. Patrick had come to preach the worship of one God and of Christ his Son. The old ways had passed away. Finn and the Fianna, with their hunting and feasting and songs, no longer commanded the reverence that now belonged to monks, virgins, prayer, and the hope of salvation. Oisin, dazed and barely understanding, replied only that if this god had slain Finn and Oscar, then he must be a strong god indeed. Some of the people cried out angrily at these words and reached for stones, but the overseer restrained them. Better to take the old man before Patrick and let the holy man decide what should be done. So Oisin was brought to Patrick, who received him kindly and gave him shelter. To Patrick, he told all that had happened to him. Patrick ordered that the stories be carefully written down, so that the memory of the heroes Oisin had known, and of the free and joyful life they had once lived among Ireland's woods, hills, and wild places, would not be lost forever. Another memorable tale tells of Finn's encounter with a place of dangerous enchantment. During a great hunt in the district of Coran in northern Connaught, Finn and his men entered territory ruled by a supernatural lord named Conaran. Angered by the intrusion, Conaran sent his 3 sorceress daughters to punish the hunters. Finn, Conan the Bald, and Finn's 2 favourite hounds were standing on the hill of Keshcoran, watching the hunt unfold below, listening to horns, shouts, and the cries of the dogs when they discovered the mouth of a great cave. Before it sat 3 terrifying old women, each spinning yarn on crooked holly sticks. But the yarn they spun was not ordinary thread. When Finn and the others came near to look more closely, invisible strands of it suddenly wrapped around them, like a web. At once their strength failed. They were overcome by weakness and trembling, easily tied up, and dragged into the darkness of the cave. Other members of the Fianna soon arrived, searching for Finn, but one after another they suffered the same fate. The enchanted yarn stripped them of force and courage, and all were bound and taken inside, while the hounds outside howled helplessly. The witches then armed themselves with broad, hard-tempered swords and prepared to slaughter the prisoners. Before striking, however, they looked out to make sure no straggler remained free. At that very moment, Gol Mac Morna appeared. He was among the greatest champions of the Fianna, fierce in battle and immense in spirit. A desperate fight followed. Gol cut 2 of the hags in half and overpowered the third, whose name was Irnan. As he was about to kill her, she begged for mercy and pointed out that it would be better to recover the Fianna alive than to slay her in anger. Gol agreed to spare her if she released the prisoners. They entered the cave, and the captives were freed one by one, beginning with the poets and learned men. When at last they all came out and sat on the hillside to recover, songs of praise were sung for Gol, and Irnan vanished. But the danger was not over. Before long, a monstrous female figure approached them, a hideous hag armed like a warrior with blazing eyes, savage claws, and a mouth full of terrible teeth. It was Irnan again, returned in another form. She demanded single combat from the Fianna until she had her fill. Finn called on his foremost champions to fight her, but they all pleaded exhaustion and humiliation after the treatment they had suffered in the cave. At last, when Finn himself was preparing to face her, Gol stepped forward again, saying that combat with such a creature was not fit for Finn. In the fierce battle that followed, Gol finally drove his sword through her shield and heart so deeply that the blade came out behind her. She fell dead. After that, the Fianna stormed Conaran's stronghold, seized its treasure, and returned in triumph to the hill of Allen. There was also the tale of Slieva Gallion, one of the most striking stories connected with Finn. In this account, Cullen, the smith, imagined here as a supernatural ruler, had 2 daughters, Ain and Malucra, both in love with Finn. Their jealousy of one another set the story in motion. When Ain once declared that she would never love a man with grey hair, Meluchra saw a chance to secure Finn entirely for herself. She and her companions worked enchantment upon the waters of the Little Grey Lake on the summit of Slievegallion. Not long afterward, Bran and Ceolan roused a fawn near the hill of Allen and chased it northward until the pursuit ended high on Slievegallion, a mountain long associated with magic and otherworldly power. Finn followed the hounds alone after the fawn vanished on the slope. In searching for it, he came upon the lake and found beside it a lady of extraordinary beauty seated in grief. She told him she had lost a beloved gold ring in the water and bound him by sacred obligation to dive in and retrieve it for her. Finn entered the lake, searched every hidden place and found the ring. Before he even left the water, he handed it to her. At once she plunged into the lake and disappeared. Then Finn understood that enchantment had been laid upon him. The moment he stepped ashore, he collapsed with sudden weakness. When he rose again, he was no longer in the full strength of manhood, but a feeble, withered old man, white-haired and bent, so changed that even Bran and Ceolan failed to recognize him and ran wildly around the shore, searching for their lost master. Soon, Finn was missed from Allen, and the Fianna followed his trail. They found only a helpless, aged man by the lake. At first, he could do no more than beat his breast and groan, but when Kilter leaned near, he whispered enough for them to understand the truth. It was Finn. Their grief and amazement were immense. Finn told them that the one responsible must be the daughter of Cullen, dwelling in the fairy mound of Slievegallion. At once the Fianna carried him there and began digging into the mound with furious determination. For 3 days and nights they worked, until at last they reached its deepest place. Then a maiden appeared holding a drinking horn of red gold. It was given to Finn. He drank, and immediately his body and beauty were restored. Only his hair remained white as silver. Another draught could have changed even that, but Finn chose to keep it. From that day onward, his hair remained silver white until death. The story has often been understood as something more than a magical transformation. It suggests that wisdom comes through suffering, and that a true leader cannot guide others fully until he has known weakness, grief, and helplessness for himself. One of the richest surviving bodies of Ossianic storytelling is the long work known as the Colloquy of the Ancients. It presents Cialta and Oisin, each accompanied by a few surviving warriors, as the last remnants of the once glorious Fianna after the disaster of Gowra and the breaking of their fellowship. There is deep sadness in the image. Old heroes, long outliving their age, meeting one final time in the stronghold of a once famous woman, and speaking together of what has passed until silence settles over them. At last, they part. Oisin turns toward the dwelling place of his mother among the otherworldly people, while Cialta crosses the plains of Meath and comes at length upon Patrick and his clerics. The story shows no concern for historical logic. It simply brings together two worlds. The churchmen are terrified when they see Cialta and his great hounds approaching, for he and his companions seem like beings from another age entirely. Patrick sprinkles them with holy water, driving away the demons said to be hovering over them, and then the giant warriors sit down. Patrick asks Cialta for a favour. He needs a well of pure water to baptise the people of Bregia and Meath. Cialta, who knows every landscape feature of the country, takes Patrick by the hand and leads him to a shining spring. The water is clear and bright, rich with cress and brooklime, and Cialta begins to speak of the place with loving knowledge. This is one of the things that stands out in the old Fianna tradition. The land itself matters. Wells, hills, forts, streams, woods and mounds all carry memory, and Cialta knows them as though they were part of his own body. After they are entertained, Patrick asks Cialta whether Finn had been a good lord to serve. Cialta praises Finn's generosity and describes the greatness of his household. Patrick, listening, remarks that if such stories did not distract from prayer and spiritual duty, time would pass easily in hearing them. Cialta goes on, and Patrick, now openly delighted, asks for another tale. From there, the work unfolds as a long sequence in which Patrick and Cialta travel together. Whenever Patrick or one of his companions sees a hill, fort, well, or ancient place, the question is asked, and Cialta answers with a story from the time of the Fianna. Tale follows tale in a flowing chain of memory, topography, legend, combat, love, feasting, and encounters with the Otherworld. One such tale concerns the fairy mansion of Slievenamon. Finn, Cialta, and a handful of other champions once chased a mysterious faun from northern lands all the way to that mountain. As often happens in these stories, the pursuit of a beautiful animal leads into the world of the supernatural. Night fell. Snow and storm came down heavily. Searching for shelter, the hunters found a great illuminated mansion in the woods. Inside was a splendid hall where they met 28 warriors and 28 fair women, one of them seated on a crystal chair making marvellous music on a harp. Their hosts explained that they were in conflict with others of their own race and had drawn the Fianna there deliberately by sending the maiden in the shape of a faun. They needed mortal champions to help them in the battle that would come at night. Finn and his companions accepted without hesitation. A fierce struggle followed, lasting from evening until morning. The enemy was beaten back, though several of Finn's greatest men were badly wounded. Magic herbs healed them, and more fighting and strange adventures followed. In time, Finn forced peace upon the rivals and returned to the human world. Later, as Cialta told this story on the very ground where the fairy mansion had once stood, a magnificently dressed young warrior appeared. He was one of those Finn had helped long before, come now to do honour to Patrick. In this tradition, the boundary between Christian Ireland and the fairy world is not always hostile. At times, it is almost surprisingly cordial. Many of the most haunting moments in these stories arise from mystery that is never explained. A good example is the tale of the three young warriors. They came to take service with Finn, accompanied by an enormous hound. They agreed to serve under him, naming their skills and the reward they desired. But they demanded one strange condition. They must camp apart from the rest, and once night fell, no one was to approach or observe them. When Finn asked the reason, they told him that every night one of them must die, and the other two must keep watch over him. The story offers no explanation. The mystery is left hanging in the air, unresolved and unforgettable. Another tale, equally strange and beautiful, tells of a giant maiden named Bebion from the land of maidens. One day, Finn and his warriors were resting from the hunt when they saw her coming toward them, huge in stature and dazzling in beauty. The gold rings on her fingers were as thick as a yoke, and when she removed her jewelled helmet, a vast mass of shining golden hair poured free. She explained that she had been promised against her will to a suitor she did not want. Having heard from a fisherman of Finn's nobility and strength, she had come seeking his protection. Even as she spoke, another giant figure appeared nearby, a beautiful young warrior carrying a red shield and a mighty spear. Without a word, he came forward and thrust the spear through her body. Before the stunned Fianna could stop him, he strode into the sea and escaped aboard a great vessel. Cialta and others pursued him as far as the surf, but he was gone. Returning to Finn, they found the maiden dying. With her last breath, she distributed her treasures among them. The Fianna buried her beneath a great mound and set up a standing stone marked with her name. Here again the stories move in a realm where beauty, violence, wonder, and grief appear together, without explanation and without relief. Before leaving this world of stories, one final contrast stands out. In later traditions, there were many dialogues between Oisin and Patrick that set pagan ideals against Christian teaching in a much harsher way. In those versions, Patrick often appears severe, repetitive, and hostile to the memory of Finn and his companions, while Oisin becomes the proud old defender of a vanished heroic age. But in the older and gentler tradition represented by Cialta's conversations with Patrick, the tone is entirely different. Here, Cialta accepts Christianity with dignity and sincerity. Patrick is not shown as an enemy of the past, but as a gracious listener who wants the old stories preserved. Salvation is not denied outright to Finn and his companions. Minstrelsy itself is not condemned. On the contrary, the beauty of song and memory is treated as something that belongs to both earth and heaven. In this vision, the finest qualities of the old heroic world and the best qualities of the new faith do not destroy one another. They meet, speak, and in some measure understand each other. Cialta stands for all that is noble in the older order: courage, honour, generosity, courtesy, and loyalty. Patrick stands for what is humane and gracious in the new. Rather than presenting an absolute war between two ages, the tradition allows them to touch, and even to complete one another. Among the warriors who followed Fionn mac Cumhaill, few figures stand out with as much intensity and fascination as Diarmuid Ua Dwybne. His presence in the traditions is unlike that of most other heroes. He is not remembered only for battle or loyalty, but for beauty, charm, and a strange destiny shaped as much by love as by war. In many ways, he embodies an ideal of irresistible attraction, a man whose life is defined by desire and consequence. Like certain figures from other mythologies, his story ends not in old age or triumph, but in a violent and symbolic death at the tusks of a supernatural boar. The creature that would one day bring about his death was no ordinary animal. Its origin lay in betrayal, anger, and magic. Diarmuid's father, Don, entrusted him as a child to the care of the divine youth Aengus, who raised him in a world touched by the supernatural. Meanwhile, Diarmuid's mother bore another child through a secret relationship with a steward in Aengus's household. One day, when this second child ran in fear between Don's legs to escape fighting hounds, Don crushed him without thought, killing him instantly. In a gesture of cold disregard, he threw the body among the dogs. When the steward discovered what had happened, rage overcame him. With the help of a druidic ritual, he struck the lifeless body with a magical rod. Instead of a child, a monstrous boar rose in its place, unnatural in form, lacking ears and tail, and filled with a single purpose. The steward gave it a command that would echo through time. It was to seek out Diarmuid and bring about his death. The beast fled into the wild lands around Ben Bulben, waiting for the moment when fate would lead it to its prey. Unaware of the shadow placed over his life, Diarmuid grew into a warrior of exceptional skill and striking appearance. He was tireless in the hunt, fearless in battle, and deeply admired among the Fianna. Yet his most unusual trait was not his strength, but something more subtle and dangerous. He carried what was known as the love spot, a mark that made him irresistible to women. The origin of this mark came from a strange and symbolic encounter. During a hunt, Diarmuid and several companions sought shelter in a remote dwelling. Inside they found an old man, a young woman, a sheep, and a cat. At first, the place seemed ordinary, but soon events revealed something deeper. When they sat to eat, the sheep leapt onto the table and overpowered each of the warriors who tried to remove it. Only with difficulty was it subdued. And even then, the old man explained that the animal represented the world itself, powerful and overwhelming. The cat, which easily controlled it, symbolized death, the one force that ultimately dominates all. that night. As the warriors rested, the young woman entered their chamber. Her beauty was so intense that it seemed to illuminate the room. One by one, the warriors approached her, and each was rejected. When Diarmuid came forward, she spoke differently. She revealed that she represented youth itself, something that once belonged to him but could never truly return. Yet, she offered him a gift. Touching his forehead, she left the mark that would draw the love of every woman who saw him. From that moment, his fate became inseparable from desire. Another tale involving Diarmuid begins with an encounter that appears almost comical but soon turns into something far more mysterious. During a hunt, a strange and grotesque figure approached the Fianna, dragging behind him a gaunt and awkward horse. He introduced himself as a difficult and unreliable servant, warning that no master had ever found him easy to command. Despite this, he was accepted into service, as no one who sought entry was turned away. The Fianni mocked him, placing several of their number upon his horse as a joke. But the situation quickly shifted. The strange servant fled toward the sea with unnatural speed, and the horse, which had seemed lifeless, suddenly surged forward with equal force, carrying its riders helplessly with it. The entire group was dragged into the ocean and vanished, toward a distant and unknown land. Determined to recover their companions, the remaining warriors set out by sea. After a long journey, they reached a steep and isolated island. Diarmuid, known for his agility, climbed its cliffs alone. At the summit, he discovered a place of great beauty filled with natural sounds but strangely empty of human life. Deep within the land, he came upon a well with a finely crafted drinking horn beside it. Ignoring a faint warning sound rising from the water, he drank. Soon after, a warrior appeared and challenged him, furious that he had taken from the well. The two fought fiercely for hours, neither gaining advantage. As evening approached, the warrior vanished into the well. The same encounter repeated over several days, until at last, Diarmuid seized him as he leapt, and both were pulled into the depths. Instead of drowning, Diarmuid found himself in another realm entirely. He was welcomed into a royal court and told that his strength was needed in a conflict between rival powers. Soon, the rest of the Fianna arrived, having found their own way into this hidden world. It became clear that the strange servant and his horse had been part of a deliberate plan to draw warriors into this realm to serve in its battles. The Fianna fought with their usual ferocity, defeating their enemies and securing victory. When offered rewards, most declined, but one among them demanded a strange form of compensation, seeking to balance humiliation with equal humiliation. Before any agreement could be reached, the entire scene dissolved. In an instant, the warriors found themselves back on the Irish coast, as though nothing had happened. The boundary between worlds, closing behind them without explanation. Stories such as these reveal a pattern. The Fianna often move between the ordinary world and places that exist outside time and reason. These journeys are rarely explained. Instead, they unfold like dreams, filled with beauty, danger, and sudden transformation. The tale of Diarmuid reaches its most powerful form in his relationship with Grania, the daughter of the High King. She was promised in marriage to Finn, who at this stage of life was no longer young, though still formidable. During a great gathering, she observed the warriors of the Fianna and became captivated by Diarmuid. His appearance, enhanced by the love spot, made resistance impossible. Using a potion, she caused most of the assembly to fall into deep sleep. She then approached Diarmuid and demanded that he take her away. At first he refused, bound by loyalty to Finn and unwilling to betray him. But Grania placed him under a binding obligation that he could not ignore. Reluctantly, he agreed. Their escape marked the beginning of a long and relentless pursuit. Finn and his warriors followed them across the land, tracking every step. Diarmuid, even while fleeing, tried to show respect by leaving signs that he had not dishonoured Finn. Yet the bond between him and Grania eventually became real, and from that moment, reconciliation was impossible. For years they lived as fugitives, surviving through skill, courage, and the occasional aid of supernatural allies. Eventually, through mediation, peace was arranged. Diarmuid was restored to honour, granted lands, and allowed to live openly once more. For a time, it seemed that the past had been buried, but fate had not forgotten. During a hunt on Ben Bulben, the monstrous boar finally appeared. Many had already fallen to it. Finn himself warned Diarmuid to avoid the creature, reminding him of a prohibition against hunting such beasts. But Diarmuid understood what was before him. He could not turn away. The battle was brief and brutal. His weapons failed against the creature's unnatural hide. He was thrown to the ground and mortally wounded. Yet even in that moment, he struck back and killed the beast, fulfilling the destiny that had been set long before his birth. As he lay dying, Finn approached. Diarmuid reminded him of past loyalty and asked for water, knowing that Finn possessed the power to heal him. Though water was found nearby, Finn hesitated. Twice he let it fall before reaching Diarmuid. By the time he acted without hesitation, it was too late. Diarmuid died, and with him ended one of the most complex and tragic figures of the Fianna. Beyond that point, they came upon another island, rising from the sea on a single high base, like a great stone pedestal. Its sides were too sheer to climb, and no path or landing place could be found anywhere around it. At the foot of this rocky support, they discovered a door, shut fast and locked against them, but no strength or skill could force it open. Since there was no way inside and no living soul appeared to answer them, they could do nothing but leave that strange place behind and continue across the water. Their next landing brought them to an island ruled by women. There stood a strong fortified enclosure surrounding a large and noble dwelling. After coming ashore, the sailors climbed a little rise nearby and watched the place in silence. Inside the walls, they saw 17 young women preparing an immense bath. Before long, a splendid rider approached at speed on a fine horse. The figure dismounted. One of the maidens took charge of the animal, and the rider entered the bath. Only then did the voyagers realize that this richly dressed horseman was, in fact, a woman. Soon afterward, one of the maidens came out to them and said that the queen wished to receive them. They entered the fort, bathed, and were then served food in great comfort. Each man sat facing one of the maidens, while Maelduin was seated opposite the queen herself. Before long, he was joined to her, and every one of his companions was paired with one of the 17 women. When night came, each couple was given a curtained chamber to sleep in. The next morning, the travellers prepared to leave, but the queen refused to let them go. She promised them that if they remained there, age would never touch them. They would stay forever as young as they were in that moment, forever enjoying the same pleasure, never again forced to wander in uncertainty from shore to shore across the sea. She then explained that the 17 maidens were her daughters. Her husband had once ruled the island, but he was dead, and now she herself reigned in his place. Every day she rode out across the great plain in the middle of the island to judge disputes among the people, and every evening she returned to her stronghold. Maelduin and his men stayed there through 3 winter months, yet such was the enchantment of that land that the time seemed to stretch and blur, as though they had been there for 3 full years. In the end, the men grew restless. Comfort and pleasure no longer satisfied them. They began to long for their own country. Maelduin did not at first understand their discontent. He asked what they hoped to find at home that could possibly be better than the life they had now. But the murmuring only increased. At last, his companions said openly that Maelduin's love for the queen had made him forget everything else. They declared that he could remain if he wished, but they would sail away without him. Even then, he would not allow himself to be separated from them. One day, when the queen was absent and was out among her people giving judgment, the company hastily boarded their vessel and pushed out into the sea. They had not gone far before the queen came racing down to the shore, holding a ball of thread in her hand. She cast the line after them. Maelduin caught it, but the thread stuck fast to his hand and would not let go. The queen held the other end and drew the entire boat back toward land as easily as if she were reeling in a fish. Once more, they found themselves returned to the island, and once more they remained there for another 3 months. This happened a second time, and then again. By then, the men were convinced that Maelduin must be keeping hold of the thread willingly, so strong was his attachment to the queen. When the queen cast it again, another man seized it instead, hoping to prove the matter one way or the other, but it clung to his hand just as firmly as before. Then Duran took up a weapon and cut off the man's hand. The severed hand, still bound to the enchanted thread, fell into the sea. At that, the queen let out such cries of grief and anguish that the whole land seemed to ring with her wailing. Only then were the voyagers finally able to escape from the Island of Women. From there, they came to an island where the trees carried large, bright red berries. These fruits produced a heavy juice that brought sleep and intoxication. The travellers diluted it with water so they would not be overcome by its full strength, then filled their casks and carried the drink away with them when they sailed on. Afterward, they reached a broad island. On one side grew woods of oak and yew. On the other lay open ground with flocks of sheep feeding there, and in the middle of that plain was a small lake. They also discovered a little church and a fort, and nearby there lived an aged, holy man whose body was so overgrown with hair that it served him for clothing. When Maelduin asked who he was, the old man answered that he had been the 15th companion among the monks of St. Brendan of Birr. They had all sailed out upon the ocean as pilgrims, but one by one the others had died, until he alone remained. He showed them the sacred tablet associated with Brendan, and Maelduin and his companions bowed before it, and kissed it with reverence. They stayed there for a while, living on the sheep that roamed the island. One day they noticed something approaching from the southwest that at first looked like a dark cloud. As it came closer, they saw the beating of wings and realized it was a bird of enormous size. It flew onto the island and landed heavily on a hill near the lake, looking worn and exhausted. In its talons it carried a huge branch loaded with red berries, a branch so massive it was like an oak tree in itself. The old bird began to eat. Juice and fragments of fruit dropped from the branch into the water below and stained the entire lake red. Fearing that such a creature might seize them and bear them off in its claws, the men hid in the woods and watched from a distance. After some time, Maelduin stepped out from cover and went as far as the base of the hill. The great bird paid him no attention. Seeing this, the rest came more cautiously, keeping their shields before them. One of them even plucked berries from the branch the bird still held. Yet it did nothing to harm them and scarcely seemed aware of their presence. Up close they saw how ancient it was. Its feathers were faded and ragged, and its whole appearance spoke of age and weakness. At midday, 2 other eagles arrived from the same southwestern quarter and settled before the larger one. After resting for a short time, they began carefully picking away the insects that infested its eyes, ears, and jaws. They continued this work until evening. Then all 3 birds ate again from the berries. On the next day, after another round of cleansing, the great eagle plunged into the lake whose waters had been reddened by the fruit. Again the 2 smaller birds attended to it. Not until the 3rd day was the work complete. Then the old eagle began preening itself and shaking out its wings. Gradually its plumage changed. The feathers grew full, rich, and shining. What had seemed old and decayed became strong and beautiful again, Finally, it rose into the sky, circled the island 3 times, and flew away toward the region from which it had first come. Its flight was now swift and powerful. The men understood that they had just witnessed a renewal, an old creature returning to youth. Dé Danann, seeing this marvel, said that they too should bathe in the lake and share in that same renewal. Another among them objected, warning that the bird might have left poison in the water. Dé Danann ignored the warning, entered the lake, and drank from it. From that day onward he was never troubled by weakness. His sight remained keen, his teeth did not fall out, his hair did not fail him, and no sickness overcame him for the rest of his life. When their time there ended, they took leave of the solitary holy man and returned once more to the sea. The next island they found was inhabited by people who never ceased laughing. Everywhere they looked, they saw a great crowd engaged in play and merriment, without pause or weariness. The voyagers decided by lot which of them should go ashore and see what sort of place it was. The choice fell upon Maelduin's foster brother, but the moment he stepped onto that island, he joined the others in their laughter and games. He lost all desire to leave, forgot his companions, and would not return no matter how they called to him. Having no power to bring him back, they sorrowfully left him there and sailed away. Soon after that, they saw a small island encircled by a wall of living fire. The flaming barrier spun ceaselessly around it. Yet in one place there was an opening, and whenever that gap came opposite them, they could glimpse the island within. Through that moving window they saw men and women, many of them, all beautiful and magnificently dressed. Gold vessels gleamed in their hands, and the sound of festive music drifted across the water to the watchers outside. For a long time the voyagers remained nearby, simply gazing at the wonder of that bright and unreachable place. Then, far out on the sea, they noticed what they first took to be a white seabird resting on the waves. When they drew near, they found instead a very old man standing upon a broad rock, clothed only by the white hair of his own body and occupied in repeated prostrations. He told them that he had come from Tori, where he had been raised in a monastery and had served as the cook. In those days he had secretly sold the goods meant for the church and used the money for himself. By this dishonesty he gathered rich clothing, bronze vessels, fine books adorned with gold, and many other possessions that fed his greed. Pride grew in him with his wealth, and he became arrogant. He told them that once, while digging a grave for a rough and wicked man who had been brought to the island for burial, he heard a voice from the grave of a holy person already buried there. The voice forbade him to place the body of a sinner upon the remains of one who had lived a righteous life. After much dispute, the dead man was buried elsewhere, and because the monk obeyed the command in the end, he was told that some reward would come of it. Not long afterward, however, he loaded all the wealth he had stolen into a boat and attempted to flee the island with his treasures. Then a great wind drove him far out into the open sea until he could no longer see land. At that moment, the boat stopped moving, as though fixed in one place upon the water. Nearby he saw a man seated upon the waves themselves. The stranger asked where he was going. The monk answered that he was on a pleasant journey toward a place he hoped to reach. The figure on the sea replied that the journey would not seem pleasant if he knew what surrounded him. Looking around with clearer sight, the monk understood that countless demons pressed in upon him because of his greed, his theft, his pride, and all the rest of his wrongdoing. The man upon the waves told him that the boat would never move again until he obeyed a command, and that otherwise the fires of hell would claim him. The stranger came near and laid a hand upon him. The terrified monk promised obedience. He was then told to throw every bit of wealth from the boat into the sea. At first he protested that it was a terrible waste, but he was assured that nothing given up in repentance is truly lost, and that even this act would ultimately benefit another. So he cast overboard everything he possessed except for a small wooden cup. He also threw away his oars and rudder. Then the mysterious figure gave him 7 cakes and a supply of whey, and instructed him to remain wherever the boat eventually came to rest. Driven by wind and waves, the monk drifted for a long time, until at last his boat touched the very rock where Maelduin and his men had found him. There had been nothing there but bare stone, yet when he remembered the command he had received and stepped onto a little ledge washed by the sea, the boat immediately moved away and the rock itself widened enough to support him. There he had remained for 7 years. Otters brought him salmon from the sea and even carried blazing wood for him so that he could cook the fish. Each day his little wooden cup was filled with good drink. The place harmed him in no way. Neither cold nor heat nor rain troubled him there. At noon a miraculous meal was brought for Maelduin and his whole company. After they had eaten, the old penitent told them that they would indeed reach their homeland. He also warned Maelduin that he would find the man who'd killed his father waiting in a stronghold ahead of him. Yet he was not to kill that man. He was to forgive him. God had delivered Maelduin and his companions from many deaths and many dangers, and they themselves were no less mortal and no less in need of mercy. Having heard this, they took leave of the old man and sailed onward. The next island they visited was empty of human inhabitants, though it held herds of sheep and cattle. They came ashore, ate well, and while they were there, one of the men noticed a great falcon. He remarked that it looked like the falcons of Ireland. Maelduin told him to watch carefully and see in what direction it would fly. The bird lifted itself into the air and went toward the southeast. The voyagers followed it with their boat throughout the day until evening approached. At last, as night was falling, land appeared ahead of them, and it looked like Ireland. They soon reached a small island and drove the prow of their vessel onto the shore. This was the place where the killer of Ailill was living. They climbed toward the stronghold and heard voices inside while the men there sat at supper. One man said that things would go badly for them if Maelduin were ever to appear. Another answered that Maelduin had surely long since perished in the sea. A third said that perhaps Maelduin himself might be the one to wake them from their sleep that very night. A fourth asked what they would do if he truly came. Then the leader among them replied that the answer was simple. Maelduin should receive a great welcome if he arrived, for he had endured long suffering and hardship. Then Maelduin struck the door with a wooden clapper. The doorkeeper asked who stood outside. Maelduin answered by naming himself. The door was opened, and he and his companions were received in peace. They were welcomed warmly and given fresh garments to wear. Once they were safely inside, they began to tell of all the astonishing things they had seen, and all the trials through which they had passed by sea and on strange shores. Afterward, Maelduin returned to his own people and his own home. Tuatha the poet took with him the piece of silver that he had once cut from the net around the shining pillar and placed it in triumph upon the high altar at Armagh as a token of the wonders they had witnessed and the deliverance they had been granted. Again and again they recounted the story of their journey, the marvels of the islands, the dangers they had survived, and the mercies that had guided them back. Then the narrative turns away from Maelduin and the ocean roads and begins to move into the older, legendary world of Wales. In that tradition, unlike in the Irish material, there survives a body of teaching that tries to explain the nature of existence itself. Ireland preserved many heroic tales, but almost nothing that openly presents a complete early Celtic vision of how the universe began or how it is ordered. Wales is different. There, later generations handed down a philosophical tradition connected with the bards, a body of thought that claimed to preserve fragments of a hidden wisdom once taught only to the initiated. Whether that claim can be accepted in full is another question. Many modern scholars dismiss the idea that such texts preserve authentic ancient doctrine in a pure form. Yet even if they do not carry unbroken truth from the age of the druids, they still reveal something deeply important about Welsh imagination and about the way later thinkers understood the unseen structure of the world. Within that tradition, the universe begins with two opposing realities. On one side stands the divine power that gives life and motion. On the other stands a force of ruin and dissolution, linked with chaos and darkness. At first, there was only the divine presence and the abyss. Order came into being through the creative word, and from that act emerged the primal substance from which all things were formed. This original matter was imagined not as a single undivided mass, but as a countless host of minute living particles, each complete in itself and yet part of a greater whole. The world as it now exists was described through three vast circles of being. The innermost was the realm of struggle, where life first rises out of darkness and must labour, suffer, and develop. Beyond that lay the circle of purity, where being becomes joyful, cleansed, and victorious. Outermost was the limitless realm beyond all ordinary description, belonging to God alone and beyond the reach of every lesser thing. In this vision, the soul journeys through many forms before becoming fully human. It begins near the edge of death, rises through all living shapes in water, earth, and air, and only after enduring hardship upon hardship comes at last to the human condition. Knowledge, in this understanding, is not gained cheaply. Full joy cannot be reached without full understanding, and full understanding cannot be reached without passing through suffering. That is why pain, trial, and change are woven into existence. The soul must experience the range of life before it can rise into purity. Whatever its origins may be, this teaching is striking. It does not sound like the formal religious language of later orthodoxy. It feels older, stranger, and shaped by another way of seeing the world, one in which creation, struggle, transformation, and final purification form a single vast design. From there, the focus shifts from philosophy to story. Yet before entering the old Welsh tales themselves, one great subject has to be set aside, or at least placed in proper perspective. For most modern audiences, the world of early British legend immediately calls up Arthur. People think of Camelot, of the Round Table, of Lancelot and Guinevere, of the Grail, of Avalon, and of the Last Battle. But the oldest native Welsh material contains very little of the Arthurian world in that familiar later form. The Arthur, known to medieval romance, is not the same figure found in the earliest Welsh tradition. In the oldest layers, he appears only faintly, and in a very different shape. The earliest mention presents Arthur not as a crowned ruler of a shining court, but as a war leader, a commander chosen for his military strength in a desperate age of conflict. Later, writers transformed him. A much more expansive and imaginative history made him a king, gave him a royal lineage, surrounded him with marvels, and sent him across Britain and beyond it into continental war. Over time, his story grew larger and richer, but also less historical. What began as the memory of a leader resisting invaders became the centre of a wide, legendary universe. That growth did not happen in Wales alone. It was shaped powerfully across the Channel, especially in Brittany and in French-speaking courts, where Arthur's name gathered around itself the ideals of knighthood, adventure, courtly love, and royal grandeur. This matters because the best-known Arthurian world, the one that later conquered European imagination, was not simply a native Welsh possession preserved unchanged from remote antiquity. It was a composite creation. Traditions of an early British war leader combined with older mythic material and were then reshaped by Breton storytelling, by French romance, and by the chivalric ideals of the Middle Ages. That is why the full courtly cycle is largely absent from the earliest Welsh texts. Wales had its own older stories, its own divine figures, and its own mythic patterns long before the continental Arthurian tradition returned in altered form. When that later version came back, it did not fully replace the native material. It sat beside it uneasily. In some places it mingled with it, but it never wholly became the same thing. The native Welsh tales preserve a mythic world that is related to the Irish one, though often less clear in outline. The Welsh material is later in the form in which it survives, and it often shows more confusion in its divine figures and their relations. The old sacred patterns are harder to separate from entertainment, and the influence of continental romance is much more visible. Even so, the underlying connections remain strong. Some Welsh figures clearly correspond to gods and powers known in Irish tradition. A figure called Nud appears to reflect an ancient bright deity, and his title links him with the famous silver-handed ruler known elsewhere in Celtic legend. Lear and his son Manawydan stand close to the Irish sea god Lear and his son Manannán. A hero called Lugh, whose name was later misunderstood in the tales built around him, still carries traces of an older solar identity, recalling the long-armed divine warrior known from Irish tradition. These echoes show that the mythic inheritance of the Celtic-speaking peoples once belonged to a shared imaginative world. But the Welsh version is more difficult to map. The figures are less fixed. Their functions overlap. Different tribal traditions seem to have preserved different names and different stories for powers that may once have been understood as related, or even identical. What survives is not a single neat system. It is more like a landscape seen through mist, where one hill appears, then another, and the lines between them keep shifting. Even so, certain great families of divine beings can still be recognized. One is the House of Don, a mother figure associated with light and with a lineage of bright descendants. Another is the House of Lear, more shadowed and more closely linked with the older, dark and sea-bound powers. These two lines meet and cross through marriage and kinship, much as divine rivalries and alliances do in Irish legend. Later, still another mythic grouping enters the picture around Arthur, who in this older context may preserve traces of a deity as well as of a heroic memory. In this way, the Welsh mythological world is layered rather than simple, carrying the marks of many generations of retelling and reinterpretation. Among these figures, Gwyn, son of Nud, stands out with particular force. He was remembered as a warrior, a hunter, and a ruler over the dead. Though associated with the shining divine kindred, his realm was bound up with the grave and with the gathering of fallen heroes. He became one of the most powerful enduring presences in Welsh imagination, a lord of wild places, battlefields, and the shadowy border between this world and the next. Later tradition made him king among the fair folk, and his name lingered in haunted valleys and in stories of the spectral hunt racing across the night. In him, battle, death, wilderness, and the supernatural all seem to meet. Another key figure is Myrddin, later transformed into Merlin. In deeper mythic terms, he appears less as a court magician and more as a being tied to the sky, the sun, and the unseen enclosure of the world. Ancient tradition linked his name to Britain itself before human settlement, and later legend scattered his presence through places of wonder, mystery, and disappearance. He was said to dwell in impossible enclosures, in glass, in blossoms, in air itself. Eventually he passed westward into an island beyond ordinary reach, taking with him treasures lost to humankind. That image of departure toward the western sea suggests an older mythic pattern, one in which a radiant power descends into hidden confinement beyond the horizon. Even small tales preserve the same symbolic richness. Two royal brothers once looked up at the night sky. One claimed the heavens as his broad field. The other answered that the stars were his cattle grazing there, with the moon as their shepherd. Their exchange became an argument, then a war. Armies were ruined and lands were wasted over a quarrel born from vanity and foolishness. In the end, they were transformed into oxen. The story is brief, but its lesson is sharp. Folly in rulers can turn a passing boast into disaster for whole peoples. All these stories and figures survive most famously through the body of Welsh prose tales, now known together as the Mabinogion. The name itself points back to the training of the bard, to narratives that formed part of the core knowledge expected of a professional storyteller. At the heart of that collection stand four especially ancient tales, closely connected to one another and rich in mythic material. They do not preserve a complete theology in any tidy form. Instead, they offer glimpses into an older world where gods, heroes, enchantments, kinship struggles, transformations, and journeys between realms were all part of the same living imaginative fabric. What makes these Welsh legends so compelling is not that they present a perfect system, but that they preserve a civilization's memory in motion. The old divine names are still there, though altered. Ancient powers still act in the stories, though they may wear the appearance of kings, queens, magicians, or hunters. Native myth, heroic tradition, historical memory, and foreign romance all meet within them, sometimes blending, sometimes resisting one another. The result is not a polished mythology handed down intact from a single sacred source, but something more human and more revealing. A layered inheritance changed by time, yet still carrying the force of deep origins. For that reason, the Welsh legendary world deserves to be approached on its own terms. It is not merely a lesser version of the Irish one, and it is not simply a fragment of the later Arthurian universe. It is a separate imaginative territory, full of faded gods, broken symbols, enduring archetypes, and stories that still pulse with older meanings beneath their medieval surfaces. When read as living legend, rather than as a rigid historical record, it opens a window onto a culture that remembered the world not as fixed and settled, but as mysterious, enchanted, and shaped by powers both radiant and dark. The first of these ancient Welsh tales centres on Pwyll, ruler of Dyfed, and explains how he came to bear a title linked to the Otherworld, a realm known in Welsh tradition as Annwn. This was no ordinary land, but a place associated with death, mystery, and the hidden world beyond human sight. Though rooted in myth, the story carries a strong sense of honour, restraint, and moral character, reflecting an ideal of leadership shaped as much by integrity as by power. One day, while hunting in the wooded valley of Glencooch, Pwyll came upon a scene that should have warned him, had he understood its meaning. A pack of hounds, unlike any he had ever seen, was pursuing a stag. Their coats were pure white, but their ears burned red, a combination long tied to the supernatural. Without recognizing the danger, Pwyll drove them off and set his own dogs upon the quarry. Before he could continue, a noble rider approached and rebuked him sharply for his disrespect. Pwyll, realizing he had done wrong, offered to make amends. The rider revealed himself as Arawn, ruler of Annwn. He explained that he was being driven from his lands by a rival and sought Pwyll's help. His proposal was unusual. For 1 year, they would exchange appearances and lives. Pwyll would take Arawn's place in Annwn, ruling his domain and preparing to face the enemy in single combat, while Arawn would rule Dyfed in Pwyll's form. There was one strict instruction. When the time came to fight, the enemy must be struck down with a single decisive blow. A second strike would undo the first and restore him to full strength. Pwyll accepted the challenge and took on Arawn's likeness, He entered the Otherworld and ruled there as if he had always belonged to it. Yet one test stood before him that he had not expected. Arawn's queen received him as her husband. When night fell and they retired together, Pwyll turned away from her and spoke no word, maintaining complete restraint. Though he showed proper courtesy during the day, each night he remained distant, preserving the bond of trust he had made with Arawn. This continued for the entire year. When the appointed day arrived, Pwyll met the rival in battle at a river crossing. The clash was swift and violent. With a single blow, he struck his opponent down. The fallen man begged to be killed outright, but Pwyll refused, remembering the warning he had been given. The enemy, knowing his fate was sealed, was carried away by his followers. With that victory, Pwyll secured control over the realm of Anandabhuin and received the loyalty of its lords. Afterward, he returned to the meeting place where he and Arawn had agreed to reunite. There, they exchanged forms once more. Arawn thanked him deeply and assured him that his own kingdom had been well cared for in his absence. When Pwyll returned to Dyfed, his people praised the wisdom, generosity, and justice that had marked his rule during the past year. Only then did he reveal what had truly taken place. Meanwhile, Arawn returned to his own court. When he greeted his queen as before, she sensed immediately that something had changed. For a year she had known a cold distance where once there had been closeness. Now that warmth had returned, when he explained the truth, she recognized the depth of Pwyll's loyalty. From that moment forward, a strong bond was established between the two rulers, marked by mutual respect and lasting friendship. In memory of what had happened, Pwyll came to be known by a title that linked him forever to the Otherworld. Not long after, another strange event shaped his life. Near his court at Narberth stood a mound believed to hold hidden power. Anyone who sat upon it would either suffer harm or witness something extraordinary. One day, during a gathering of his nobles, Pwyll chose to test its mystery. As he sat there, a woman appeared in the distance, riding slowly toward him. Her clothing shone like gold, and her horse was pure white. He sent his men to meet her, but no matter how fast they rode, they could not close the distance between them. The next day, he returned to the mound, and again the woman approached. This time he pursued her himself, but she remained just beyond his reach until he called out, asking her to stop. At that, she halted at once. She revealed her name as Rhiannon and declared that she had come because of him. Though others had tried to force her into marriage, she had refused them all. She desired no one but Pwyll. He accepted her gladly, and they agreed to meet again after a year so that he could claim her openly. When that time came, Pwyll arrived at her father's court with a noble retinue. A great feast was prepared and all seemed to be proceeding as planned. Then a young man entered, richly dressed and confident, and asked Pwyll for a favour. Without hesitation, Pwyll promised to grant whatever was asked. The request that followed changed everything. The man asked for Rhiannon herself, along with the feast that had been prepared. Bound by his word, Pwyll could not refuse. Rhiannon recognised the man as a former suitor she had tried to escape. Though angered by Pwyll's carelessness, she quickly devised a plan. She agreed that the marriage would be delayed for another year and arranged for a second feast. At that gathering, a beggar entered carrying a strange bag and asked that it be filled with food. No matter how much was placed inside, the bag remained empty. Finally, it was said that only a powerful man stepping inside and pressing the contents down could fill it completely. The suitor agreed to try. The moment he stepped inside, the bag was pulled tight around him. Hidden warriors rushed in, captured his followers, and the man himself was trapped. He was beaten and humiliated until he begged for mercy. In the end, he agreed to give up his claim and abandon all thought of revenge. Only then was he released. With that obstacle removed, Pwyll and Rhiannon were married, and they returned to Dyfed to rule together. Their reign was peaceful and prosperous, but one sorrow remained. For a long time, they had no child. When at last a son was born, disaster struck. During the night, the child vanished. Those tasked with watching over him, terrified of punishment, devised a lie. They claimed that Rhiannon had killed and eaten her own child. Though she denied it, no one believed her. Pwyll refused to cast her aside, but she was made to endure a harsh punishment. Each day she sat at the gate of the court, telling her story to all who passed and offering to carry them inside on her back as an act of penance. She endured this humiliation without protest. At the same time, in another part of the land, a nobleman named Teirnion was troubled by a mystery. Each year, his prized mare gave birth, but the foal vanished before morning. Determined to discover the truth, he kept watch. When the mare gave birth again, a monstrous claw reached into the stable to seize the newborn. Teirnion struck at it and cut it off. Outside, he heard a terrible cry but saw nothing. When he returned, he found not only the foal, but also a human infant lying at the doorway. He took the child in and raised him as his own. The boy grew at an unnatural rate, becoming strong and capable, far beyond his years. As time passed, Teirnion began to suspect the truth. The boy's appearance matched that of Pwyll. When he heard of Rhiannon's suffering, he decided to bring the child to Narberth. When he arrived, Rhiannon was still performing her penance. As he presented the boy, it became clear to all that this was the lost child. Rhiannon was freed from her burden, and the boy was named Pryderi, a name reflecting the hardship that had surrounded his birth. He was raised as a prince and later became a ruler in his own right. Another tale from this cycle tells of a great ruler known as Bran, whose presence was so vast that no ordinary hall could contain him. When a king from across the sea sought to form an alliance through marriage, Bran agreed to give his sister in union. The alliance began in celebration, but was soon undone by an act of cruelty from within Bran's own family. A reckless insult set events in motion that led to war. Before conflict began, a powerful object changed hands. A cauldron with the ability to restore life to the dead, though those revived could no longer speak. This gift would later shape the outcome of battle. When war finally came, it was devastating. Deception and violence consumed both sides. In the end, only a handful survived, and even victory came at great cost. Bran himself was mortally wounded and gave his companions a final command. His head was to be carried back and buried in a place that would protect the land from invasion. As they travelled, the head remained alive, speaking and keeping their spirits from falling. For years, they lived in a strange state between memory and forgetting, until at last the journey ended and the head was laid to rest. The final story follows Pryderi and his companion Manawydan after these events. Their land was suddenly stripped of life by a mysterious force. Fields lay empty, homes stood abandoned, and no people remained. Forced to leave, they tried to make a living elsewhere. But wherever they went, their success drew jealousy and they were driven out. Returning home, they attempted to rebuild their lives. When they planted crops, they found them stolen overnight by countless mice. After catching one, Manawydan prepared to punish it. One by one, strangers approached, offering increasing rewards to spare the creature. At last, the truth was revealed. The mice were not ordinary animals, but transformed beings, and the enchantment upon the land was an act of revenge for an old insult. The earlier story moved through a world shaped by illusion and enchantment, where the supernatural lingered at the edges but did not fully reveal itself. Now, the narrative shifts into a deeper and more ancient layer of myth, where the forces of light and the powers of the hidden world stand in open conflict. At the centre of this struggle lies a treasure of strange importance, a herd of enchanted swine, creatures not merely of the earth, but bound to the unseen realm from which they came. At the beginning stands a powerful figure, Math, Lord of the Northern Lands. His nature is unlike that of ordinary rulers. He cannot exist unless his feet rest in the lap of a maiden, a condition only broken in times of war. Around him gather other figures of equal strangeness, among them his nephews, Gwydion and Gylfaethwy, sons of a divine lineage. While Math remains still, bound to his peculiar state, these two move freely across the land, acting in his place. A woman named Gowyn serves as the one who supports Math's existence, chosen for her beauty and purity. But desire disrupts the fragile balance. Gylfaethwy becomes consumed with longing for her and confides in his brother. Gwydion, cunning and skilled in craft and deception, resolves to help him. To do so, he must create a distraction powerful enough to draw Math away from his resting place. He travels south to the lands ruled by Pryderi, who possesses the enchanted swine. These animals had been given to him from the Otherworld and were unlike anything known before. Their flesh was said to surpass all others, and their presence marked them as something rare and valuable. Gwydion arrives in disguise, presenting himself as a storyteller. Welcomed into the court, he captivates his audience with skillful speech, then asks for the swine as a gift. Pryderi refuses. He is bound by agreement not to part with them until they have multiplied within his land. Gwydion offers an exchange instead. Through illusion, he conjures magnificent horses and hounds, so convincing that they appear entirely real. Pryderi accepts the bargain, and Gwydion departs quickly with the swine, knowing the illusion will soon dissolve. When the deception is revealed, Pryderi marches to reclaim what was taken. War follows, just as Gwydion intended. While the armies clash, Gylfaethwy takes advantage of Math's absence and forces Gowyn into marriage against her will. When the truth is uncovered, the consequences are severe. Pryderi himself falls in battle, defeated through a combination of strength and sorcery. His death marks the cost of the conflict, and his burial place becomes a lasting memory of the struggle. Math returns to find his trust broken and his household dishonoured. He takes Gowyn as his queen, restoring her position, but for Gwydion and Gylfaethwy there can be no simple forgiveness. They submit themselves to his judgment, and he imposes a punishment that goes beyond ordinary retribution. He transforms them, stripping away their human form and forcing them to live as animals. First, they become deer, wandering the forests and returning after a year with a fawn. Then they are changed into swine, and later into wolves, each time returning with offspring that are restored to human form. Through these cycles they endure a strange and humbling existence, living out the consequences of their actions in bodies not their own. Only after these trials are they restored, cleansed, and allowed to return to their place among men. With Gowyn now queen, another maiden must take her former role. Gwydion suggests his own sister, Arianrhod. She presents herself, claiming purity, but a test reveals otherwise. From her come two children. One of them, named Dylan, is bound to the sea. From the moment he touches water, he becomes one with it, moving as naturally as any creature born to the waves. His presence carries a sense of ancient power, and his death is said to have stirred the waters themselves into mourning. The other child is taken by Gwydion and raised in secrecy. He grows with unnatural speed, becoming a strong and striking youth in a short span of time. When he is brought before his mother, she refuses to acknowledge him and places a curse upon him. He is to have no name unless she herself grants it. Determined to overcome this, Gwydion devises a plan. He disguises himself and the boy, setting a trap through craft and illusion. When the moment comes, the boy displays his skill with a weapon, and Arianrhod, impressed despite herself, speaks words that give him his name. From that moment he is known as Lugh, a name drawn from her own unwitting praise. But she is not finished. She places another restriction upon him, declaring that he shall never bear arms unless she grants them. Again, Gwydion answers, with deception, creating the illusion of attack so that Arianrhod herself arms the youth in defense. Each attempt to limit him is undone by greater cunning. Her final curse is the most difficult. Lilu is never to take a wife from among the people of the earth. This challenge cannot be answered through trickery alone. Gwydion turns to math, and together they create a woman from the essence of flowers. From oak, broom, and meadow blossoms, they shape a being of extraordinary beauty, and she is given the name Blodeuwedd. She becomes Lu's wife, and for a time they live in harmony. But this peace does not last. Blodeuwedd falls in love with another man, and together they plot to remove Lu. His life cannot be taken easily. Only under a set of impossible conditions can he be struck down. Through deception, Blodeuwedd learns these conditions from him, and her lover prepares the weapon required. When the moment comes, Lu is wounded under those exact circumstances. Instead of dying, he transforms into an eagle and escapes, vanishing into the wild. His enemies believe him gone and claim his lands. Yet he is not beyond recovery. Gwydion searches for him, following signs until he finds the broken creature hidden and decaying. Through magic, he restores him to human form, though weakened almost beyond recognition. Once healed, Lu returns to reclaim what was taken. Blodeuwedd is transformed into an owl, condemned to live apart from the light. Her lover is struck down in turn, and Lu regains his rule, completing the cycle of loss and restoration. After these events, another kind of story emerges, one no longer rooted in myth, but shaped more by imagination. A ruler dreams of a distant land and a woman of surpassing beauty. Unable to forget what he has seen, he sends messengers across the world until the place is found. He travels there, wins the woman and brings her into his life. When his empire is threatened, he fights to reclaim it, aided by those he has gathered. The story carries no trace of divine struggle, but it reflects the enduring theme of longing and pursuit. A different tale tells of a king troubled by strange afflictions upon his land. A mysterious people plague his kingdom. A terrifying cry fills the night, and supplies vanish without explanation. Seeking help, he turns to his brother, and through careful planning and hidden knowledge, each problem is resolved. The invaders are destroyed, the source of the cry is uncovered, and the unseen thief is confronted and subdued. Order is restored not through force alone, but through understanding. Then come stories centered on Arthur, though not in the form most widely known. In one tale, a young man is driven by fate to seek a bride whose name alone awakens longing within him. To win her, he must complete a series of tasks so difficult they seem beyond all possibility. These trials involve magical creatures, ancient weapons, and journeys into realms where few return. Through persistence, courage, and the aid of powerful allies, he succeeds, though not without cost. Another story presents a dream vision of Arthur's court, filled with vivid detail and shifting images. It is less a tale of action than a glimpse into a world of memory and imagination, where past greatness appears in fleeting form. In later stories, the tone changes again. The focus shifts to individual knights and their journeys. One such figure, Owain, seeks adventure and finds both love and loss. Through battle, enchantment and hardship, he is tested, broken, and restored. His story carries the qualities of romance rather than myth, shaped by ideals of honour, loyalty, and personal transformation. Another tale follows Geraint and Enid, exploring trust, doubt, and devotion. It moves away from supernatural elements and instead examines human relationships, showing how misunderstanding can lead to suffering and how endurance can restore what was lost. The final group of stories touches on a theme that would grow into one of the most powerful legends in European tradition. A young hero, raised in isolation, sets out into the world and encounters a mysterious castle filled with strange and unsettling sights. A bleeding spear, a silent procession, a severed head, all appear before him, yet he asks no questions. This moment becomes the turning point of his story. In some versions, his silence is seen as a failure, a missed opportunity to break a spell and restore a wounded king. In others, it reflects discipline and restraint, a test successfully endured. The meaning of the vision changes depending on the telling, but the core image remains. A hidden truth, revealed but not understood. Over time, these elements evolve into a larger legend. The mysterious object at the centre becomes a vessel of great significance, associated with life, renewal, and divine power. In earlier forms, it resembles the magical cauldrons of Celtic myth, objects that provide endless sustenance and restore life. In later interpretations, it takes on a sacred meaning, becoming a symbol of spiritual fulfillment. The transformation of this legend reflects a blending of traditions. Ancient myth, heroic storytelling, and religious symbolism merge into a single narrative that continues to change with each retelling. What began as a tale of vengeance and mystery becomes a story of healing and revelation. Through all these variations, one idea remains constant. The search itself matters more than the object sought. Whether the goal is a lost treasure, a hidden truth, or a restored kingdom, the journey reveals the nature of the one who undertakes it. Strength alone is not enough. Wisdom, restraint, and understanding shape the outcome. These stories, taken together, form a layered and shifting world. They move from myth to romance, from divine conflict to human struggle, from ancient symbolism to evolving belief. They are not fixed in one form, but continue to transform, reflecting the cultures that preserve and retell them. Even now, the echoes of these tales remain. They survive not only in written form, but in imagination, in storytelling, and in the enduring fascination with worlds that lie just beyond the visible horizon. Among the Welsh legendary narratives, the tale of Taliesin stands apart. Unlike the better-known stories preserved in the older medieval tradition, this one survives in a later form and seems to have lived more on the edges of Welsh storytelling than at its centre. Even so, it carries something ancient within it. The prose itself feels like a vessel built afterward around older material, especially around the difficult, layered verses attributed to Taliesin. The story does not move with the clean structure of an ordinary hero's tale. Instead, it feels as though fragments of sacred poetry, visionary speech, and mythic memory have been gathered together and given a narrative frame. Its real power lies not in simple action, but in the strange idea of Taliesin himself. Not merely a poet, but a being touched by inspiration before birth, pursued by magic, reborn through transformation and destined to become the great bardic voice of the Welsh world. The beginning of the tale is one of the most memorable birth stories in Celtic tradition. In the age associated with Arthurian Britain, there lived a man named Tegid Foel in the region of Penllyn, and his wife was Ceridwen. They had a son named Alfagdu, a child so strikingly ugly that his mother feared he would never receive honour through appearance or charm. Since beauty had been denied to him, she decided he must be given wisdom instead. To achieve this, she turned not to ordinary learning, but to the deepest resources of enchantment. She prepared a cauldron of inspiration, a vessel meant to produce not food or healing, but knowledge itself. This brew was intended to grant understanding of hidden things, including the mysteries of existence and the shape of what was yet to come. The work could not be rushed. The cauldron had to boil for a full year and a day, and only 3 drops from it would hold the true power of the preparation. To tend this dangerous work, Ceridwen appointed 2 helpers. One was a boy named Gwion Bach, whose task was to stir the cauldron continuously. The other was a blind servant who kept the fire alive beneath it. Meanwhile, Ceridwen herself added herbs, spoke incantations, and oversaw the long labour with absolute focus. As the final moment approached, something went wrong. 3 drops of the boiling liquid leapt from the cauldron and landed on Gwion's finger. Instinctively, he put the burned finger into his mouth. In that instant, everything changed. The wisdom meant for another entered him instead. He understood at once what had happened. He knew he had gained the gift intended for Ceridwen's son, and just as quickly he saw the danger this placed him in. Ceridwen would never forgive such a loss. So he fled. Once the 3 sacred drops were gone, the rest of the brew became useless and deadly. The cauldron burst, and its poisoned contents spilled into a nearby stream. Animals that drank from the water were destroyed, and the place was marked forever by that disaster. Then Ceridwen herself arrived and saw that the labour of an entire year had been wasted. Her rage was immediate and violent. Realising what Gwion had done, she pursued him with the fury of a wronged goddess. What follows is one of the most fluid and unforgettable chases in mythic literature. Gwion, empowered now by supernatural knowledge, understood that escape could only come through transformation. He changed himself into a hare, and Ceridwen became a hound. He turned into a fish in the water, and she followed him as an otter. He rose into the air as a bird, and she pursued as a hawk. Finally, in a desperate effort to hide, he became a single grain among many on a threshing floor. But Ceridwen became a black hen and swallowed him. The chase ended not with his death, but with a darker and stranger turning of fate. After 9 months, Ceridwen gave birth to him anew. She could not kill the child when she saw him, because he had become beautiful beyond all expectation. Instead, she placed the infant in a skin bag and cast him upon the sea, surrendering him to chance, destiny, or divine judgment. Far away from that moment of rejection, another thread of the story begins. A nobleman named Gwydno possessed a fish weir on the coast. His son Elfyn was known as unlucky and poor, the kind of man from whom fortune always seemed to turn away. One day, while inspecting the catch, they found the bag tangled in the weir and opened it. Inside was the radiant child. The brightness of his face immediately struck those who saw him. They took the infant in and raised him, and from that moment the life of Elfyn began to change. The child was named Taliesin, a name connected with the shining beauty of his brow, and from the beginning he displayed extraordinary gifts. His first speech was not ordinary speech at all, but praise, prophecy, and promise. He sang of Elfyn's future rise, and his words proved true. The poor and luckless man gained honour, wealth, and standing, eventually finding favour even in the court of Arthur. Yet fortune rarely rises without drawing challenge. One day, when Arthur and all that belonged to him were being praised with excessive admiration, Elfyn made a reckless boast. He declared that his own wife was more virtuous than any woman at the king's court, and that his bard was greater than any poet in Arthur's service. Such words could not pass unanswered. Elfyn was thrown into prison until he could prove what he had claimed. To test the faithfulness of his wife, a man named Rune was sent to tempt her and return with evidence of her disgrace. He had a reputation for ruining the names of women, and no household benefited from his arrival. Taliesin, still young in years but already greater than those around him in insight, understood the danger at once. He instructed Elfyn's wife to remain hidden and arranged, for one of the serving women to be dressed in her place. Rune was received, fed, and entertained. Through drink, he brought the maid into a state of helpless sleep, then cut off one of her fingers, which bore a ring Elphin had earlier given his wife. He carried both back to court as proof that Elphin's household had fallen. Elphin was brought from prison and shown the finger and ring. But instead of collapsing in shame, he answered with calm intelligence. The ring, he admitted, was indeed his. But the finger, he said, could not possibly belong to his wife. The size was wrong. The nail had not been kept in the way she always kept her hands. The skin and signs of labour on it did not match the habits of a noblewoman in her position. His reply overturned the trick completely. Arthur's court had failed to break the first part of Elphin's boast. Even so, he was sent back to prison until the second claim, the greatness of his bard, could also be tested. That test would reveal far more than anyone expected. Taliesin himself came to Arthur's court. On an appointed day, the king's poets and musicians were to perform before the assembled company. Taliesin sat quietly apart, a child in appearance, unnoticed by many. But as the royal bards passed by, something strange happened. He mocked them with a simple sound, repeating it with a finger to his lips. When they later stood before Arthur and attempted to sing, none of them could do anything but repeat the same foolish noise. Their art was gone. Their dignity collapsed in an instant. The chief among them confessed that they were not drunk or confused, but silenced by the power of the child sitting nearby. Taliesin was brought forward and asked who he was. The answer came not as explanation, but as one of those visionary recitations that surround his name. He spoke as if he had existed through the ages, as if his life stretched backward beyond birth and forward beyond death. He named ancient events, sacred places, fallen powers, divine acts, and mythic transformations as though he had witnessed them all. He declared that he had been present in the highest regions and in the depths below, among biblical scenes, legendary courts, and the hidden chambers of old myth. He linked himself to Ceridwen's cauldron, to Arianhod's prison, to Noah's ark, to the fall of great cities, and to the making of the world's remembered past. His words dissolved the ordinary boundaries between poet, prophet, magician, and immortal witness. In this vision, Taliesin is not just a man with exceptional skill. He is inspiration made flesh, memory given a voice, a being who gathers all ages into himself. As he sang, the natural world answered. A great wind rose, the hall shook. The performance was no longer entertainment, but revelation. Elphin was then brought in once more, still bound, and at the sound of Taliesin's voice and music, his chains opened by themselves. The boast had been proven. The child bard had overcome the greatest poets of the court without effort. And this was only the beginning. Taliesin went on to sing of hidden things, of times long past, and of things yet to come. He spoke of invasion, suffering, and the fate of the Welsh people. He predicted hardship, oppression, and eventual change, showing once again that his gift reached far beyond skill with words. In him, poetry and prophecy were inseparable. The Taliesin story matters because it preserves a very old idea in a vivid form. The poet is not merely a maker of verses, but a figure touched by dangerous knowledge. Wisdom in this world is never cheap. It comes from cauldrons, transformations, pursuit, suffering, rebirth, and exile. It must be stolen, survived, or endured. The bard becomes great, not because he studies harder than others, but because he passes through mystery and emerges marked by it. That is why Taliesin feels larger than an individual character. He stands for the inspired voice itself, the one who remembers what others forget and sees beneath the surface of the world. After reaching that figure, the long movement through Celtic legendary tradition begins to draw to a close. By this stage, the great cycles have already passed before the listener. Sea voyages into enchanted regions, kings who cross between worlds, divine families in conflict, magical animals, warriors of impossible skill, prophetic women, shape-shifting magicians, and heroes whose lives move between history and myth. Some of these stories preserve very ancient structures beneath later retellings. Others show myth fading into romance, or old gods surviving as kings, queens, poets, and sorcerers. Over time, the legendary material becomes less purely sacred and more openly literary. Narrative invention grows stronger. The old divine framework weakens. Yet even when the mythology fades, its atmosphere remains. The stories still carry traces of an older imagination that once understood the natural world, the dead, the seasons, poetic inspiration, and royal power as parts of one connected order. There is, however, a difference between mythology and the broader body of folk belief that surrounds it. Popular tradition belongs closely to daily life. It comes from people living near the soil, people shaped by farming, weather, sickness, animals, local fears, and practical hopes. Such stories, charms, and beliefs may preserve echoes of older myth, or they may be the early material from which myth begins to form. But mythology, in the fuller sense, belongs to a stage when imagination has begun to shape these scattered impressions into larger structures. At that point, forces of nature become persons, local wonders become symbols, and stories begin to express not just fear or hope, but a vision of the world itself. The line between the two is not always absolute, but the distinction remains meaningful. One speaks from immediate life. The other transforms life into poetic and symbolic order. What gives Celtic legendary literature its enduring force is precisely that it stands at so early and so rich a point in the literary history of Europe. It is among the oldest surviving bodies of non-classical literature on the continent, and it offers something that cannot be found anywhere else in quite the same form. It reveals a people still thinking in their own language, still shaping stories according to their own instincts, and still free enough in imagination to absorb outside influences without entirely losing themselves. The result is not uniform. Some tales are wild, uneven, cruel, and obscure. Others are graceful, moving, and deeply refined. At times the stories are harsh or monstrous. At times they reach extraordinary beauty. But taken together, they form an imaginative world of great depth. That world is not softened by modern taste. It contains violence, deformity, humiliation, ferocity, wonder, tenderness, and mystery. It does not always seek harmony, and it certainly does not always behave according to later ideas of Polish or moral order. Yet that is part of its value. It feels alive because it has not been completely cleaned or reshaped into something easier. It allows an older mental landscape to remain visible. Through these tales, something of the Celtic view of life survives. A world where beauty and danger stand close together, where honour matters deeply, where poets can see further than kings, where shape and identity are never entirely fixed, and where the border between this world and the next is never fully closed. It also becomes clear that the legendary literature of the Celtic peoples is not merely a storehouse of charming old stories. It preserves systems of feeling and imagination that continue to influence later European literature in profound ways. The themes of enchanted voyages, fatal beauty, hidden kingship, supernatural tests, cauldrons of knowledge, warrior honour, doom-laden vows, and visionary poetry did not disappear. They changed form. They passed into romance, into medieval courtly literature, into Arthurian tradition, and far beyond. Again and again later ages returned to these materials, drawing from them moods, images, and archetypes that remained powerful long after the original beliefs had dimmed. Taliesin is an especially fitting figure with which to end such a journey. He embodies memory itself, not memory in the ordinary human sense, but something larger and stranger. In his person, myth remembers its own origins. Poetry becomes a vessel of time. The bard is not simply one who praises a patron or recites inherited verse, but one who has passed through change and now carries fragments of every age within him. That image, more than almost any other, captures the spirit of the tradition as a whole. Celtic legend is full of transformations, and so is the literature that preserves it. Gods become heroes. Heroes become kings. Kings become ghosts. Prophets become bards. And the stories themselves, moving across centuries, become something new without ever fully losing what they once were. In the end, that may be the finest way to understand the achievement of this literature. It is not important because it is tidy, complete, or easy to classify. It matters because it preserves the record of a powerful imagination at work over a long span of time. It shows how a people once pictured the world when nature, history, magic, poetry, and the unseen still belonged to one continuous field of meaning. Beneath all the later reshaping and retelling, that original force still remains. The old stories still carry the sense that the world is deeper than it appears. That language can touch hidden things, and that memory itself may be a kind of enchantment. And so the journey closes not with a dry ending, but with the same feeling that hangs over the greatest of these tales. The sense of having looked into a realm made by strong minds and enduring vision. These are not small stories. They are the work of a civilization speaking in symbols, heroes, prophecies, monsters, queens, warriors, and poets. They still endure because they were made with imaginative power enough to outlive the age that first gave them form.